Hi, good morning. All right, good morning. Welcome to the show today. Let's go ahead and dive in here.
No sound but hi-bye.
All right, good morning and welcome here to the show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities. Thank you, eTalker, for 63 months. Well, we're still waking up over here. Sipping our first cup of coffee here on a lovely July 13th. Already almost halfway through July. I was not ready for that. I wasn't prepared for that. I see Oz in the chat today, first in the building. Good morning. Duelmaster D's out there today as well. And we'll throw honorable mentions to Kerbu. What up, Chell Dog? Good to see you today. Good morning. Welcome to the broadcast today, Chell Dog. Welcome in. Jen Not Jen. Welcome to the show, Brielle Basor, legend. What's up, Brielle? What up, Fernelli? Good morning, Charlie. Good to see you back in here. What up, Stressy Calzone? Final Girl, welcome to the show. Good morning, Vanessa Quick. We early today? Yeah, or not late today. Not terribly late today, you know. That's the other side of that coin. What up, Quell? What up, Vanessa Quick? Good morning. VCat, good morning. What up, Lights? Good to see you, Starbo. Good morning. The stressiest of calzones. Dude, I might already need another cup. I'm sipping through this cup fast. It's just so good. It's because it's my first. I always drink my first cup of coffee fast. And then I just sit on the other ones. What up, Brick Kitten? What up, Zella Zephra? Good morning. Kerbutashi's in the house. Discord's being funky. Discord's being funky. Won't let me message people. Take your time, Zella Zephra. No worries. Referencing book club. I'm sure it'll be just fine. You can catch up with everybody once Discord chills out. Shout out to the book club alumni. What's up, G Ski? What up, Quince3? What up, Pessimisaurus? Good to see you today. Welcome to the show, Johnson Boy. Welcome in here, Junior Mafia legend. Thanks for the lurk, baby. Bookworm Gamer Babe. What up, dude? Good morning to Beth Chu on YouTube as well. Guess who cleared True End in Elliot Adventures of Elliot? Dude, nice. I'm so happy you stuck with the game. Was it worth it? Like, would you say, now that it's all said and done, what do you think? What are your thoughts? True ending has to be worth it, I imagine. In fact, I almost feel like not doing the true ending doesn't feel worth it. Double negative, but you get what I'm saying. So, like, I guess I should have said not doing the true ending feels bad, right? Like, I don't know. What's up, Dear Diary? Good morning, Mrs. Pirate. What up, Armazale? Welcome to the show. Dear Diary, finally found a job after annoying job hunt. I start tomorrow. I'm nervous but excited. Yeah, dude, nice. Get some of them hero swords in the chat for Diary, the legend. Locking in, dude. You're gonna kill it, dude. You're gonna kill it. Blesses and hero swords abound. You're gonna slay, dude. What up, big doggo? You're gonna slay, dude. Nice, congrats. We got Spankum Nasty in the house as well. Good morning, Spankum Nasty. What up, King of Arcadia? Welcome to the show and good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good afternoon, happy time zone and all that jazz. Let's lock into some vibes and welcome all of y'all officially to the Monday morning show. What up, Mermaid Meeg? What up, Maharit? Good to see you today as well. We got Miss Beans in the house. What up, Dista? What up, Dat Baby? How was everyone's weekend? Good morning. Oh, this is about MTG. Since Taco is OG in the field. Oh, you guys are talking about Magic the Gathering. Sick. Sick, sick, sick. I'm a big Magic head. I just played some this weekend. Yo, what up, Dania? Good to see you today. Good morning, Sith Angel. Chicken Tendos. Good to see y'all here today. I got an itchy nose this morning. I'm gonna have to do something about it eventually. All right, let's lock in, baby. Let's lock in. Sound off Monday morning show enthusiast. What up, Chicken Tendos? Welcome to the show, baby. True Path is totally worth it. Final sequence is really good. Goes on longer than you expect. Yeah, we watched the video and like the video was 2 hours long. And like the section for just the true ending was like an hour and a half of the video. So like I kind of got the gist of that like right away. What up, Adelaide Kate? Good morning. Welcome to the show today. Jelly the Gamer Mom, welcome in here. Skylar Roberts. My weekend was all right. Thank you for asking. You celebrated your birthday? Yo, happy birthday to Mrs. Pirate. Did we what? You can't just sneak in here after your birthday and then just drop it casually, dude. What the heck? I was locked in on the Splatoon Raiders collab Splatfest. Nice. We got the Splatfest, dude. Nice. What up, Yarn Lurk? Good morning, Effie Apples. Miss Pirate, dude, I hope you had a great birthday. I hope you celebrated yourself, dude. I hope you had a good time, whatever you did. I'd love to hear what you got into. Weekend was good. My cat woke me up at 3 a.m. Yeah, mine woke me up at 6. I forgot to give her dry food. And then I think she ate the dry food so fast because she was so hungry that she made herself throw up a little bit. My cat likes to eat really, really fast. She doesn't fall too far from the human tree in that regard. I think sometimes she just gobbles up way too fast. And like, I think in this case, because she was just really hungry. So I don't know. I feel bad though. I'm sure she's okay. I'm sure she's sleeping now. She's snoozing. Did a lot of swimming, dude. Swimming's the vibe right now. Swimming's the vibe, dude. I was just talking to buddies about swimming, man. I'm all about that life. Surprise moment in the final battle got me really good. I was salty before I realized. Would a food timer help? No, I'm okay. I just happened to forget last night once. I'm not that irresponsible of a cat owner. In fact, I shouldn't even have mentioned it because the last thing I want to do is my community to think that I'm an idiot. I literally just forgot once. All right. Going to watch this lovely stream and play some Power World. And when my phone is done charging, I will do some Pokemon Go. Nice, dude. Did anybody enjoy Pokemon Go Fest this weekend? I didn't do any of it. I just don't play Pokemon Go anymore.
This community. I love all the good vibes. Happy start of the week, friends.
Yo, dude, cheers. Thanks for the 2-month primer. That's technically the second sub of the day. So E-Talker, first sub of the day. Actually, Rainy Mystic, 4 hours before we went live. 4 hours before we went live here. Put the 54-month resub.
I feel like giving Twitch money, so here's $5 instead of a sub.
Oh, thanks, dude. Thank you, man. That was very kind of you. Thank you, Mistake, for the $5 donation. Thank you, Anne Marie, for the 2-month primer. I appreciate you. I've had a dog for 25 years. I've definitely forgotten a few times. Yeah, they'll be okay. You know, she eats at 6 p.m. every night. And then usually before I go to bed, I fill up her bowl with dry food because she likes to graze. And then she eats throughout the night. And then usually I don't put food in her dry bowl again until the next night at 9 p.m. But sometimes I'll do half and half because it's been dry. It's like humid, and I'm sure the food is getting like a worse consistency sitting out in like 85-degree humidity. You know, well, I guess 75-degree in my house. So I've been doing like half and half, and I'll like kind of give her a little bit of a lighter bowl, and then I'll fill it up again around like noon or maybe at the end of my show. So she's well taken care of. But usually it's just a big old scoop at night, and then she grazes all the way until the next cycle. She's just a grazer like that. She'll have food in her bowl all day. Like she always leaves even a little bit. Sometimes I end up throwing away some of it or putting it on top of the next scoop. So like she likes to graze. She likes to eat slowly throughout the day. So that's her vibe. And then I give her a little quarter of a can of wet food at nighttime, and at 6 p.m. and she gets a little treat. So my cat can't graze. He'll eat it all at once. Yeah. Like that's what she did today because I forgot to give her food last night. She like scarfed half the freaking bowl up in one sitting, trying to make up for the fact that she didn't get to graze overnight. And then I think she made herself a little sick. So yeah, I felt really bad for her that I did that to her. That's my bad. I prefer Pikmin Blue to Pokemon Go. Yeah, I'm just not a Pokemon Go guy. I just don't pull my phone out on walks, you know? It's not my vibe, dude. Thank you for Epic Mimikyu for 65 months. And thank you again, Anne Marie. I feel lucky that my dog Leo regulates his eating. Yeah. I feel lucky too that for the most part, Midna will regulate her eating very healthily. And that's why I don't normally have to think about it. It was the first time I've ever seen her do this to herself. She must have just been real hungry. She has been playing a lot with me though, so maybe I just tuckered her out. What's up, Tara from Gaia? Good to see you today. Spartan Leonidas, welcome to the broadcast. Casino Roy, good morning. Ham Labs, good to see you today. And welcome to the broadcast. Hope you had a best day off. It was chill. I took a day off. I was just doing preventative measures because I messed up my schedule. So, and I wasn't mentally prepared to stream for like 7 or 8 days in a row. I didn't like mentally prepare for that this week. So it was just a matter of, am I going to do an impromptu 7 or 8 days in a row, or am I just going to take a day off and just do 5 like I kind of planned in the middle of the week? So because I messed up my schedule for taking off Sunday, Monday last week, I had to make a decision. Like, was this the week I was going to do 7 or 8 in a row to fix my schedule back to taking off Tuesday, Wednesday type vibe? Or did I want to just take the day off? So this week here is my long week. So now I'll be streaming from today until next Monday or Tuesday to kind of mix it, which is not bad. It's not bad. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yeah. I know it's not a big deal. And I know it's not a big deal. I know. Sorry if I offended you. Yeah, that's all right. It just, we're not always looking for solutions, you know? I think one of the most beautiful things is how helpful this community tries to be. But in life, we're not always looking for solutions to our problems. We're just looking to vent about them. And I think sometimes viewers forget that. So like, I'll give you an example of this, right? So like, I know somebody in my life who has a coworker who always tries to solve problems. So when they vent to this coworker about having a rough day, instead of the coworker being like, oh man, that really sucks, dude, I've been there, they go, oh wow, I mean, that really, you know, why don't you try doing this, this, and this? And you know, when I do this, when I'm feeling that way, and then they try to give them like 8 solutions. The truth is that most of the time people aren't looking for solutions when they're sharing a like moment of like frustration or a mistake they made. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's not what they're looking for. Like most time they're just sharing their thoughts, you know? And like when you jump and you try to give a solution, sometimes it can feel like too much. It's like, wait, I don't need a reminder that there's option. Like I'm just complaining. Like I'm just venting. Like you just gotta, you know, so it's a thing, because as a streamer, I want you to amplify that feeling times 100. So anytime you open your mouth as a streamer at all, there's at least 5 people in your chat trying to give you solutions and options. Minimum. I want you to amplify that feeling as a streamer. So if you stream 6 days a week, if you open your mouth at all about anything, you have at least 5 people in your chat like, oh, why don't you just do this, idiot? And you're just like, I know, like I'm not like a child, like I know what I'm doing, like I'm just sharing my thoughts, like like, and this is like the life as like a streamer. It's like you're constantly getting like, you know, advice on, and it's like, okay, dude, like I'm just sharing my thoughts, man. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I know. So then it's tough because it puts you in a position where you don't want to share stuff because you know that that's going to happen. But then the last thing you want to do is not share things as a streamer. Like, well, that's the whole point. Like, we're here to talk and yap and share. So it's like a weird. So yeah, you know, no need to apologize. Just keep that in mind as a viewer. Maybe don't always give advice. Like, we're not always looking for that. We're just chatting. We're just yapping, dude. And I think in person makes that kind of stuff a lot easier to deal with, you know, but through text you lose context and everything, you know what I mean? Like it's all a thing. So I don't ever take it personal. Don't worry. We got a balloon in the Twitch chat this morning. This happens to me a lot at work. How do we know if someone's looking for a solution or just needs to vent? I think you always assume they're just venting, and you always ask first if they need a solution. It's that simple, right? You always assume that they're just venting. And if you're worried that they need a solution, you just ask, hey, do you need any advice on this situation? That's it. Hey, like, would you by chance want any advice? I might have some advice for you. But like, for a lot of people, that's awkward, right? So they don't ever take that step. All you have to do is just not assume that they're looking for advice and just ask first, right? Like, for example, in my Twitch chat, if you really felt like I needed advice for my cat, all you really had to do was say, hey, you know, by the way, I've had that exact same issue happen to me. And how I handled it was I set up a timer for my cat because I'm just really bad at remembering when my cat to feed my cat. Boom. Now, instead of you offering aimless, unsolicited advice, you're just sharing an anecdotal experience from your own situation, and that person can take those words or they can leave it. Think about it. Boom. I just taught you social interactions. That's literally how you handle that in a soft social way. Instead of going, here's some advice that you didn't ask for, you say, oh man, that really sucks. You know, I remember when that happened to me once, and what I did to handle that is I got a timer, but you know, that's just me, dude. Right? Like it's that simple. It's like you never should assume somebody wants advice first. You should always jump to listening, lending an ear, and then offering advice as a way to help. Hey, I could offer you some advice. I do have some, but no worries if not, you know, I'll let you do your thing. Done. That's simple. Welcome to the Monday morning show. I guess you weren't expecting to get, if I had to guess, you probably weren't expecting to get social advice this morning, but hey, you never know what you're going to get from this show. You know, you never know what you're going to get from the Monday morning show. But hey, yo, what up, Chamomile Court? Yeah, I don't ever take it personal. I don't ever take it personal. Even if I do respond to you in a way where I feel put off or something, like don't worry, I'm okay. I'm not over here mad at people. I've been streaming for 7 years, dude. I'm used to it, you know. You want to know who gets the worst? You want to know who gets the grunt of it? Unfortunately, it's my people in my personal life. Because my people in my personal life don't know that I have to deal with this much all the time. So then they'll just casually go to like give me some advice, and sometimes I'll like be like, stop. Like, stop. I get that all day. I don't need people telling me what to do out of stream as well. Like, sometimes that will unfortunately bleed into my real life because I get it so much as a streamer that like I have to like explain to the people in my personal journey, like, hey, I deal with people trying to tell me how to live 24/7. I really don't need you to add on top of that. Like, if I'm venting, I'm just venting. Like, I'll let you know if I need advice. Like, because I deal with it so much on the everyday that I have to like warn my friends and loved ones to like back off. Like, don't add to the pot. Like, you have to realize, like don't add to the pot, dude. Yeah, because I get it a lot already, dude. Yo, what up, Tiggs? Welcome to the show. Listening while I sip my chai. Oh, I could go for some chai this morning. I need a playlist of videos of Hylian imparting his words of wisdom. I don't know. I don't know what it would be. I guess it would be an empathy scholar. I think if there's anything that I have of an abundance of knowledge in it, it's just because I'm empathetic. I'm just overly, I have an unhealthy amount of empathy. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm smart. I think I just know how to feel things, and I've developed a level of emotional intelligence despite my inability to always utilize it, because sometimes you just have a bad day, you know. Yo, we got a tier 2 from Zoldart. Thanks for 64, man. How you doing today, dude? Trying to get the title right? Yeah. I don't know. I'm degreed in it. Psychology. I don't know. Come here, kitty. You okay? You don't ever come in here this early. You feeling all right? Come here. You doing all right, little cutie? She must have woke up. She must have heard me talking about her. Yo, good to see you today, Reading Brooks. Welcome to the show. What up, Chell Dog? I often preface with, I'm not looking for advice. I just want to, yeah. Communication's the key, right? What's up, Eli? Good to see you in here as well. I'm just scrolling up through chat, seeing what I missed. What's up, Lights? Good morning. Casino Roy's in the house. Welcome to the show. Congrats on your Mewtwo. What's up, Dolore? My granny, bless her, gives so much unsolicited advice. I say she backseats life. I spent about 3 weeks with her recently on vacation, and it was a test of patience by the last week. I know she means well, so I never want to upset her, especially because she's pretty set in her ways at 72. Yeah, that's a lot for sure. There's definitely a certain level of respect you have to give. That's like the same way that I do everything I can not to respond to people in a way where they catch an air of annoyance from me in those situations. Because the last thing I want to do is upset a chatter who is just trying to like be kind and be friendly and like give me some advice. So I do everything I can to keep that mask as solid as possible. Unfortunately, I should have drank a cup of coffee before I went live today. So you caught a little air of annoyance in my voice, I guess, you know, like it's hard to always keep that stoic face, you know. It's like sometimes I do just accidentally like, yeah, I'm obviously annoyed, like my bad, like it's like I usually drink a cup of coffee before I go live, but I was pushing it today. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, what up, Pokemon fan? I think chat's heart's usually in the right place. Yeah, right, which is why I'm never gonna get like actually upset or mad about like backseating or advice or anything like that, because it's all coming from a fun place, you know. It's I would rather have people in my chat, you know, trying to give me a little help here and there, than to have a chat of people that are here to be mean to me. You know, like I've seen enough of that on Twitch and I'm good. You know, I'd rather have what we have for sure. You know, I'm not trying to have that kind of chat. So, You're allowed to be human. Yeah, I appreciate the reminder. It's tough. It's tough to be, it's one thing to be a human. It's another thing to be a human in front of an audience. And then it's another thing to be a human in front of an audience and have an interaction that you didn't like necessarily intend to have. You know, it's like a trickle down effect. It's tough. It's like, yeah, you know, be a human, sure. Be a human in front of a bunch of people. Ugh. Be a human in front of a bunch of people and have an obvious reaction to something that you didn't intend. It's like it goes down a train of like, like, so like you can be a human, sure, but you know, it's you know, it's layered. There's layers. Just did some cleaning and laundry. Couldn't do it yesterday since we had a huge thunderstorm brewing around my place. It was such a huge storm that in a local town near my city, their road... Wait, what? That sucks, dude. Dude, that's scary. Their road sinked to pieces? Like, what is that? What? So basically it rained so hard that like the road started disintegrating? Yikes. That's scary. Do you find that you're quite tired when you finish streaming? Oh yeah, because I put a lot of mental energy into my stream. So I don't think every streamer's like this. I think that unfortunately, this is like one of the unfortunate sides of me as a streamer, right? Every streamer probably has their strengths and their weaknesses. So one of my weaknesses is that social energy is way more drastically draining for me as a person. So like I am somebody who has a small social battery. So because of that, no matter the length of stream, when I end my stream, my body like just collapses in tiredness every day. And like if it sounds like I'm being over exaggerating, maybe I am like a little bit, but like at the same time, like not really. Like I don't think people understand. Like I don't talk about this a lot, but like it's an unfortunate side effect of me being a streamer. Like the way my body is wired, that like even a little bit of social activity burns me out really quick, like really, really quick. So unfortunately, even my smallest 4-hour streams, all the way up to my 12, 16-hour streams, doesn't matter. Even a 4-hour stream will drain me to the point of needing a nap / not wanting to do anything else the rest of the day. And it's tough because then it makes it to where it's really hard for me to do anything outside of stream on days that I decide to stream. So that's why like recently this year, I've been taking 2 days off a week for the first time in 7 years of streaming. Before this, it was either no days or 1 day. But I'm taking 2 days off a week now because I can't ever do anything because I have 1 day to recover and then 1 day to be a human. Before, it was just 1 day to recover and I was right back in the hot seat. So I spent most of my streaming journey just not being a human. Like, and my physical shows, like I wasn't going on walks, I wasn't exercising, I wasn't doing anything. And like now I'm like, okay, I have to do stuff. Like I have to take a second day off because I unfortunately cannot only have 1 day a week off because then that whole day is spent recovering and then I don't do anything. So yeah, dude, I honestly am exhausted after every single broadcast, unfortunately. And it affects my personal life. And I don't like to talk about this because I don't want to make it sound like my job's hard. Like, let's just be clear. I have the best job in the world. My job's easy compared to everything else. Probably every single person in this room has a job that's harder to handle and worse than mine. Let's just be real. Let's just make that clear right out of the gate. So I don't like to talk about this because I don't want to ever come off like I'm complaining. It's just, that's not the kind of heart I have. That being said, yeah, I unfortunately chose a career that doesn't quite fit with me sometimes, and I have to be very careful and delicate about how I handle my personal and my business life. Because, like, for example, like being in a relationship, it's just tough because I'm always like mega drained, right? I'm always like just flat, like, so I end the stream and then it's like, you know, I'm not like interested in like going to the mall or going out after my show ever, you know? So it's like I'm in a long distance relationship, so it's not that bad, but you know, that's tough. Like in a relationship that my partner has to identify that like I'm very drained. So like how I've been battling that is like treating myself better. If I'm treating myself healthier, right, and stuff like that, then that usually helps. Also, taking a nap right after the stream really helps. I love like a post 20-minute, 30-minute nap usually kind of resets my energy enough to like be able to like be a human. But like, man, it can be tough, dude. Like I struggle with the energy side mentally. It's all the mental energy. It's not even the physical, it's the mental. And then here's the last thing I'll say about it that I recently discovered. And I just think this is an interesting thing to share for all of you to actually learn from. Thank you, Ryan Perpetrator, for 71. So I'm sure all of you over the past 2 years. Thank you again, Zoldar, for the tier 2. Yo, I see you, baby. Thank you for 64, man. Thank you again, Epic Mimikyu. Thank you, Ryan Perpetrator. Can we get some love in the chat for the support coming in? So I have one more thing that I recently discovered. I'm sure all of you have heard this whole like dopamine conversation and how there's like this idea that like if you use your dopamine a certain way, it can affect you negatively. I'm sure we've all heard this over the past 2 years. This has become a very popular conversation topic in like the health world. And some of it's true and some of it's not and whatever. And you might have to do your own research. However, a lot of research discusses this chemical that we release in our brain as the following. If you do too much of it in the morning, you tap your dopamine tank, and then it's harder to have the motivation to do stuff later. This is like the basics of how this is allegedly works, right? So if you wake up on your phone in the first hour of your day, then you're getting spikes of dopamine, and then you're gonna have bigger valleys, lows, and then by the end of the day, you don't have any motivation or energy to like do stuff, because dopamine is like the biggest motivation chemical, right? So whatever, you do your own research if you don't, whatever, but this is real interesting, and I do believe that there is something to this idea of how you're spending your time and energy. And if you do all your favorite things first and then you go to do chores later, we can all agree that it's really hard to do the chores, right? So you don't have to believe in the juju magic of brain chemicals to understand what we're saying, right? Like if you play video games for the first 5 hours of your day and then get up and try to do chores, a lot of times it's a little bit harder to do those chores, right? It's like, oh, frick. Right. So that being said, I realized that my job is the worst possible job for your dopamine. Think about it. Because I wake up an hour before my stream, 2 hours if I'm lucky, and the first thing I do as the bulk of my day is I sit in front of video games and I sit in front of a chat of people, and I have nothing but like these high dopaminergic, whatever the word is, like interactions, that I get to sit here and have fun and play video games and do all this great stuff, and all this high energy's coming out of me, and I'm on a high and I'm feeling great and I'm woo! The problem is that's why I used to say like after 5 p.m. I'm a pumpkin, because like I end my stream and I'm tanked. I've done all the fun stuff. I have all my energy. I've done all the fun, great things. And then I end the stream and then reality's staring at me, and it's like, but you got to go clean the cat box. You got to do the laundry. You got to go exercise. You got to cook food. And I'm like, wait a second. I don't have the motivation to do any of that. Like at all. Like not only does having the motivation to do something after work sucks, when your work is play, it sucks even more. And I realized that that's actually a thing that I need to consider. I was like, wait a second, this is something that I never considered. Like going to work and coming home is already, everybody deals with that, right? It's like, oh man, this is tough. Going to work and your work is fun, play, energetic activities. And you come home and then you're like, oh my Lord, I don't want to do any. Now I don't want to clean and I don't even want to play. I just want to lay in my bed with my brain off. And that's how I like will spend a lot of my time after stream, is just like laying there in like a coma. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I never thought of this. For 7 years of streaming, I never considered that like my job was even worse for motivation, because I'm having like so much fun, right? Because I'm like having a blast the whole time. And this is like a recent thing that I'm discovering in my soul, and I'm trying to like manage it. So one thing I'm trying to do, for example, is like I don't touch my phone in the morning outside of a phone call with like the partner. I try not to touch my phone at all in the morning. That's one thing. Second thing I'm trying to do is like, I don't want to drink my coffee until I'm like starting my stream, delaying that gratification. The third thing I'm trying to do is like get outside and get some sunshine before my stream goes live. That last one's hard for the winter because it doesn't even get sunny outside until like 7:30. But for the summer, there's actually no excuse why I'm not getting out and going on a walk and getting some sun before my stream. I could easily get some sun on my cranium, and I think these types of practices are probably going to help me and my energy levels post stream if I can start doing some of that stuff before I go live. So I've actually already started developing a plan on little things that I think that I believe I can do to maybe help my energy levels once I go into post stream. And I think if I give myself a little bit more of a peaceful morning, no screen time at all in the morning, go out, go on a walk, touch some grass, you know, maybe even eat myself like a nice structured breakfast, like some yogurt. That's what I try to eat in the morning. I think it would probably help my post-stream coma. Yeah. Yo, Ghost Compass, dude, good morning. And what's up, Hula? Good to see you here bright and early. Would you consider pushing your streams to start later? I have. But I will not. But I have. Yeah, I have thought about a 9 a.m. start, and giving myself an hour of morning sunlight could be a future for my show. I thought about it. I'm like, dude, a 9 a.m. start and then an hour of time in the sun outside and before my show starts might be like the healthiest thing, but I don't know if I'm there yet. I don't want to change my stream schedule. I don't think I have to. I feel like I could work around it right now, but we'll see. But yeah, thanks for asking. I've thought about that. Practicing gratitude, Ghost Compass, dude. Always a good method. Always a good method. What's up, Mads World? Good morning. I was raised work first, play later. Yeah, I'm a play first, work later kind of guy. So I never thought about the fact that waking up and gaming for a living was a bad thing. Because that's how I've always been a play first, work later guy. I've always been that kind of schlub. Like, I don't care. I'm just like, I just want to play first. I don't care. Give me some games and then I'll care about everything else. So I've already been the opposite guy. Like I've already been a problem, right? But I never considered that 7 years of waking up and gaming was a bad thing. I was like, nah, dude, this is great. You know, I never like really thought about it. I never thought about it. And then I recently had this realization hit me where I was like, actually, this means that my days off have to be even more structured. And like, my best weeks of stream are when I spend my days off not gaming. And that's like where this conversation starts to get a little brutal. You know, it's like, unfortunately, the best thing I can do for myself is treat my days off sacredly and don't touch screens, don't touch games, get out of the house, treat myself as healthily as possible, right? So that when my stream days can be degenerate and my days off can be like my healthy days. Like that's really like the future. Like that's what I have to come to terms with, is like gaming in my free time is just becoming less and less ideal. And that's sad because my relationship with gaming, you know, I don't want to not game, you know, but it's like, oh well. Yeah. So I sound like such a punk because I get to game on stream, you know, but it's like, but I really do love some free time gaming, dude. I do. Trying to work on just getting up when I wake up. Yeah, dude, I try not to touch my phone. I'm actually pretty good about it. I'll be real. Generally speaking, my worst habit is probably getting up and gaming. But phones and stuff, nah. TV screens, nah. I love a peaceful front porch coffee cup, you know, cup of coffee. So generally speaking, for myself, I'm pretty good about that stuff. I'd say my worst habit as a human when it comes to this conversation is there are some days when I get up and the first thing I want to do, I don't even go to the bathroom, as I sit down and start playing video games, you know. It's like, unfortunately, I think those days are slowly but surely becoming less and less for me. And like, I need to start doing other stuff in the morning, you know? Oh my gosh, dude. Yo, what up, Druck? Good to see you, baby. Definitely didn't wake up and boot up a game. It's a healthy mindset. Yeah. The sedentary lifestyle. That's the thing. That's exactly it. My parents were old school, but they were pretty spot on. I just don't like having any obligations over my head, so I get them over with. I know a lot of people, that's how they push themselves. They don't like to have things hanging over their head. But I learned the uncanny ability to ignore stress in life. And I'll probably live longer because of it. I'm hoping because I'm hoping that this skill is going to help me live into long years, because I like developed the ability to like be really carefree. And I've noticed a lot of people around me don't have this skill. And I wish more people did, because I see people worry themselves into the ground sometimes about things. And I'm like, dude, like for most of my life, for the first 25 years of my life, I had the ability to just flip a light switch and not give up at all about anything. I called it the fuck it factor. And it doesn't matter. I could have literally not even had money to pay rent, and I would just flip the switch and say, I don't care. And I would just sit there and play video games. Like I'm talking like, this is not the healthiest skill to keep unchecked, because that's how you end up in bad positions. But I do still identify that it was a healthy skill to have, because now I can moderate stress. So because I spent so many years not really caring, now I have the ability to not care when it matters. And I can just be like, actually, I'm just not going to stress out about that. And the only thing that I struggle with is my broadcast. I do let my stream stress the heck out of me. So I haven't figured out, that's what my whole year of letting go has been about. Secretly, to reveal some personal behind the scenes stuff, you know, the whole year of letting go has been about training my mind to stop stressing out so much about my broadcast. Because I spent 29 years of my life not caring about anything, including myself. And then I created my stream. And for the first time in my life, I had something to truly care about. That was mine, that I built, that I created, that mattered, that meant something to me. That meant something to me so much that I was willing to stress about it. And then I spent 7 years stressing out so much that I'm unhealthy. And I realized, like, wait a second, I cannot let this job stress me like this. I need to figure out the balance. And my year of letting go has been all about that. It's been all about trying to learn how to like accept the ups and downs of this job for what they are, and to not stress so much about the future of what I'm doing, because like that's something that happens to me a lot. and like where I'm gonna be at in a couple, like up until I started doing this, I didn't think this way, and so now I'm like trying to balance it all out. But boy, was it a clean 25 years of not giving up about anything. It was pretty dude, it was pretty good. I had a good run, chat. We had a good run, chat room, but now I care about stuff. It sucks, dude. You guys rubbed off on me. Why do I care about things? Now I got a cat. I care about her. Now I care about things. I hate it. It sucks. Oh, yeah. It's been a while, man. Yo, good morning. Welcome to the show, Gukdas. What up, C Bent? How you been, man? You're on summer break? Can we get some salutes in the chat to all of our teachers out there? You guys are undervalued and underappreciated in American culture. And we love you, man. We love you. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Thanks for coming to say hello. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, we're just chatting. We're just yapping. It's Monday morning show vibes. I'm literally just letting my mouth run. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just letting my mouth run. I'm not even thinking about it. What's up, baby? Yo, thank you, Bird81, for 48 months. Good to see you. I try to learn the ways of not caring so hard about everything. There are definitely things to care about, but not every little thing. Yeah. I work from home every day, and the transition from work to free time is very hard, but sitting down with a game in my own time or with friends is very valuable. Yeah, me too. Like, I value my free time gaming so much that sometimes I'm willing to sacrifice stuff like good sleep for it. And that's not always the best decision, and that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier. That, like, at a certain point, I do have to, like, slow down my free time gaming because it's just not the healthiest decision for me to be making. I sit in this chair for sometimes 8 hours a day. It's like, I don't need to be sitting more, like, but I value my free time gaming so much. Like, I still to this day, even 7 years of streaming, cherish the act of sitting down in a room by myself and loading up a video game and letting myself sink into it for a couple hours. Oh, there is nothing better than losing your time in a game. Truly losing your day, losing 3 hours. You blink and the 3 hours are gone, and you've just been immersed in this world. There's no better feeling, dude. It's so good, dude. So it's like, I really do still value that. I really do. I love my free time gaming. Yo, I hope you're doing well today, Altanor. I saw you pop in, baby. What's up, Altanor? What up, Mrs. Will Games? Me on Friday when I took it off. That's so sad. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who. I don't even know who that is. I'm not gonna lie, but it's tragic for any loss. You were watching Bleach 1000 New Year. What is that? Is Bleach like the anime you were watching? I've stayed up late for anime before, for Dragon Ball Super. I also messed up my sleep schedule for Fallout Season 1 because once I turned it on, I was so hooked right away that I watched 5 episodes back to back and didn't go to bed until 2 a.m. Sometimes you gotta just watch, dude. Oh, he was Alan Grant from Jurassic Park. Oh, Sag for sure. Yo, what up, Cozy? No worries, man. You don't need to apologize for not tuning into streams over on YouTube chat. Cozy Ethel, good to see you back in here. No worries. Meow to you too. You gonna take a nap with us? I see you making biscuits. Why don't you take a nap with us? Why don't you take a nappy poo? I spoiled you yesterday, huh? She's always like this after my days off because she thinks, cat's in routine. Like she sees that I was available all day yesterday to pet her while gaming or whatever I was doing. And now she's like, well, what about today, dude? What's going on? What up, Cozy Plant? How you doing today? Welcome to the show. Cozy Plant the tree. Jurassic Park lovers are sad. Yo, Pixie Sky's coming in with 45.
Monday fan.
Good morning. Welcome to the show. What up, Marshmelly and Red Museum? Lucinda, good morning as well. My dogs are the same after the weekend. Yeah. Yo, thank you so much. Hype in the chat. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Monday morning show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities. And we're taking the opportunity today to sit here and yap. I have so much to learn from you. I love the F effect name. Literally need a way to channel my stress elsewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I'm certainly not in a position to be giving any advice, but I guess to share a little bit of wisdom on that, what I've done since I've become a healthy F it factor user, a responsible F it factor user. Before I was irresponsible. I would say F it to things that matter, like quitting a job with having $0 in my wallet, right? Like my F it factor was so strong. More than once, I was able to quit a job with $0 in my bank account and rent was due. That's not good. Don't ever do that. That's not good, right? So I had to learn how to channel it and use it wisely. And the only advice I really have is the weird little mantra that I treated, keyword mantra, that I created when I was a kid. And it was that the past is for reference. The future, it needs to be acknowledged, but you need to live in the present. The past is to be referenced. You learn from your mistakes. Live with no regrets doesn't exist because regretting is how we learn. You acknowledge that tomorrow will be here, and why would you want tomorrow to be miserable? So you have to do things to make sure tomorrow's cool, but you don't live in tomorrow. So stop stressing about everything around every corner and live now. And I gave that, I created that mantra when I was like 12 years old. Yes, I've always been a serial overthinker. This is why I'm bald. All right. So yeah. And that I think is the key to how you manage, if you can start wrapping your head around that, because I think most overstressors are stressing about the possibilities of tomorrow. And it's like, sure, you have to acknowledge and you have to make sure that you set yourself up for success, right? Like a good way to think about it is like playing Pokemon VGC. If you don't know Pokemon VGC, it's this game where you have two Pokemon battling two Pokemon. All right, stick with me. This is a good metaphor. And in Pokemon VGC, there's a lot of random variants, all right? And it's kind of like playing chess where you have to plan really far in the future. However, you can't always plan for the random variants in Pokemon. Unlike chess, you can. Listen, chat room. Life is not like chess. It's like Pokemon. You see, in chess, you can plan 15 turns in the future and you can always be accurate. You can't do that in real life. Real life is like VGC Pokemon, and that while you can plan for things and you can make a decision that is best for later, you always have to be prepared for variance. So while you can sit down and you can say, if I do this thing, it's going to give me 3 positive outcomes and 1 negative, there's always a chance that the negative is going to happen. So yeah, sure, there are things that you can do that are more likely to lead to positive things, but not everything you do is going to lead to a positive outcome, no matter what you do. This is life, right? So what's my point? What's your point, Hylian? Talking Pokemon riffraff? All right, listen. The point is that sometimes you got to just let stuff happen. This is basically the difference between my brain and I've noticed a lot of other people's brains, is a lot of people cannot just let stuff happen. And it's because they haven't been taught that life figures itself out most of the time. Because you don't let stuff happen. You trained yourself to not acknowledge this, right? So for example, when I was 25, I didn't drive and I needed to figure out a way to get down to Southern Ohio to become a manager and to take the management training course. And not once did I stress out from when I found out that I was going to have to figure out how to get to all the way down to Southern Ohio to the point to where I got there, got my management training, and came home an official manager on a salary wage. Not once did I stress out how I was going to figure out how to get there. I just knew I would figure out how to get there. I just knew. In my heart, I just knew that I was going to figure it out, because sometimes I just knew. That's the difference. The difference is sometimes just letting stuff play out. And even if it plays out negatively, does it really matter? Well, eventually I got a hold of a cab company, found a cab driver that was willing to take a big, large lump sum of cab money to drive me down to Southern Ohio. I spent $250. I got my management training. It's like, that is the secret, and it's hard. That's the hardest thing. That's a skill you have to learn. That is not a skill that we all have in our hearts. You have to learn how to just let stuff play out sometimes. Just let it play out. Like, what's the worst that could happen? Most of the time, the worst that could happen is like not even that bad. But you probably think it's gonna, but it's like not that bad. Like I'll give you another example. I just said earlier, another time I quit a job before I had rent, and I said to myself, I'm just gonna figure it out. Well, one time I did that, it worked. And all of a sudden I was blessed, and I figured out a way to continue living in this house and paying rent. I figured it out. I literally just figured it out. But then another time I didn't figure it out, and I ended up homeless, and I was 2 weeks basically living on the street. Both times I just let it play out. I was just like, well, whatever. Let's just see what happens. And like, while that might sound pretty bad, right? Like, oh my gosh, but you were homeless. So like, how is that worth it? Well, I learned a lot of skills, and I'm still alive, and I'm healthy, and now I'm in a better position than I ever was. Maybe that timeline led me here. You don't know. I don't know. Maybe if I would have stuck with that job, kept working, maybe I wouldn't be here where I'm at now, right? I don't know. You don't know. The point is that sometimes you just got to let stuff play out and like not think about it so hard. And then obviously responsibly. And the final thing that I'll say on this topic is like, the key was that after I turned 30, I learned that there are some things you don't have to worry about and some things you do. And that's the difference. Worrying about a roof over your head, okay, thumbs up. I would worry about that too. Worrying about the weather next week, like to some extent you can ignore that. Maybe not hurricanes and heat waves, but you know, do you really need to be on your phone checking the weather every single day? Maybe you could check it once a week. Check the 10-day, make sure you're safe, and then you don't need to open your phone and check the weather and stress every day about the weather. You know, like there's things you don't have to worry about. There's things that you don't have to think that hard about. And I think if you give your brain a break sometimes and don't think hard about that stuff, then it's a lot easier. Yeah, like you don't need to think and worry about stuff that's out of your control, you know? And I think the secret is identifying the stuff that's out of your control. And I think that's the hardest thing for people to do, is to let go of things that are out of their control. That's the hardest thing for people to do. It's like you got to learn how to just let go of things that you have no control over. Like, why would you stress about that? But that's the hard thing, is identifying what do you have control and what do you don't. You think you have control over everything, but you don't, right? And that's the problem, is a lot of people, they turn into mini control freaks, and they think they have control over everything. And it's like, actually, when you really step back, you only have control over like half of your life. Really think about it. Really think about it. You probably have control over like half of your life if you're lucky. You don't have control over your boss and how he talks to you today. You don't have control over the traffic. You don't have control over the grocery store running out of power and you don't get food. You don't have control over your fridge dying and then you lose $3,000, $200 worth of food. You have zero. In all reality, you have way less control of everything that happens around you than you think. So why even pretend like you do? Just control the things you know for sure you have control over, like the things you for sure, like the food you put in your body and like your exercise and the stuff that you can like kind of manage. And then like just let the rest go. Just like peace. It's tough, right? But like anyways, I guess that's the best little piece of wisdom I can give out to the chat room and anybody who cares to listen. From a guy who's mastered the art of it all. It kind of works sometimes. I'm still figuring it out. Listen, I'm still figuring it out though. Every once in a while, old habits come back for me and I get irresponsible again. And I have to rein myself in. And I'm like, no, Josh, you need to care about that, dude. And I'm like, oh yeah, my bad. But it's like, you'll get there. If you guys need any more advice, you know where to find me. HyroGamingGroup@gmail.com. I got all the I don't give up advice I could give. I can give it for weeks. I could give it for months. I could tell you so much about the art of not giving up about anything. All right. Don't be afraid to come ask. All right? Dear Hylian, I was curious. I have a job with this boss I don't like. And he says I have to come in on Sunday. I heard that you're the best with I don't give advice. What do you think I should do? Well, reader, I think you should go into your job and you should tell your boss to sit on it and spin. And then stress out for the next 3 weeks about the fact that you don't have a job and how are you going to pay your bills? No, seriously, stress about money will always outrank stress about everything else. That's a lesson I learned for you. You don't say it to money because money stress is worse than any other kind of stress imaginable. That's the unfortunate thing there. So side note, money stress is never worth it. Take it from me. I've learned that the hard way. Money stress sucks. All right. It's never worth it. No matter what your boss is doing to you. All right. Like to an extent, it's not worth it. That's all email Hylian. Radical acceptance. I've heard that term before. Radical acceptance. Yeah, I have heard that. Yeah. Dell has a sample in one of his songs that is a good summary of this. Things you can do, some can't be done. What's up, extra sriracha? Dude, sign me up. Sign me up, dude. Another reason I hate money in math. I used to say F it all to money, and it's definitely the worst. Yeah, it's the worst, dude. Like, money stress is unfortunately worse than any other stress. It really is. Yo, what's up, Alt075 and Rift, buddy? Good morning. That's something my partner's good about balancing with me. I care too much and he cares too less. So we end up carrying the right amount in the middle. That's what I'm looking for one day. I'm trying to find that balance there. I'm trying to find that. I need the balance. Yeah. That's funny, Taco. This is why Mr. Will takes care of the banking. I have anxiety over money. We all do. You're not alone, man. It unfortunately is just how things are, Even people with a bunch of money have anxiety over money because they're doing big things with money that anybody would be anxious over. So it's a myth that more money equals less stress. We think it does, but we quickly realize that that's not the case. I think anybody understands that, right? Like, so it's true. It's like, it doesn't matter how much money you have, you're always going to be pissed off at money. So just try to learn that it doesn't matter. Like, it's just always going to be a source of stress in your life, like no matter what. So instead of like, there's no solution. So that's one of those things you have to try to learn to let go. It's like, you want to know what helped me learn to like not stress about money as much over my life? And this is such a goofy thing to say, was because I smoked weed. and because of my willingness to go throw $20 and literally smoke it up in flame, that as I got older, I understood that even though the value of a dollar is really important, a dollar shouldn't be so important that you hate yourself over not spending it. Right? It shouldn't be to the point to where you're miserable with money. Why? Like there has to be a balance where you can be happy and live within your means and buy that little treat sometimes, you know? And I learned that because I spent my 20s not saving a single dollar and smoking it all up. And that taught me a weird lesson with money, right? Because it was like, well, if I'm willing to go ahead and just smoke $20 up, then what's the difference between buying a video game to treat myself? So obviously you have to be careful with that mindset. But the point is that it taught me that money doesn't have any power, because really it's just a means to get things that you want. So stop thinking about money and just thinking about your life and yourself and like, are you happy? Because like, it doesn't matter if all your bills are paid if you're miserable, chat. And if that's not the Monday morning show mic drop, I don't know what is. Welcome to the Monday morning show. Right? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point? If all your bills are paid and you're miserable, then what are you doing? Stop and treat yourself, right? Like, you can't live your life that way. Like, and that's the power that money puts over us, is it puts us in a position where we would rather have money in our bank account and be miserable than be happy and a little bit broke. Well, let me tell you, I recently went out with my buddies this weekend. All right. And I started asking all my buddies if they were gaming and stuff. And I felt a little odd because like, I was like, so 3 of us had been gaming and 2 of us were not. There's 5 of us. But the first 2 people I asked, they were like, no, I haven't had time to game. I'm too busy. And I was like, I felt like the loser. But then I asked the other 2 guys and they were like, oh yeah, I've been gaming all day. And I'm like, okay, I'm glad it's not just me. Right? So I'm sitting there at this table. But I started really thinking about it. And I was like, and I didn't say this to them. This was my post thoughts. And I started thinking about how I hope these dudes are happy. I hope the dudes that replied that they're not gaming and that they pushed it off and stuff. The one guy, my buddy Jared, he was like, oh yeah, I'm at the beach and I sold my Xbox and I'm like working out and I'm running and jogging and I'm in a new era of my life. And I was like, dude, that's amazing. I'm like, I'm so happy that you're growing. And then my other buddy was like, I'm working 70 hours a week. I don't have time to game. He's like, I literally just clocked in 70. And I was like, whoa. And in this moment, I realized that there's 2 different types of people out there, right? There's the guy who isn't gaming because he's so busy. And then there's the guy who's not gaming because he wants to do other things. You know, and I was like thinking about this and I'm like, man, here's one of my buddies who he bought a house, he bought a car, he's an engineer, he worked so hard to get his master's, he's working 70 hours a week and he's living through his dreams. I hope he's happy. And for a second there, it made me reflect because I paused and said, and here I am celebrating that I bought a couch for the first time in my life. Look at me. I'm an adult wearing diapers, basically. I bought a car, I bought a couch at 35 and I'm celebrating, and my peers are buying houses. And I had this moment of reflection. I was like, am I like this is bad? Is this something I should be worried about? I was like, dude, I feel like a schlub compared to like this. Like, what am I doing? And in that moment, it hit me. But the difference is that I'm really happy though. Like, in a lot of ways, I'm happy. I'm okay with living within my means. I'm okay with living a simple life and living through my art. I'm happy that I get to show up every day and stream and do this for a living. I relish in gaming is what I cherish. Gaming is my favorite thing in existence. And the fact that I get to sit down and game every day that's my genuine happiness. I am happy. And not a single dollar more would make a difference in that. You could give me $1 million and I'd still be sitting right in here playing video games and talking with all of you. because this is what my calling, this is like where my life has led. This is like what I've been wanting to do my whole life, was to share my passions for gaming. And it hit me in like a ton of bricks that I had nothing to be ashamed of, and I had nothing to be worried about, because at the end of the day, hopefully these guys are happy and I'm happy as well, and we're happy for different reasons. This guy worked hard and he reached his goals education wise, and he got the job of his dreams, and he's an engineer, and even though he's working 70 hours a week, he's still finding time to play Magic the Gathering with the boys, and he's still finding time to go and golf, and he's living great. And I'm over here, I'm kind of broke. I can barely afford a couch. I'm trying to fix my teeth. I'm trying to get a car. I'm living very simple. I'm a humble guy. I live a very simple, humble life. And there's nothing wrong with that. And you see the two differences? While drastically different lives, while drastically different experiences, we could both be very happy individuals. And one person has tons of money and a great job and you know, maybe making over 100,000 a year, you know, some good stuff. And then, you know, on my end, you know, I'm on an artist salary. Let's just leave it at that, right? So it's interesting, and the whole point that I wanted to share that story was, you know, not at one time during all of that, you know, I was reminded that you know, I don't stress over money. Like, I've never been a guy who lets money have power over me. Even if I have learned that you do need to be responsible with money. But the biggest tip that I ever learned about cash in my philosophical journey was that never let money hold a power over you, because it's not the money, right? It's the stuff that you get with the money that matters. It's your happiness and the time you spend with your loved ones, and, you know, buying back your time, they say, right? Like, eventually being able to afford the luxury of relaxing, stuff like that, you know? So hopefully that helps someone. Like, if you really do stress out about money, like, try to remind yourself that, like, maybe something needs to change. Like, if you really do find yourself stressed out, have you considered taking a step back and changing something in your journey? A lot of people get afraid of that, you know, that word change. Like, can step back. Maybe there's something that needs to change. Like, if you're living miserably, dude, like, if you're living miserably and you're really that stressed about money, like, maybe something needs to change, because you probably shouldn't feel that way. There are people out there that are way more impoverished than I am that are probably happier than me. And there are people that are way richer than we are that are probably more miserable. Don't forget that. Like, why would you not want to find that balance and be the person who's happy over having wealth and new things and shiny cars and whatever? I think we all understand this concept. You know what I mean? Like, your time and your happiness should be the most valuable thing. Money is just a tool to ensure that some of that happens. A little bit of that, a little bit of happiness here and there, you know? Hey, it's tough, dude. Thank you so much for popping off with a hype train, and thank you for the 1337 bits. I don't have my headphones in, so I couldn't hear the one. I love this alert, though. This is a fun one. I might have to turn this one up. Yeah, we might have to turn that one up. That one needs to be more celebrated. Thank you for the 1337 bits, dude. Thank you, Parappa, for 35. And thank you, Wowie Tacos, for 4 months. And Kells for the 500 Kells bits. They said, I'm going to treat myself to an alert. Thank you for the Gigantify Gunblade. And then I did miss one more from Pixie Skies for 45. And I wanted to read Ryan Perp's message. He said, chat and the loves appreciate you, Hylian. Don't undervalue the energy you put into your career. Thank you, man. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Thank you. I think that the balance is the key for my journey. Yeah. Thank you. I would rather be tired every day. I'd rather be tired every day than not be doing this for like a living. So like, yeah, I'll figure it out. In the long run, I'll figure out how to balance my life to where I can be the best creator, but also still be the best human and like pursue the things I love in my free time. I'll figure that balance out. Yeah, I'll never give up on that. You know, that's one of those things that I've learned. That's not a good thing to flip that effort switch on. See, I've learned, I've grown. I realized like, no, I should never make any exceptions on my balance of my body, my mind, my body, my temple, body, mind, spirit, soul. Like that's something you can't make an exception on. Your body and your spirit and your temple and stuff. That stuff is so important, dude. Like you can't, unfortunately. Yeah. You can't make an exception on that. So, yeah. What up, man? Thanks for the support coming in. Thank you, Chell Dog, for the 50 months. Yo, good morning, everyone. I hope you can still enjoy some gaming on and off stream. I do. Right now in this current time, I enjoy both. Right now, yes. And my goal is to never have that change. But I did have a conversation with my buddies about how like I'm probably gonna have to start gaming a little less in my free time. I have made that decision. And the truth is that I've done a lot of that over these 7 years. I had huge blocks of time where I didn't touch a game in my free time because I was busy doing other cool stuff, creating content, doing videos, whatever. So this is not like weird, but I did come to the conclusion that like, I think I'm going to start pursuing another hobby alongside cooking to help me balance alongside gaming to help me balance my free time. And I think the hobby that I want to pursue is hiking or music. I think I want to get back into the hobby of listening to music and then maybe even get back into the hobby of making music so that I could have some juicy fulfillment outside of gaming, because gaming is like my favorite thing to do, but I have some other things that I enjoy as well, and I need to remember that, you know. So yeah, that's what we were talking about. Me and my buddy Jared were talking about music and just listening to music and playing music, and it's a good time, man. It's a good time. We got any musicians in the chat? I know some of y'all dabble. What's up, Dusty Bun, by the way? Good to see you. Thank you for the 200 biddies, Ryan Perpetrator. And thank you for the 100 biddies, Armazael, as well. Yeah, we play Magic the Gathering like every couple weeks. We all get together and it's like a board game night, but it's MTG, and it's nice. It's nice. Hiking and music go well together. That's actually listening to music and hiking go really well together. Yeah, even though I do like some nature sometimes. Not a musician yet, but looking into taking harp lessons. That sounds sick, dude. I love that. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Armazael. Leafeon coming in with 50, dude. What up, Flip Toast?
I've been sipping my coffee and nodding along with the convo this morning. H-Day Cozy, thank you for always being the best place to start my day.
Hey yo. Appreciate y'all tuning in today. Thanks for coming and yapping with me. Thank you, Leafeon, for 50 months and for the hype train popping off here today. Thank you so much, man. Aw, look at that, Blood Raven. You got this, man. You're taking one step at a time, dude. You know, I think that when it comes to conversations like this, where they cause you to look inward a little bit and like look at yourself and say, this is decent wisdom from Hylian. Is there anything I could apply this to myself? If you're not doing that, cool. You know, whatever. I'm just a guy. But if you are doing that, always remember to look at yourself honestly and gently and be kind that your circumstance is always going to be different than everyone else's. Don't ever forget that. So, and you know, they say comparison's the thief of joy for a reason. So, you know, I like having these conversations, but as somebody who has a bounds of empathy, sometimes I worry that I might be stressing somebody out there who's maybe thinking to themselves, man, Hylian just described me and now I'm even more stressed because I know that I need to like do this thing and it's blah, 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 blah. You know, just keep in mind that it all starts with a single step, man.
I am
One step at a time, baby.
That what I have had in a box in a cupboard for 19 years may well end up being the rarest piece of gaming memorabilia in the UK.
Yo, what's that? A physical disc? Go! No, just kidding. Just kidding. Why is Pokopia so amazing? Pokopia is pretty awesome. Yeah, I do agree with that. Ghost Compass. What? The 1,000 biddies from Cozy popping off with the hype train this morning. Hey. You keep the money. You keep the money. You keep the money. Starballs with a 31-month primer as well. Getting hyped for Pokopia Wave 1 DLC.
By the balls today, fam.
I'm excited. I'm excited for the Wave 1 DLC. I'm excited. Yeah, I mean, you're not the only one.
Thank you
You
for the
know,
months and months of enjoyment and fun H-Day Wiggle.
H-Day Wiggles in the chat. Are we wiggling this morning? Yeah, Midna's okay. I think she's okay.
Now,
She ate her fast. She ate her food a little fast, and for the first time ever, had a little throw up incident.
made it.
And I'm a new pet owner. So as veteran pet owners, you guys are probably all like, oh, that happens every day, every week, you know. But like for me, it was a scary thing to like wake up and like see my cat have like a reaction to something, you know. I couldn't help but like overthink, and I'm just like, oh no, like what did I do wrong? And it just came down to her eating too fast. She just ate a little too fast, so everything's good. She's great.
82 with the best community H-Day Wiggle.
The app is bugging because I got too hype. Oh my gosh, dude. Yo, Delore, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Starbows, for 31. Yo, Testonomics, good to see you. Yeah, it's unsettling at first. Right, I just needed to wrap my head around it. Yeah, she just ate a little too fast. Then she went back and ate some more and kept it down and went to sleep, so thank you. Tamper. Oh my gosh. You can get a slow feeder. Yeah. To be honest, she doesn't eat fast normally. This was the first time she's ever done that. And it's because I didn't have the food in her bowl last night. I fell asleep I usually feed her at night. And so she had to go the whole 8 hours, you know, of sleep without having her normal food throughout the night. So I think what happened is as soon as I fed her, she jumped and she was just like, yeah, food. She doesn't normally do that. She's normally very intelligent and she eats just a little bit at a time. She grazes. So I want to say this was just a one-time thing and really my fault. But I will consider other options if she needs, but I think she'll be fine. Yeah, she was just like super hungry and it was my bad. Even worse when you're trying to get a 100-pound dog to the hard floor so you don't have to, oh no. Yeah, big dogs, dude, will do that. Thank you for the 82 months, Legend of Tay. 82! And thank you, Delore, for the 5 gifted as well. You absolute hooligan. Thank you for the support, y'all, and good morning. Good morning. All right, let's jump over to the game screen, and then we're gonna get some coffee, and we're gonna jump into some games here today. Just some designing and yapping, and maybe a little media share if you guys want to do a pet pick share today. So get in there and share some pet picks in the pet pick channel. And we're gonna go through some pet picks here in a little bit. I got a nibbler cat and one that scarfs. Yeah, so you have one of both, so you see both sides. Yeah, we'll do a pet pick today, so share some pets in the pet channel if you guys want. We'll check out some pet picks in here in a little bit. I'm in the mood to see some fur babes. Aw, Zane, I hope that's such a memory to have with a kitty. Aw, yo, loving the chat. What's up, Lillian? Do duck babes count? Heck yeah, man. Any fur is welcome. Even the naked mole rats, even anti-fur. Yo, thank you for the biddies gunblade as well. We love a good Triforce. That's a nice emote, actually, with a little shimmer in it. We have these snuffle mat things for our rabbits. I don't have any pets. Will a Tamagotchi work? Yeah. Yo, salutes to the hype train in here. I think a Tamagotchi will be just fine. Thanks for hitting that like button on YouTube, and good morning. If you're joining the show on YouTube, welcome in. This is the Monday Morning Show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities is the name of the show here today. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to run that intro real quick. I'm going to grab some coffee and then we will be right back. All right, let's go. All right. All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the Monday Morning Show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities is the name of the show here. Just chatting with extra steps. We'll have a game on in the background, but we're really here to chat and connect as a community. And apparently today I went into wisdom sage mode for whatever reason. I don't know. Funny, after a conversation about unsolicited advice, I went out and gave a bunch of unsolicited advice. JK, just kidding. I actually don't really consider anything I said advice. It was just wisdom. I'm just sharing my wisdom. Take it or leave it. All right, take it or leave it. All right. I'm just throwing that out there. All right. Anyways, good morning and welcome to the show, y'all. We're just vibing here. We're going to do a little bit of designing if I can wrap my freaking head around it here. But really, we're just here to yap today. We'll maybe do a little bit of a media share. So if you want to share some stuff in the Discord, you know where to find it. It's in the panels below on YouTube in the description, and here on Twitch, !Discord. And you can share anything. You can share some art and stuff too if you would like. But I'm gonna look at some pet pics for sure. The Hylian TED Talk, the Hylian Head Talk, the Yap session, the Monday morning tap and yap session. You have the beard of a wise sage. I hope that it turns white and I can be Gandalf the White when I'm old. That's what I'm hoping. Yo, I see Ham Labs in the house. Welcome to the show, baby. You got your 3DS XL? I did see your message on Discord. Yeah. I'm going to try to catch up on Discord stuff this week. I've been super behind on nonsense like DMs and Gmail. I don't know why I call it nonsense, because it's like I shouldn't be behind on it. I just am. My brain's just funky like that. But let me go ahead and look at your message now. We should start doing Hylian replies to your DMs live sessions. Yeah, we should start doing that. Co-working. Hylian replies to your DMs. All right, let's see here. I don't want to leave Parappa hanging, because I left Parappa hanging on some stuff in the past that I still feel bad about. Maybe one day we could still connect on that, man. That being said, okay, cool. So you're kind of doing your own exploring. Well, if you need, so I don't know what level of Google Foo you're at, Parappa. Everyone has different Google Foo levels. And if you need any help finding information about 3DS modding, let me know. And I will send you the old YouTube videos that I used. But if your Google Foo is around level 7 or so, you probably can find the information yourself. Google Foo me, I'll look for a link. Yeah. Go ahead and do your thing. And then if you need any help finding it, but there's a couple good resources for 3DS modding that should only be a Google away. But nowadays, Google's a nightmare. Let me know if you need help with that, all right? And then what was the other message you said? Do I need a Link to the Past before a Link Between Worlds? Ooh, good question. Do I need to play a Link to the Past before I play a Link Between Worlds? Ooh. No. But I do think you want to play both. No, but I do think you do want to play both, but I think you can play them in any order you want. It's not that big of a deal. You're not going to get spoiled or anything weird, really. Yeah, you don't need to play both, but you don't need to play them in order, but I would play both because they're both worth your time. Yeah, but I think they're both very much worth your time. Yeah, so I would just play whatever one's calling to you first. And you're an old school gamer, Parappa, so I don't have to warn you, but be prepared. A Link to the Past is an old school game. It doesn't pull any punches. A Link Between Worlds is a new school game. It's very relaxing. It's very, chill. It's not that bad. It's gonna be a smoother experience. So also keep that in mind. One of them is going to be difficult and a little long, and you might even want a guide if you're a guide kind of gamer. One of them, Link Between Worlds, lighthearted, shouldn't be too much trouble. You'll probably breeze through it relatively easy. So you got some options there as far as the difficulty curve you're looking for. A Link Between Worlds is criminally underrated, even though it's universally loved. Yeah, well said. That was actually my title for episode 1 on Friday. I'm not sure if you got a chance to see it. It was, this is the most underrated Zelda game of all time. Because, and the best part is, Testonomics, somebody asked, they said, what makes it underrated? And I got to pull up the definition, the Webster's definition of underrated, and there's 2 sides of it. Something that's underrated, and here's the other one, something that's undervalued. I would argue that that's why the game is underrated, because people don't value it as highly as the other Zelda games. For some reason, when you have a conversation about the best Zelda games ever made, we don't talk about A Link Between Worlds, even though we all love it. We universally love it, but we don't talk about it. Underrated. That's what makes it underrated, because it's weirdly under talked about. It's weirdly under celebrated, even though we do all love it. You know, it's an interesting interaction for sure. Yo, how you doing, by the way, Tiger Lily? If you're still vibing here, thank you for joining the conversation, by the way. And Classy Saya, thank you as well. Thanks for your input. Oh, always, man. Always. As an SEO, I can 100% confirm, yeah, Google's a nightmare nowadays. It's a little bit of a mess. Yo, what up, Coffee Sean? I just spend an hour every stream just catching up on messages. Sounds like a regular desk job. I think I need to do that. Over my journey with you, I've seen a huge change in you for the better. If you want to call it more zen, but whatever you're doing, your mental's working. Can we just take a moment here to acknowledge that kind message from Sister Honey real quick? Sister Honey, thank you for saying that. I am an overthinker. And you know, I'm just gonna pull back the whole veil for a second. The truth is that my whole life I've always had what I call the confidence flaw. As I got older, I realized that it's just a really, really, really bad case of imposter syndrome, and I've been fighting through this my whole life. I've always undervalued myself, I've always looked down on myself, and I've been struggling with this my whole life. And still to this day, even in my most confident moments, I'm always looking around the corner wondering if it's actually even real. And while I deal with that and go through therapy and try to become a more full human who doesn't let his past traumas, because it's all trauma, right? It's all trauma responses. It's all things I dealt with when I was a kid that I'm trying to handle. I would actually like to share that all with you one day, because I've actually found one of the cores of the things that led me to that. I know the interactions and the situation that I finally discovered it in my heart. Like, I discovered the reason why I feel that way, and it has to do with my mother and some stuff growing up. So maybe that's a conversation for another day, you know. But that being said, as I discover myself and as I find more meaning behind all that kind of stuff, my stream has been this weird bookkeeping. This weird bookkeeping kind of that journey where, yeah, I'm sure a lot of you that have been watching me for years have seen me grow so much. And as somebody who still questions that, every once in a while, I step back and I go, but have I really? Hearing that reading that in the chat and having you say that to me means the world to me, because in my heart, I know I've grown, but sometimes the reassurance and the affirmation that I have is what a guy like me needs. Like, I hate the word need even, right? But that's what I need. My soul yearns for that confirmation and that affirmation that, like, yeah, you're doing a good job, and a pat on the head, you know? So a lot of y'all just show me that through action. You know, just the fact that you've been tuning into my show, obviously I'm doing something right. So I don't need it always. I'm okay with reading between the lines and reading the unsaid thing through actions. Like, I clearly have a gorgeous audience. Everything's great there. But every once in a while, hearing it is really special. And I just wanted to explain how far that goes for my soul and how much that really meant to me this morning. Thank you for saying that. And I only have more growth for y'all. That's the beautiful part. Sit tight, because I only have more growth. So if you are watching this weird what is the term of a documentary that you write yourself? Bibliography or whatever? Is that it? I don't know. That's all, folks. Anyways, brain fart. Biography, is that what it is? Biography. You know, while you guys are all watching this autobiography play out, that's my stream is kind of a weird autobiography, right? Think about it. all streams kind of are, depending on the streamer and how much they talk about themselves. So in a weird way, you're all watching this autobiography live play out over years. And all I gotta say is sit tight, because y'all are gonna be surprised how much potential your boy has. Sit tight. Because the journey's just beginning. The journey is just beginning. You know, I have so much growth and so much more to learn about myself, and I have so much potential. Like I know. Just sit tight, baby. This whole time I thought you had a Q-tip stuck on your head. Yeah, I read that earlier. Yeah, I know, that was my headphones. Yeah. YouTube chat, thanks for sticking with us here. Good morning, Lao boys. Octopath Traveler and Octopath is coming to Switch 2. Oh, nice. We're getting Switch 2 editions is what you're saying. Well, I'm glad I kind of waited to play Octopath, because now I can get the Switch 2 edition because I already own the original. Yeah, video diaries. Yeah, in a lot of ways they are. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Alt075. You know, I appreciate that. You know, I go out and I try to entertain and I put smiles on people's faces, but
Love that I found my home here, H-Day Cozy.
when I hear about the extra messages, you know, when I hear that I can do more than just put a smile on, but also maybe help comfort you on a bad day, that makes it worth it, right? Like, that's what makes it all worth it, man. Thank you, man. No no upgrade path. There better be an upgrade path. No, he's just cheesing. No. There better be, dude. Yo, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you for the tier 2 for 16 months, dude. There's no way Square Enix would do that to us. No, I don't believe you. No upgrade path, no save data track. No. Not hashtag not my Square Enix. No. Frick. Square would never. I guess I'm playing the Switch version. Yo, what's up, Nugs? Welcome back, man. Did you have a little vacation? Happy Monday, or how was your weekend otherwise? Thank you again, Epic Mimikyu, by the way, for the biddies. Exhaustion for the tier 2. Get some love in the chat. And good morning. Welcome to the broadcast. Appreciate you, loud boys. Thanks for the kind words, chat room. Thank you very much. Shadows Benji, I appreciate you as well. I did see your message there. The knowledge, the wisdom, and the courage. That's right, baby. We're on it, baby. The 3 pieces of the Triforce. We'll call knowledge power, because knowledge is power. So there you go. Easy. I guess I could say I've seen you grow over time. Yeah, you saw my waistline grow over time. Nah, just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, but yo, good morning, Mimi Mimikyu. Good to see you today, by the way. Yeah, but A Link Between Worlds is fun because of the wall technique. Have you played it before, Mrs. Will? H-Des, bruh. Oh my lord. Appreciate you, Shadows Benji. Thank you for all the kind words. I did read all the messages. I didn't read them all out loud, but I did read them all. Work and travel to an unexpected hospital admission for baby Nug, but we're back at the office today. Oh, I hope everything's okay. And it seems like you got some good spirit going on over there. So this week, Secret Sauce Showcase 2026, Convergence Game Showcase, and Zenless Zone Zero version 3.1, the Long Goodbye Special. Interesting. Yeah. On the 3DS, especially when I was running away from enemies, the wall shuffle is such an interesting technique. What up, Jimmy07? Good to see you back in here, baby. Be nice to you or else. Looking for Square's consumer-friendly approach to business? Mod check. You know, I'm not too much of a Square guy, so I'm more of a round. No, I'm not a big Square Enix guy, so I actually don't know what their business practices are like. I'm actually not sure if they're that consumer friendly. I don't actually know. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Star Ocean 30th anniversary. Isn't Star Ocean Square or no? What's up, Crystal Alpaca? Guesses on the next OOT Direct? I'm thinking September. Yep. I'm thinking September we see an OOT Direct, a Zelda Direct, and they're going to drop the movie. They're going to do OOT footage. They're going to do a special Switch 2 edition. And then we all hope more because it is the 35th anniversary. Like, you would think that they would maybe drop like a Wind Waker Twilight Princess or announce something for the future, something. But, you know, Nintendo be stingy with knowledge. He's on a roll. But you better round it up then. Yo, what up, Blue Wave? Doom, doom. All right. I know we're like starting the process of planting flowers and weeds and using patterns. What are we doing here? Didn't we do something in here? Want to play Breath of the Wild? Can I use my Switch 1 cartridge on my Switch 2? Yes. I believe the answer to that is yes. All right, so the only thing I would like to maybe change back here is like maybe the ground. Maybe we put some like dirt to make it look worn and stuff back here. We're definitely going to do more. Maybe we put some old ruined pillars back here to make it look like old ruined technology. Somebody recommended that last time. Let's do that. Let's see if we have any ruined pillars in our storage for this. Does anyone know if we have a release date for Pokopia Update Expansion Pack for August? I thought it was like August 8th or something. Yeah, I thought it was like August 8th. I thought it's early. It's like the first week of... Wait, no. I'm thinking of Fields of Mystria. Wait a second. I'm thinking it Fields of Mystria's 1.0 update. That's like August 8th or 10th. Yeah, I don't know if we have a Pokopia date yet. I should probably look into that though, because I'm really excited to play that. I know I'm going out of town later this month for the first time since I brought my cat home. So I'm like I'm starting to finally feel a little anxious about it. It's like it's finally the anxiousness of the idea of going out of town is like catching up to me a little bit finally. And I'm pretty sure I'll be back like by like the 5th, the latest, if not well before that. Maybe like the 3rd or something. And then we should be good to lock in for a nice hearty August. So, you know, I'm announcing this a little ahead of time, but I will be taking off a little bit of time. I will be taking off a little bit of time here later this month. Because of travel and stuff, it's going to end up being like a 5-day thing, I think. It'll be like 5 days, and I'm going to try to record some YouTube content for y'all for the first time ever. Instead of just being old VODs, I might try to do something special and like record some YouTube videos for y'all or something. Like something cute, like just I've never done that before for a break. It's always just been like old VODs, but I'll see what I can do for y'all. But that's going to be later this month. I'll take off a couple days. I get anxious about that too. Yeah, I'm actually going to pick up a pet cam. Or I'm just going to figure out how to use one of my cameras that I already have. Yeah, I'm going to do some sort of pet cam. I have an auto feeder. I just don't have it. I don't have it set up yet, but I do have an auto feeder, like on a timer. So I'm ready on that. And then I'm going to be taking advantage of my neighbors, hopefully, but I don't know why I would word it that way. I'm going to be kindly asking my neighbors to help and check on her and make sure that she's okay throughout the week. And I also have some friends that I could maybe ask. Yeah, imagine friends that drive that I could maybe ask to pop over as well. Yeah, the ruined pillars are kind of a sick addition to this little... It's perfect. Now you can't get to the Triforce. You have to click on the gate. Leave the TV on for him. Yeah, for sure. Might cave and get an auto feeder this week. Found a double-sided one for our 2 cats, but we also have a slow feeder insert, so it won't give them whisker fatigue. All right, so then the only other thing I'd want to do here is I would love to put like this ruined arch somewhere as like a secret. Like, dude, if I were to break open the cliff in the bushes here and put a ruined arch like right when you walk in, that would be pretty cool. Like, right, you have to walk through the ruined arch to get back here. I would have to remove the cliff. I would have to smash into the cliff a little bit and remove these bushes. That's the only problem here. We spent all that time making those cliffs. That's the thing that I'm sitting here contemplating. It's like, do I really want to reset that? I might. Let's go see what it looks like over here, though. It also might be cool right here. The only problem is it might kind of... So originally this idea, it was supposed to be kind of like a secret cave entrance. But I wonder, like, what if I cleared it up and I could put the arch here as like an entrance to the cave path as well. So we have some options. You started Fields of Mystery this weekend. Hey, Fields of Mystery is going into a full 1.0 release with like a big update coming up. And you should be able to use your same save file. So you actually picked a really good time to join in on Fields. Because within the next like 3 weeks, you're going to get even more content added. And by then, it'll probably be stuff that like will be exciting to check out. You know what I mean? How long will you be leaving? Just like 5 days, probably. I don't know. I haven't planned it all out quite yet. So it's like 1 day for travel, 2 days for rest, 1 day for travel. So probably like no stream for 3 or 4 days. Because I usually stream when I get back, even though I'm tired. And I always stream before I leave because I can stream in the morning. So in theory, I like leave on a Thursday night. I go Friday, Saturday, I come home Sunday kind of vibe. So yeah, it's not gonna be too bad. I'll probably be like 3 or 4 days of no stream. It won't be bad. It's not a long break this time. I'm going to see a concert and stuff. I don't want to share too many details, but I'll share the details afterwards. But I'm going to see some live music and I'm excited. Maybe towards the end of the month. But it has me traveling out of state. Yeah, it'll be cool. I realize that I have to be careful about giving out concert dates and stuff because then people know exactly where I'm gonna be because there's only one concert going one every night. You know what I mean? Like, I've done that in the past where I've been like, oh yeah, I'm going to see this artist on this date. And then I paused and was like, well, now I just told the whole universe exactly where I'm going to be on this date. Now that's not really a problem because I want to get to know y'all. Like, come meet me at the concert, whatever. But like, I should probably be a little bit more careful. Should be a little bit more careful, you know. Boom, boom, boom. So yeah, I won't share the exact information, but yeah, I'm going to see some live music. It's gonna be cool. And then I always wait till after, and then I share after. Yeah, exactly. Afterwards, I share, and then we talk about what I saw, and then it's fun. Yeah. Nobody ever came to see me at the Sasquatch concert. Apparently, somebody was going to the same Sasquatch concert, but I never met him. It was too jam-packed. Too many Sasquatch fans out there. Too many Sasquatch fans out there. Let's see what Sack Squatch has been up to recently. Oh Lord, here we go. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all. Oh, frick, dude. Yeah, I'm going to see a concert. Not, oh, with the girly? Yeah, I'm going to see a concert with the lady. Correct. Oh, that sucks, Pastel Consolation. That's scary, dude. Rick rolling on a Monday? You're gonna see him in Nashville? No way, you're going, dude? Dude, it was a good show, man. Dude, Sex Squatch, is that just you in a costume? Shh, Slay, shh, be quiet. Tell him. Okay, are we about to get a drop? Are we about to get a drop, dude? Are we about to get a drop? Oh, here it goes. Cat jams. Oh, cat jams. Oh. What a funky drop, dude. Somebody said, just don't bring Jack's Link's beef jerky to the concert. Yo, thank you. Pleather Rose, thank you. Ooh, intelligent drum and bass mix. Wait, what? What are you serving me, dude? What are you serving me? Dude, I've actually watched this YouTube channel. I've already liked it. So I was just trolling. Yeah, like I listened to this whole video the other day, and it's probably one of the sickest sets I've ever seen, all done live, all mixed live. And I'll even show you one of my favorite parts. Hold on. Where was it? There was a song in here that I could not stop repeating. Here it is, DJ Zinc. Dude, DJ Zinc Casino Royale. This song, dude. This song blew me away, dude. There's something in this song that made me just... Yo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. All right, hold on. Dude, it feels like I'm playing Bomberman Hero, dude. Oh. Here it is. Dude, this song, it instantly gives me goosebumps. Instant goosebumps. I don't know what it is about this track. I remember when this played, I was like playing video games while this was going. And when this played, I had to go back and play the whole song again because I was just like, what just happened to my ears? This music helps me focus at work. Same. I like focusing to this kind of stuff. Here it is, dude. Dude, I love this transition. And I love seeing it all happening manually. That's the art of DJing, man. Here it comes. It's slowly coming in the background. This is probably the best song from the whole mix, dude. It's so good, man. And then it just rides out the rest of this song. Yeah, I found this dude, Hat Steppa sound system, and I fell in love with him. I've been going down these jungle rabbit holes big time, dude. Jungle and old house music, and I've always been a house fan, but sheesh. Could you drop the link? Yeah, sure. All day, man. I could jam all day, dude. I don't know what it is about jungle drum and bass style jungle. Yeah, we'll jam out on Party and Jamboree sometime. We got a community game night this week. I don't have it on the schedule. Let's set up the schedule with community game night. I forgot to do that. And let's do that right now, and then we'll lock it in officially. It is community game night week. We did not do it last week. It'll be Friday again. Let me go ahead and add it to the schedule really quick. We'll do it Friday again. Night stream. Community game night. And then I'm not sure what we're gonna play yet though. I don't know if I want to commit to anything right now. Obviously Mario Kart World is an option, but last week I did say that maybe we should take a break from kart and we should do something else. So I'm feeling maybe a Jamboree night. A Jamboree night might be really good. What do y'all think? You guys want to do a Jamboree night this week? So Mario Party? I haven't bought Mecha Chameleon yet, but I'm considering it. My only problem with Mecha Chameleon is my problem with all hide and seek stuff is that if I play with the chat, then I have to trust that you're not going to watch the stream. And while that's not the end of the world, like we're just having fun. If somebody wants to cheat, then like whatever. But so in that situation, I would always have to be the seeker, which is not a problem. I don't mind being the seeker. But I guess that's the reason why I haven't bought Mecha Chameleon, because the way I see it is like I don't know. I guess I just take stuff too seriously, and I don't think there's like value if people can just cheat. But then I was like watching a streamer playing it last night, and they didn't care. They were just like, whatever, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm playing with viewers, and I'm gonna hide myself here, and I don't know, like that's fine. Like I guess like if it really doesn't matter, so yeah, we have a media share channel for music stuff. Yeah. We converted the music channel to a media share. It should be pinned. It should be the pinned media share thread. All right. And then I wanted to quickly go and adjust the Twitch schedule as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, do you guys want to do some Jamboree this week? What are we feeling? Morning Squad? This will be for the Friday night. Squad. Let me check the date here. What's Friday? Friday night is the 17th. Yeah, everything should be good. Everything should be good for us to do this. All right, and then we'll take off tomorrow. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of housekeeping. We're going to take tomorrow off, maybe Wednesday. I'm not sure yet. Maybe Wednesday. Then we'll be back Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday into next week. And we'll be doing a long week to kind of reset our schedule here. So, but I'm definitely taking tomorrow off. It's the most ideal day, I think, for me to take off this week. And I also just have an appointment that I made on Tuesday afternoon. So I gotta, even if I did stream, it would only be for like 3 hours. So let's just take tomorrow off. And then we'll be back either Wednesday or Thursday. And then Friday night, we're going to do a night stream. Let's go ahead and add that to the schedule here. And we'll try to be here around 4, but sometime 5 p.m. the latest. And we'll do some Mario Party this week. Mario Party Jamboree. It's been a while since we've done Mario Party Jamboree, so I'm down for this. And then we might follow up Saturday morning with more community games. I told y'all I'm starting to try to do community game night and then following up on Saturday morning with more for those that couldn't be there for the night stream. All right. So I think we'll try to do maybe a little bit of community game night, and then community game morning. We can come back that next morning and do something else. Maybe some superstars, maybe, whatever we want to do Saturday morning. So that's what you can probably expect, is maybe a little bit of Friday night, then come back Saturday morning and do a little bit more. I think that's a really cool vibe, and I'd like to do more of that. So, all right, schedule's up. That pretty much handles it this week as far as my days that I'll be here and what y'all can expect from the show here. Thank you again, Pleather Rose, and hope you have a good time with Sack Squatch. It was a blast. No, I have not decided on the movie night. I keep waffling on the movie night stuff. I'll have to sit down and figure out what we're gonna do with that. I know we have we could push the movie until the I don't know. We could wait for like Wreck-It Ralph to come out and we could like watch one of those movies. I think the chat wanted me to watch something that I've never seen before from the Disney catalog. Was what we were planning next. Yeah, just something from the Disney catalog that I have not watched yet. And there's plenty of options. So I think that's like what we were going with. I think that was the vibe that we all kind of settled on. Something along those lines. Oh, nice little balloon in here this morning. Grab a couple of these flowers. Did you see the special Pikachu? No, I have not, but I heard about the special Pikachu. I haven't loaded up Pokemon Go in a little while. I've been off the Go ship for a little while. I've just been enjoying my space away from my phone when I'm off stream. It's nothing weird, just nothing. That's it. Just usually when I'm going out, I'm just like throwing my phone in my book bag, and then I'll have my headphones running from my book bag into my ears, and I just leave it like that. Saw 6K 18K gold Snorlax necklace for sale. What? What did you just say? Don't forget to add me back. Yeah, that's okay. We use codes for the multiplayer anyways, but I'll do my best to get people added to friends list. As I said before, the friends list stuff's a little messy because I don't have room on my friends list. So like, I'll try to get people added, but it's like weird because I can only have 300 friends and I have to go through and delete people, and I do that like every once in a while. So the best thing you can do is just like send me a request, and then every once in a while I go in and I delete some old people and I add some new people. It's just annoying. Yeah, you're good. You're good. But good thing we don't have to be friends. Good thing we don't have to be friends because we can use codes and you can just put the code in for Mario Party. The friends list only works if you're not hiding offline. I usually hide. I had to fast for 24 for a special blood work this morning, and let me tell you, my boy's squeezable applesauce never tasted so good. Oh, I hope you're okay, Oz. I hope you're okay. Yeah, hold on. I want to go look this up. 6K, 18K gold Snorlax necklace. I gotta go look this up. I gotta go see what this is all about. Yeah, I haven't been doing as much Go. Pokemon jewelry collab. Oh my gosh. Pokemon jewelry collab. Oh my lord. Here it is. Look at this. It's not even thin. It's fat. What? Like, you're really gonna wear this thing around your neck? You're gonna be weighted down. You're gonna have neck pain. Maybe it's not as big as it looks. Maybe it's like smaller than it looks. Dude, there's a golden Magikarp. Wait, there was an episode about this. Dude, Jesse, he warned us about this. No, you don't buy the golden Magikarp. Oh no. Oh my lord, it's diamond studded Pikachu. Diamond studded Pikachu. We are at this point. This is the timeline we are in, dude. This is the timeline we are in. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. This is Pokemon. It's not even fun for kids anymore. They're too busy making 18K gold necklaces. Meanwhile, kids can't even buy the cards because they're being scalped, and the Pokemon Company is seemingly doing nothing about that. What happened? I thought Pokemon was like a thing for kids, and now it's like, what? Gold 8K, 18K necklaces? What happened? You haven't seen Pokemon engagement rings? What happened, dude? What's going on? I don't understand. For the rich kids? Yeah, I suppose. It's true. I guess you gotta have some cash to play Pokemon nowadays. They could print more if they wanted to flood the market. They could do so many things to stop they could do more. Like, for example, they put out some like stupid shop, like some stupid like kiosk machines, but then the kiosk machines are still being gamed somehow. So they need to do more. Like, they should be locking your credit card. As soon as you make a certain amount of purchases, your credit card should just be locked out from making more. They should be telling the retailers who host the kiosk that they need to police them. They should be telling retailers to stop letting people walk out with carts full of stuff. Why is Target letting this happen? Why is Costco letting this happen? I blame them just as much. Why? Why is that okay? Why is that in any universe okay? They just like let it happen. It's like, don't even get me started on the Pokemon scalper nonsense. Between the Pokemon Company and these retail establishments, they all have no spines whatsoever, and they're not willing to step up and stop these absolute monsters from doing this stuff. It's like, dude, step up, managers. You're running a Target, slap these people on the wrist and get them out of your store, dude. And then here's the worst part. The only argument you would ever have is this. Oh, well, but what about their sales? You think that it's not going to sell because you limit it? You're absolutely joking if you think that. So any retail establishment that thinks that they need to sell it all in a bulk amount, like, no, it's gonna sell. It'll just take a little longer. It'll take 2 weeks instead of a day. Come on, be real, right? Be real. Like, there's no reason, dude. It's such a nightmare, dude. Didn't Japan start cutting off corners? Yeah, so like what people are starting to do now is they're starting to remove the plastic. So like, for example, let's say you go to buy a box of Pokemon cards from like your local card shop. What they'll do to stop scalping is they'll rip the plastic off, making it at that point have less value because it's an open box. But I would argue that's BS, because what's to stop from someone from having a shrink machine and then just shrink wrapping it again? So even though that does deter some people, like, sure, that is like a little bit of a deterrent, but that doesn't stop, dude. That doesn't stop anybody. Like, you don't just go and cut the plastic off. Like, that even that is like a weak solution to this problem. Like, at this point, you need to go in there and start opening up all the packs, right? Like, you need to straight up go in there and start cutting all the packs open. Like, all right, you want to buy these? We're going to open every single pack in front of you, and then you can just take the cards. Like, something needs to happen. I've been in the Pokemon community for a while, and I can tell you that when it's been shrink wrap again, there's a specific way when Pokemon does it. Well, I know you can tell that it's been shrink wrapped again, but that doesn't stop scammers though, dude. For example, people get people with resealing of Magic the Gathering packs all the time. All the time, reseals get sold as legitimate, and people get scammed. So what's this, like, you think that every single person in the Pokemon community knows the difference between shrink wrap Pokemon company and shrink wrap your grandma's house? Like, no. So the problem is that even though you're right, it's very easy to tell if it's been shrink wrapped. Not everyone knows that, dude. So these people are still scamming people. And again, I know this for a fact because of the MTG community. The amount of reseals and repacks in MTG that get away with it. And people spend $1,000 on a box and it's completely resealed. So you can get away with it. And again, I know we're talking about like the smallest case scenario, right? Like, it's a deterrent. The resealing that's all a deterrent, right? Take the plastic off, that's a deterrent, but it doesn't completely solve the problem because you can still scam with a reseal. So this is why I think that there should be another step. You can't just be like, oh, well, resealing doesn't. We're like, nah, there has to be more, right? Like, there has to be another step. The resealing's not even enough. I like playing MTG, but you have to be careful where you get your stuff at. Yeah, it's terrible. What's up, Sophie Luhu? I got my first pack of Pokemon cards and a Pokemon binder on Saturday. Nice. So yeah, the resealing definitely isn't foolproof for other collectors, though. I do agree with that. Like other collectors are going to be able to call that trash out super quick. And like, good for the other collectors, but bad for the casuals, right? Like, bad for people who aren't paying attention to their purchases like that. GameStop's way to combat scalpers and resellers is just screw over their collector base. That item is $150 MSRP. GameStop marks it up to $599. No scalpers here, but screw the collectors also. That sucks. MTG, Magic the Gathering, yeah. Taking the plastic off helps me out. My kids don't like waiting on me to get it open. That's funny. Yeah, sure, good. So yeah. It's an interesting conversation. I think that there's a combination of things that need to happen, and taking the plastic off the boxes is definitely a step in the right direction. Don't get it wrong. Like, just more needs to happen. And I blame the Pokemon company. I think that they're sleeping on this way too much. Like, they need to do more. They need to figure it out. And then I blame some retailers for not putting their foot down. And I know that some retailers are, but I'm surprised that there isn't like a policy invoked, right? Like, for example, Target is not a franchise establishment. You guys realize that, right? Like Target's not a franchise. Target is Target. So why wouldn't there already be a law in place that every Target has to follow? Walmart is just Walmart. Why aren't these places putting down laws right away? Like, every Target from here on out needs to only sell 2 at a time or something. Like, You know what I mean? Like that's the part that's flabbergasting to me. That's what I'm really calling out. I know there are some locations here and there, and some people are trying to put their foot down, but it's like, why is not every Target doing this? Why is not every Walmart doing this? Why is not every single retail establishment saying, stop this nonsense? It's like only some of them. Oh, well, some of them are doing, like, why not all of them? Like, why are you able to find a single Target in the universe that allows you to walk in and buy a cart full of cards? That is obnoxious. Like, that is so unnecessary. Because they don't care who's buying it. Right. And that's why I'm calling them out. Because the obvious answer is they don't care. Well, then Pokemon Company needs to step in and they need to say, if you are going to buy our cards, you have to sell them this way. The Pokemon Company has the power to do that. They could say, do you want these sales? Well, then you're going to have to handle it this way. That's why this all boils down to the Pokemon Company. They are the ones that are not doing anything, and it's all on them. That's how I feel. I feel like it's all on them. Yeah, they were just perking up. I caught Mariah's message. Yeah, I caught your message. I was like, oh, they're like MTG. Pokemon just needs to take pre-orders to order. Let whoever wants pre-order / buy, then print to demand. The way everyone has a chance for Pokemon, at least at launch day. And then after that, they can just print the amount they want to stock stores. But at least everyone gets a chance. Yeah, it's it's like not as bad as like some people will make it sound out to be, but it's pretty bad. The scalp, we're talking about the scalper stuff. Like, it's not as bad as some people will make it sound. I think that you still, if you're a Pokemon card fan, you can still get cards, and you just have to wait a little bit after their release. And then usually you can go and get the sets once they stop in popularity. Right? Like, that's what I've heard. I've heard that like most of the sets go down in price. They go to regular MSRP after a little while, and you just have to wait a little bit, right? Like, that's what I've heard. I don't think it's as bad as some people are making it out to be, but it's pretty bad. I only have 2 Magic precons. I don't have anything. My I gave away my whole Magic the Gathering collection, and I'm currently rebuilding. Like, I did a draft of the new Marvel set, and I pulled one of the best cards from the set. I'm pretty sure, and my buddy who set up and organized the whole thing. My buddy set up and organized the whole thing, and I gave him the card I pulled because I was like, man, you're so much deeper in this than I am. What was her name? Hold on a second. Let's see if there's any Magic heads in here. Yeah, her name was Monica Rambeau or something. MTG. Yeah, here it is. Here she is. Yeah, I pulled this card, this mythic, and I also pulled Voltron. I also pulled this other like massive this like Voltron card or something. Starts with a V, I don't know. Okay, so the Monica Rambeau card is actually not that expensive. So they just wanted it for their deck. It's not like it was a pricey card. They just wanted it for their deck. Okay, that makes sense. But it's a really nice card, and I gave it to them. And then what was the other one? It's like starts with a V or something. I have over 10,000 MTG cards. Want my extras? Maybe one day. I'm okay with not being smothered in cards at the moment, but I think one day I'll eventually get there for sure. I'm currently building a deck. I just haven't had time to like actually commit the time to it. We'll end up doing a Hobbit stuff with my buddies for sure. Oh yeah, we get together. Our one buddy always buys a box, and then he offers us packs for sales / for draft. So like we all threw $20 on a collector's pack in the pot, and I was close to winning, but I didn't win. We did a 3-pack draft, and my deck was like decent and started like cooking, but the other decks were just way too powerful, and I kind of got snuffed out. Like real early on, I got real snuffed. It was a 5-player star match. Real early on, I got snubbed, and then I spent the whole game rebuilding. Meanwhile, all the decks around me were just annihilating stuff. And I was like, eventually I got to the point to where I got pretty close, but I didn't win. Yeah, Star Trek's coming this year. Haven't been able to find MSRP for any set in the past 3 years unless I wait in line on a restock day at 5 in the morning. Oh, so is that how people get MSRP? You have to wait in line? I've seen the air tag to the card vendor's van and stuff. I've seen all that stuff. Yeah, it all gets pretty degenerate. The Pokemon degeneracy is unlimited. If anybody watches Moist Critical, you all know how bad it is. Does anybody here watch Moist Critical's YouTube channel where he always goes over the Pokemon degeneracy, Poke Streets? he goes over all the Pokemon and Poke Streets, dude. It's pretty insane, dude. People are crazy, man. Up in the Poke Street, in the hoods of the Poke Streets out here, man, people are going nuts. He has great videos. Yeah, it's pretty funny stuff. I'll be Hobbit drafting for sure. Speaking of Pokemon cards, I saw a really cute video about a Wooper on the official Pokemon Facebook, and I wanted to share it on Discord. I went to YouTube to get the link from there, and searching Pokemon, my algo pulled up some scary YouTube thumbnails from Pokemon pack openers. I hate scammers, really spineless people. I know, right? All right, let's go ahead and grab some pet picks. I want to do some pet picks today. Let's do some pet picks today. All right. Ooh, nice. The chat came through with some good pet picks today. Ooh, dude. Sounds like you have an untapped market, foe. I wonder if all the Pokemon love is regional because Pokemon is literally dead here. I have my kids in all ranges of elementary school and teaching older kids nothing. I'll go to Target and Kroger and the Pokemon stuff is stocked. Wow. I mean, it sounds like you might be in like a very quiet area for the game. I will tell you though that the kids don't reflect anything because Pokemon is dead for kids when it comes to like the cards. To my understanding about the youth, not that I have a ton of the youth around me, most Pokemon card is not in for kids right now. That's just the best way to word it. Pokemon cards are not in for kids at the moment. They can be for some kids, especially with like TCG Pocket, but from all like the aunts and uncles and stuff around me that I've heard, that any kid who falls into Pokemon falls right out of it nowadays and it doesn't really stick. So yeah, I think it is mostly just collectors and adults and people who play the TCG competitively that really care about the cards at the moment. Yeah, it's like it's mostly just the adults and the competitors and the collectors. But like, you know, kids are still going to be into Pokemon, just not as much as you would think. Yeah. Like I knew a young dun who was in the Pokemon for like a couple weeks, but then got into baseball cards. And actually the baseball cards and football cards were stuck more than the Pokemon cards. And then the only Pokemon cards that the kid loves now is TCG Pocket. So weirdly enough, TCG Pocket, because it can be played on tablets and phones, seems to be more appealing to the young duns because it's a lot easier, right? It's like you don't have to ask your mom for money. You just open up an app and you rip 2 packs a day, right? You rip 2 packs, you get some cards, you build a deck, and then it's off. And then you don't have to ask for loot or any. It's like all very accessible. So it feels like TCG Pocket kind of stepped on the toes of physical cards for kids, because like the kids can just open up that, you know, and as a parent, I would be okay with that. Wouldn't you? Like, hey, you want to just rip digital packs, 2 packs a day for free, and then you don't have to take my money? Like, as a parent, that sounds like a godsend, right? Like, yeah, sure, you know. I kissed the cat. Look at this little cutie. This is Maharet. This is Amy Lee on her bench and Poppy. Amy Lee. And we got Poppy here. I'm ready to lock in for some pet pigs. The OG cards always get me. We got Peel. Peel sharing us a nice little void. This looks like a fluffy void. I realize that my cat's pretty fluffy and for a cat, but even though it's a short hair mix, it got pretty long hair for a short hair. I like the little bow. I like the bow around its neck. Cute. Lazy Stoneheart said, sharing a throwback this time. I spent my whole childhood with this beautiful girl. Her name was Tara. Or Tara. She was a few months older than me. My parents got her as a puppy when my mom was pregnant, and she lived to be 17. We grew up together. She was the best girl, and like my second sister, she was so sweet and she loved kids. I still miss her, but we had some great years together. Aw, what a cute picture. Oh my god. Oh, loving the chat, dude. Dude, that's super off-putting, Charlie. What the heck? Just like a super bad printing, I guess. Look at that, dude. All right, we got my cat family from Starling. Wait, you got 3 of these little buttums running around? Tuxedo cat, tuxedo cat. And look at this little one in the back. This one's probably the ridiculous one, the rambunctious one. You could just see in their eyes. Look at them. Ready to tear into some socks or something. That's the troublemaker? Yeah, I can tell. We got Duel Master. Let me make sure real quick. All right. Duel Master hitting us with the pupper, and then I think some ducks, maybe? What's about to happen in here? Oh, I see ducks for sure. You have a black duck, you have a brown and white duck, and then you have just an all white kind of silver gray duck. That's kind of cool how different they all are. Do they ever attack you when you go in there, or are they like lovable? Are they like feisty, or are they lovable? Oh, I mean, we already got the answer for this one. Look at this little love bug. Oh my gosh. Look at that little snout, dude. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Maya is weird. She will only accept feet pets at night. What? Feet pets? My cat hates feet pets. She always runs from me. She's like, get those stinkers away from me. Oh, if it fits it, I sits it. If it fits, I sits. Feet pets. Feet pets. Yeah, my cat hates my feet. They're like, get away from me. They're like, get away from me. Yeah, pet big time. What up, Abby May? Look at this little cutie. Oh, come here. My little cutie came as well. Hi. We're showing off pets, pet pics, okay? Is that all right? Yeah? Yeah? Do you want to say anything else to the chat? Yeah? Uh-huh. What else do you have to say? Yeah? Okay. All right, I'll let them know. That cat is unimpressed on another level. I know. Look at this one. Look at these majestic shots. Look at these majestic shots. Oh my gosh. Just pet pics at the moment. Just pet pics at the moment. You watch Moist Critical every now and then? Yeah, he's all right. He has his moments for sure. So Ziggs, Echo, Thor, and Karma. I think it's Ziggs, Echo, Thor, and Karma, I think is the names of the cats in that order. Very nice. Thank you, Eradicate. We got Leafeon. I had to share this video of my foster babies getting lost in the sauce. Oh my lord. Foster babies lost in the sauce. Oh my god. They're just lost in the sauce, dude. Entirely lost in the sauce. This is what I look like. How did you get pictures of me eating dinner last night? That's the thing I'm not sure about. I'm not sure where you got pictures of me eating dinner last night, but I'm pretty pissed off about that. Don't be sharing pictures of me currently lost in the sauce. What up, super dope? Yeah. We're this is the pets channel. We're in the pets channel. Oh my gosh. What a scare. What is this, Slender Man? What I see at 5:59 a.m. What a scare. I'm Batman. Slender Cat. Terrifying. Terrifying. Coco says, hello there. It would seem that you would like to provide a picture to your Twitch community, and I would be happy to oblige. Just please make sure you get my good side, darling. Yes, the art of photography. Yes, another blessing, another great photo down. You see, I'm not quite dressed for this occasion, but I suppose I could let you take a quick pic or two. Brielvasaur says, this is Akira, or Kiki as my son calls her. I've shared her here before. She just turned 9 this year. She's such a lover. Akira, holy heck, what a floof, dude. Oh my god. Holy heck. Holy heck, what a doggo. That's a cute dog, man. That's a cute dog, man. Oh, nice. Blood Raven with the pic shares as well. Millie was helping me design in Pocopia. Little Millie trying to help game. My cat hasn't picked up gaming yet, but she'll get there. She'll get there. She hasn't picked up gaming yet, but I'm sure she's right around the corner. Tango and Luma, my babies. Those eyes, they've seen some things. I mean, you could this could be taken as an anger shot, but it's probably a yawn shot. Right? It's probably a yawn shot. Oh yeah, you're good, Blood Raven. No worries, that happens. Yeah, it looks like an angry shot, but it's probably mid yawn, if I had to guess. Tango and Luma. Coffee Sean said, Stella always gotta be in direct physical contact. Aw, that's how my cat is. She always wants to be up against me in some way, shape, or form. Yeah. Aw. We've met Stella before on this channel. Coffee Sean's dog. We've met Stella a couple years back. Glad to see she's in here doing well. Kirby enjoying the rainbow from the window. Hey, Kirby, why'd you eat that leaf? Hey, Kirby. All 075. Dropping a handsome puppers here. No thoughts in that brain. 11 years and still a little jerk. That cat just ordered his breakfast now. You can see, but the butt is touching. You can't see it. Kirby's absolutely tweaking over that rainbow. Yeah. He's tweaking for sure. My floofy boy trying to stay cool during the heat. Yeah, my cat was also stretched out during the heat like that. Just trying to stay cool. Yeah. This is what my living room, I have like a rug that she likes to lay on. This is cute. What a floofer. We have Anne Marie said, my cuties. Bella is the one laying on the blanket, and Leo is the silly goose splooting after coming inside. So here is Bella. Gotta go for now, but I look forward to playing some Jamboree on Friday. Yeah. We'll be here on Friday for some Jamboree. Come visit if you'd like. Come play with us. Community game night, Friday night. Oh, yeah, that's the spot. Oh, yeah. That's the spot. Yeah. Treat. Where? Treat. Yeah. Morning snoozers. Hey, yo. Morning snoozing. A pile of cats. She loves to bend when laying down. Cuddle puddle. No, that's a cuddle puddle. A cuddle pile. That's my Luna. That's every dog's thought, honestly. Look at that. Look at that cutie. The tuxedo vibes as well. Nerdy Nurse said, this is Oscar. Papa Nurse's mini weenie I get to see when I go visit. Papa Nurse's mini weenie. Look at that, dude. I guess sometimes girls do want a short weenie man. See? It just depends. Yes. See? It just depends. Stop streaming. Sorry. I don't want no short dick man. Anyways, I've been saying that for years. I mean, who does? Gina Chan says, Roxy figured out how to get up on the table. Aw. I don't want him. Yeah, it's such a banger. What did I just join into? You know, just a usual Monday. I had you on the radio vibes while driving. But thanks for sharing the puppers. Oh, of course. Yeah, enjoy your radio vibes. Yeah. Of course, dude. Your story with your puppy and just preserving their memory and sharing something like that with the community is exactly why we throw a log on the bonfire. You know, like that's so cool. And we can help you preserve that wonderful memory you have 17 years long with your favorite puppy. You know, those memories don't just go away. You know, those puppies and those pets that we have in our lives stick with us. And I think we preserve them through conversation and reminiscing. And I think that's special. You know, I don't want to over yap on it, but that was such a cool share. Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to share that with us and allowing us into your world a little bit. Yeah. Don't be shy to throw a log on the bonfire. Chat, warm up. Let's get warmed up. Stella is staring outside at the storm and pouting because she can't go outside. Oh, poor pup. Sorry. It's for your own good. Pup. VG Repair. We're into yesterday. VG Repair hit us with the kitty cat. The casual, she's so small she only needs one popcorn. Just one popcorn. When you get caught making out. Wait, what is this? When you get caught making out. Look at it. Look at this. Look at these cats. Look at them. Oh. Oh, that's so good, dude. That's so funny. And then here is Neo with their puppy. That was good. That was a good video. Like, that's a perfect video. At the end, they both look up. Here, I'll play it one more time for those that weren't locked in. Watch. Oh, were the ducks very vocal in that video? Yeah, I'm not watching the videos with sound at the moment. Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. My Whole Heart from Snow Jojo. You love that song? Dude, it's a classic. Classic right here. And then here's a couple pictures we added recently from the Midna vibes. She had a couple new ones. I tried to take a couple more stoic shots of her kind of doing her thing, you know? Kind of doing her thing, being a little cutie. He has never slept on me until right now. He's holding on to my leg. Aw, damn perp. He came to sleep on you. He heard about Midna and he wanted to see what it was like. That's super cute. He's surveying his kingdom. Survey he shall. Here, let's go to the bottom and see if anybody posted late. I'm sure some of y'all did. All right, so we're back here at the bottom of the chat. And we'll start here. We always get a couple late posters. I can't go through all of them, by the way, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best here. All right, so it looks like we're starting here for the late posters. So Johnny said this is Loki. This cat, dude. Or sorry, this dog. Excuse me. This dog, dude. Look at this dog. He's good. He's a good looking dog here. He has been in my lap, but never felt safe enough to fall asleep until 8 years into our friendship. Look at this little dude. All right. The girls' sisters snuggle right after waking up. Dude, my cat looks like this when she wakes up. She always has this like there's like a real angry, sleepy look. I could always tell if she was full on sleeping because of that, like actually getting some rest. Oh, speaking of ducks, hey, I didn't think we would see 2 sets of ducks today. Very nice. Yo, what up, K-Bomb? Good to see you, by the way. Squeaker, Bijou, and Invader Zim. Squeaker and Bijou. Why does this look like the front of a rap album? This looks like the front of an indie rock album. And the album would be called Layin' About. It would say it right up top, Layin' About. And it would sound like Arctic Monkeys meets the Shins. Yeah. Cool. And here's Invader Zim. Rated M for mature. We like a good frog. Lizzie the screaming cat. Does this cat just walk around screaming? She doesn't look too screamified here. I mean, and if she screamed at me from this angle, I would be scared because that's a jump scare. My cat's pretty vocal. Maybe not scream vocal, but pretty vocal nonetheless. This cat is lost. What up, Dr. Peppy? This cat is definitely lost.
Excuse me. Would you happen to excuse me? Would you happen to have a treat?
Has never owned a brain cell. Yo, nice, nice. Pessimosaurus says, don't tell the smelly hubby I posted this, but I got up to pee before the alarm, and this is what I saw. Got him. Mum's the word, smelly hubs. Sneaky Merwell. Oh. Oh. The Paul Lake after? Oh, you little sneakster, dude. My boy Chuck enjoying life. Maggie. Nice. Yo, what up, Twitch Thomas? We got Sammy. Sammy's cute. That's a cute cat. Was that a Korok? No, I don't think it was. My cat does this a lot, where she just puts her like chin on something and like lays there and like looks. My cat does this a lot. It's actually really adorable. Titus says, brand new kitty, Cordelia. Cordelia? Brand new kitty, Titus the Legend. I love seeing you, man. Nice seeing you nice and healthy, man. I hope you're okay, dude. It's so good to see you in here. Aw, look, I love the collar. Sheesh. Oh my god, she's tiny, dude. See, this is what normal size cats look like next to my head. My head's so massive that if you put a normal cat next to my head, it just looks like a kitten. See, this is normal ratio. This is normal kitten to head size for normal humans. I have a fucking Death Star on my shoulders. That's not a moon. Yeah, it's Hylian's head. Oh no, that's not a moon. My cheesy kitty and his dad Axel. They've been best friends since we bought Cheeto home. We brought Cheeto home. This is look at this little cheesy kitty. Look at this. Ah, hey. I got jump scared by that for some reason. Aw. I always like seeing cats and dogs that are friends. I find that to be like super interesting. Looks about 12 weeks. I love that. I love seeing cats and dogs that are friends. I think that's cool. Not sure if we'll all get to see. It has been a hard time. Sir Totes a lot left us in March after almost 17 years. He was my soul cat and slept on my head every night. I miss him to this day. Aw. Let me get some love in the chat for Sir Toes a lot. I wonder if he wrote a hit single about what is it? I wonder if he wrote a hit single about cat booties. I'm not sure. Sir Toes a lot. What a beautiful kitty. Aw. Looks like a LinkedIn photo. Sir Toes a lot, Oreo cheesecake. That's such a good picture. Aw. What a beautiful picture. Thanks for sharing with us. Definitely sorry for your loss, homie. I hope everything is as smooth as it could be with that. And we got a couple more. Just a couple more memories of Sir Toes a lot. I can't get over the name. Oh my god. Bam, 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 bam. I like cat butt and I cannot lie. Did you already go past my cat? I did see VG Repair. Yeah. We did show off your kitty. Gorgeous cat. Counterintuitive. He wasn't a fan of the ribbon. He's pissed. That's good. That's a good one. Trying to work with this freak. That's why Aelith warned me. The other day I was like, oh, I'd love for my cat to start jumping on my desk and stuff. And Aelith was like, you sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that? And I was like, yeah. She's like, be careful what you wish for. That's Tippy. You sure about that? I can't believe he got right between this little area and laid. Like, there's no room there for a cat at all, but there is now. If it fits, I sits. Tippy cannot be alone. He loves people. That's how my cat is. Yeah, my cat's the same. She just wants to always be spending time with me. She's pretty sad when I'm not spending time with her, which I feel bad, but you know. Sammy after a shopping tour. Hey, that's what I look like if I leave the house for more than 20 minutes. I come home like... We talked about it this morning. This is me after every stream I do, no matter how short. If it's a 4-hour stream or an 8-hour stream, this is literally me after my stream. For those that weren't here this morning, we had a discussion about... Somebody asked me a really fun question. They said, are you tired after your streams? Like, how do you feel after your broadcast? And I went into a real fun conversation about... I got pulled back the fourth wall a little bit and talked about how streaming affects me mentally and how it's like way more draining for me as like an introvert, and how like even the smallest of streams leave me feeling like this cat. This cat is the perfect embodiment of exactly how I feel after every show, and either a 20-minute nap is necessary or the whole rest of the day is just going to be this vibe. So usually a nap will solve it, but not always. It depends on how long the stream was, right? But and then we have Sammy in his thinking pose. Oh, you too, Sammy. I do. I also curl up on the floor upside down and think. Yeah, me too. Oh, nice. That's a lie, because if I did that, I wouldn't be able to get up because I'm old now. All right. Nice. Beautiful pet pics. Now, I think I have a couple more, but I need to hide the screen for just a second. We're going to do what I call the stragglers, which is just anybody who posted in the wrong channel, because the last thing I want you to do is to ever feel like you posted in the wrong channel. Because in all reality, it doesn't really matter. You can share anywhere in our Discord. I don't want you overthinking it. Discord is a little bit of a steep learning curve, and the media share channel doesn't always work for everybody. It can be kind of laggy. So if that's you, that's why we have the memes and miscellaneous channel. Memes and miscellaneous. We have the chat room channel where you can just post a picture and say, hey. And then of course we also have the actual pets channel. So wherever you guys are sharing, just get in here and share, and we'll figure out the details later. Now, I'm not going to be able to get to every picture, every session. So, you know, just give me some patience and I'll do my best. And yeah, so that's it. Thanks for joining, by the way, Titus. Always good to have you in here. I know you've been a part of HCG Discord for a long time, but thanks for joining my personal. Love to have you in here. All right, let's see here real quick. Let me quickly go and check. Sorry, my brain is falling out of my ears. Okay, here it is. Let me go check memes and myths real quick. All right, I want to take this. Open that up over there. And then we're going to grab this quick meme. And then we're going to head over to chat room to see if anybody shared there. And then we're going to quickly jump over to media share. And then this is where we will reside for now. And then I'm going to sort this by date posted. And here we are. All right, so first I got a couple outliers for you. This is a random interjection with a meme. It's called Hootie and Defoe Fish. And I just wanted to quickly share this and ruin your day today. Now your day is ruined. You can thank Cozy for that. On to the next one here. We have this cute little fairy circle thing that Boobologist, aka Calico Reese, shared, and I just wanted to share this because I thought it was awesome. I love nature, and they were talking about the mushrooms. They were wondering if they'll get a fairy circle, so just want to share that. And then these are the last two pet picks from the Pets channel that I missed, and this is Mayo, I believe, from Dr. Peppy, right? Mayo, I believe you said. Little cutie from Dr. Peppy getting shared here. And this was one more shared from Gab Cat. And this might be a different cat from Gab Cat, maybe a more modern cat. I'm not sure, but yeah, this is Mayo. And then this one is the last one I saw shared in there. This is Yako. Look at him sunbathing. Oh my gosh, we did see Millie. We did see Millie over there, Cozy Ethel. All right, let's go ahead and do a last couple minute here of the stuff that might have got shared in here instead. And this is now going to step away from just pets for a little bit. We'll do anything in here that looks like something I want to look at. So we'll do pets first, and then I'll click on a couple other posts, and then we'll move on. This was just meant to be picks today, pet picks, but I'll look at a couple things in here. Yeah, just a couple. We'll see. All right, so Coco Miko says, last time was the cute faces picks, but today is the goofing around ones. So we got the cute faces last time. Today we're getting the goofing around ones. Now we're getting the goofing around ones. All right, so we got some goof troop here. Cats sitting in boxes that are too small for them will never not be funny. My cat does this exact thing. When I pet Midna, she stretches her whole back legs out and she goes, "Mah, mah, 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 mah," and she makes all these noises while I'm giving her like nice back massages. These two kitties right here. I like this. They're posing for that. They're posing for you. They are literally posing for you. And then the last but not least.
Excuse me, were you planning on sitting here? Oh, excuse me, were you sitting here?
All right, we got one hot puppy from Crystal Alpaca. This is Mila, and she's 12 years old, but definitely still a puppy. She has not been enjoying the heat at her old age. She's finding her comfy on a cushion here. Oh, I hope that she managed to get through the heat wave. I hope she got through the heat wave okay. I love all your pets so much. I give them 100 kisses. Let's see here. Let's go to VG Repairs crochet project because there's a cat behind it. And this is where we'll start moving a little out of pet stuff, but there's still going to be some other pet stuff in here. This is my first ever crochet project. I have decided to name him Ichi, pronounced Ichi, okay, because it's Japanese for one, and I found it fitting name for my first project. Also, bonus pet pick and your first ever crochet project. Did y'all hear about the Stardew Valley crochet kits or something that recently got announced? Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, hopefully y'all investigate. And then we have Pearl and Baby Otta pins came. I don't know who these people are. Who is this? Who are these characters? I don't know who they are. This is kind of freaky, but I'm assuming this is like a game reference or something. I always imagine cats calling owners peasants. Yeah, me too. The movie Pearl. I'm not hip to that reference. 70 VHS tapes. Got this score from Facebook Marketplace for $30. Look at this. $30 for a massive VHS collection. This is sick. Dude, Bug's Life. Never Ending Story. All Dogs Go to Heaven. Ooh, a little bit of wear and tear. We like that. A little bit of history. Land Before Time. Oh, sick. Oh man, this is such a goofy movie. I've seen this Scooby-Doo movie a lot. I don't like it, but I do. I don't know. It's campy as all get out. some classics, dude. Some classics here. You guys are gonna have to go to this thread and type the classics. My favorite on this list is Land Before Time or Bug's Life or Goonies. Also, I see Hercules. In there. The rarest Pokemon clothing you'll ever see someone in this community have. Pokemon Day Summer Camp. Wait, what the heck is this? What? Why is this not playing? Okay, YouTube. You are a chotch. I want to see this merch. Dude, not the Nintendo D. No, not the Nintendo DS Lite hat? Is that what that is? Pokemon Summer Day Camp. Pokemon Summer Day Camp. This is like the kind of thing from the 90s that like doesn't exist anymore because like some family hosted like a day camp or something, like some church, and they like put together shirts for it, right? Like, or it could be like official. I don't know if it's official. I can't tell. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. That's super interesting. I can't tell. Like, is it official merch? I can't. It's hard to tell. My cats have been reunited thanks to Chewy. Chewy's absolutely the best. I've lost 2 of my older kitties, both within the last year. I got them cremated and I plan to make some resin pieces with their ashes/hair. Today I got Loki's stone in the mail. I can't help but feel like they've been reunited again. Aw, this is so beautiful. What? You're gonna make me cry. What? So you got the ashes turned into stones and like pressed? That is so beautiful, dude. Can we get some love in the chat? I love the Scooby-Doo movies. I like the animated ones more, dude. That is super special. Thanks for sharing this with us, Mossy. And it sounds like they are reunited. It sounds like they are. My kid made the charcuterie board. I'm so proud. Oh, wow. Was this like a birthday party? Wow, this looks so good with all the bread as well. Oh, this was 4th of July. Were you guys celebrating 4th of July? Look at that. Now I'm instantly hungry. Oh, so that's where you guys put me on the big TV, right? That's where you guys put me right there all the time, huh? When you're watching me with your family? Yeah, cool, thanks. Hey, what is this? Grapes and... Is that mozzarella? What is this? No, it's tomatoes. That's cherry tomatoes and mozzarella. I love me some and olives are in there. My brain went to grapes. Why grapes? My brain went to grapes, dude. Why? My brain went to grapes for some reason. All right, I have some art here. I don't see anything you put in here, dear diary. I apologize. Let me see. Maybe I have to leave the channel and come back. Sometimes I have to do that for stuff to appear. Yeah, so your post isn't in here, unfortunately. I'm not sure. Oh, here it is. It was an update from an old post. I just had to resort. Cool. Cool. Wait, what happened? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, this was posted under the Lola. Yeah, this was an old post updated. That's what I thought. Okay, good. So now we got an update to Lola. So Dear Diary says, it's been a journey with the little kid. Lola, we found out she has IBS and anxiety. She's been put on a prescription dog food and trazodone. We aren't getting up at 2 a.m. anymore to clean her crate, but every now and then she'll get excited and have an accident. But enjoy this adorable pic of the baby. Update, we just found out Oh, I'm so sorry she's having trouble. That sounds so miserable. I hope she's okay. It sounds like you're doing everything you can to give her the best possible life and situation despite some of the circumstances, and you can tell. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her living her best possible life ever. And shout out to pet owners that do everything they can to take care of their pets. That's so special, man. That's so special. You can tell she's healthy. She has a healthy coat, and you're doing everything you can to make sure that she's living her best little life. And also, we missed her birthday. We might have missed her birthday earlier this year. Just in case we did, happy birthday to Lola. And also, by the way, no problem with updating an old post, Diary. Like, thanks. Yeah, no problem at all. Like that. Cool. I'm glad you said something. I just have to switch how I'm sorting my filter to recently active versus date posted. And yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's not a problem at all. And happy birthday to the pup again here, even though this was a couple months ago. Even though that was a couple months ago. Yo, absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Currently 6 months. She's in training, and the teacher called her Miss Disney. Miss Disney. Because she's always smiling, trying to make friends. Aw, look at that. We might have missed this one back last year. I'm glad we came back in here to see this thread, because now we have the whole journey in front of us. Look. The whole journey from 6 months to graduated. Oh, the whole journey's in here. I love this. Poor thing had surgery. Oh, not the grumpy, not the grumper. Oh, it sounds like you've been on a beautiful journey with Lola. It sounds like you've been on a beautiful journey. Thanks for sharing with us. Thanks for sharing with us. And let me go ahead and double check here. Okay, recently active. Silver shared some art with us, and we have a first house project from Rosie Poo. So Rosie Poo here, first house project. They said, me and Tony built a catio for our kitties. It was our first DIY project. We thought of the frames ourselves and bought everything at the home center. The cats can get in via the kitchen window, and there's always a door in case we need to reach for them in an emergency. They seem to enjoy it so far. Also, Baby Poo still believes she's a cat. Toddler things, I guess. Oh, Baby Poo, look at that. Dude, I want catio for my cats. I'm going to eventually get some catio for my cats. The fact that you made your own catio is really, really, really cool. That's super cool. Yeah, super, super cool. And then Silbers is one of our local artists, and I've actually been following Silbers art for years now. And like years and years and years and years, I've seen them grow and work through their art. So they were excited to share some art the other day. And since we're doing a media share, I thought that I would quickly grab up some of this art here before I move forward today. But they said, so over the past years, I've improved quite a bit on my art. Here are some of my most recent artworks. The last one is a reference sheet commission in progress. So you guys go. We have a lot of artists in our community, and I love sharing some of the art that y'all put together here. It's always so on point. It's always so on point here. Cute. Speaking of cats. You say cats, sibling for Midna coming? Maybe. I don't know. I think it might be too soon for me, but maybe as I get more comfortable having a cat, giving her a partner would be nice. Somebody to hang out with. The feet blurring. Yeah, Dear Diary said, you ain't looking at my feets for free. You better sign up. You better go to the Only Feet website for that. That's right, Diary. You save that. You don't give them grippers out for free. That's right, Diary. Tell them. Oh, this gives me some Spyro the Dragon energy. Here's some Spyro the Dragon energy. I like that a lot. This is cool. It's really cool to see Silber's progress as they go forward through art. Like I said, I've seen them do a lot of work over the years. I can tell you that the biggest improvement that I can see right away is your line art. Your line work is really, really nice, and everything is just more vibrant. And I really appreciate that. I'm not an artist myself in that regard, but. And then we had a garden update from Lucinda. Nothing better than harvesting 200 bulbs of garlic. Okay, we saw this update. It was just people chatting with each other. And wait, I never got a chance to check out your chows. Wait a second. Strawberry grass shade their chows. I never got a chance to check them out. Man, I'm going to have to go through the chows off stream and really get a chance to look at them. Yo, any Chow Garden fans? Thank you, Iron Phantom, for 2 months, baby. Did you find the Discord? It's just ! Discord in the chat. Dang, you got chows for days up in this piece. How did you get so many rare ones? I don't even know how that works. All level 99. Shut your mouth. The Guardian chows? Dude, I've never even seen these many. Like, I didn't even think you could get this many different looking chows. I didn't even understand. Apparently, I haven't even been playing the same game. Yeah, apparently I have not even been playing the same game. This is great. I'm gonna have to go in my free time and check this out. This is so good. I wonder if Buka has seen this yet. Let me at Buka if they're in here. Yeah, like this is so good, dude. Here, I'll come back and read about this one later. I'm gonna give it a heart so that I can remember and mark it off. All right. Enough of a media share for me today. If I missed anybody, don't take it personal. We'll do our best to share with y'all again in the future. This is something I just do impromptu nowadays so that it keeps the pressure off of it, because it does. I do add a little bit of extra pressure to myself with these segments, and in the past it has made it a little bit awkward for me, because I have a big heart and I start to feel bad that I'm not keeping up with every person, you know. But as we used to say, it's like if I keep going, it'll never end. That's kind of the vibe. Like, everybody who tunes in late, they're gonna be like, oh, you're sharing pets, and then they share theirs, and then they share theirs, and before you know it, it's just 4 hours of pet pics. Now, some of you might think that sounds like a blast, and maybe that's true. Maybe that is something we need to do. But I think that I just want to be clear. I do my best to get to every post when I do this kind of stuff, but it's very impromptu. So sometimes you're going to miss the media shares if you're not keeping up with the show regularly, which is okay. And that's where the VODs are available. So I'll do my best to start maybe highlighting and separating media shares, or I'll try to like maybe put a little note in the Discord like, hey, we did a media share today. So if you missed it, we did share pet pics. So I'll go and do that right now. Maybe that's a really good alternative. I'll just throw a message real quick. Quick note. We did a little media share today. Mostly pets, but some of the media share channel as well. So this way, y'all can like go to the Discord, you'll see the announcement, say, oh man, I missed the media share. Let me go back and watch the VOD and see everyone's reactions to my art or to my pets or to my shares. Right? Is that good? Is that a good alternative? So that way I can keep it impromptu, keep it kind of fresh. And then you guys can just go back and watch if you do miss it. Because I used to schedule this stuff, but scheduling it just puts a little too much pressure on it. It makes it feel like I'm obligated. And like, then that starts to get a little weird. Like, we got to keep it fun and fresh, and my interest needs to be because I want to be doing something, not because I have to. So like, yeah, we're just finding the balance there. So I hope that sounds good, everyone. And enjoy your balloon here. Quick balloon in the Twitch chat. And I do have some DMs to catch up on here. I'm very behind on DMs and stuff, unfortunately. And I have been for about a month. I'm going to do my best to catch up this week. I'm going to do everything I can. So I fall into the weeds quick. It happens. I go from like, all right, I've read every email, I've read every DM, and then like a week goes by and I'm just in the weeds. I'm in the trenches. So I'll do my best to catch up here soon. All right. Yo, thank you, Iron Phantom, for 2 months. And yo, can we get around 11 in the chat for the pet pics as well as the media share? It was absolutely wonderful. Thank you for sharing. The key here is that it wouldn't be cool without all of you sharing that stuff. So not only is that a way for us to connect as a community, and I think it's important that we have that, but also it's just cool to see your worlds and your universe. So I can't stress it enough. Thank you for taking the time to share with this beautiful community. Appreciate that. All right. Are we at the point to where we're ready to do patterns yet? We're doing some flowers. We've been doing some items here and there. I've been starting to work up my weed game here. Let's go walk around the island and see if any weeds need to be picked. Trying to decide how many weeds I want. Trying to decide which ones I want to have fully grown. Yo, what up, Kate Nicholas? Yo, Buka, thanks for 81. Hey, sorry to pull you out of lurk. Yeah, I wanted you to see the chows in the Discord. You're like probably the biggest chow fan that I know, next to myself and like strawberry grass. So, Yo, thanks for 81. Good to see you back in here. Thanks for that. They're so darn cute. Yeah, dude. I hope you've been well, man. We got to catch up soon, Buka. Hope life's treating you all right. I hope your troll persona is doing well. It's always a good time over there. What's up, M and Beyond? Good to see you today. Oh, no fishing rod in the shop today. But you did get yourself a wetsuit, and you got the secret orchid mantis. So you only get that orchid mantis if you have white flowers in your inventory. So very nice secret there. How can I get you on Pal World? I reinstalled Pal World. I got that far, but I've been a little busy. I haven't been able to game as much as I'd like right now. But I did get as far as reinstalling Pal World. And I'm trying to either play with in my free time or maybe play on stream a little bit. I know you said you had a server, but I don't know if you were like inviting just me or if you were inviting other people, but the community has been asking for us to maybe consider opening up another server to play. And it's last time it was like $20, so I might do that here. I might do that here soon. We'll see what happens. Either way, Pal World stuff is kind of up in the air. I'm not like convinced I need to go back to it and play it for like content. If I did, it would just be for fun, right? Like a night stream or something. I suppose if I were to play Pal World for content, I would have already done it because you got to strike while the iron's hot. So we've kind of already missed that bus. That bus has been missed. At this point, if I play it, it's just going to be for funsies. However, it is doing very well for itself, which is pretty cool. It's doing very well. The 1.0 release has brought a lot of Pal Worlders back to the game, which is pretty cool. I like seeing success in the gaming space. There are so many other games we want to play. Yeah, it's like I have to make decisions ahead of time if I'm going to do something for content, right? Yeah, unfortunately, it's like at this point, the bus is already kind of moving out of the station. That bus has been bust. Yeah. Like it's there's mostly anybody who, you know, that the iron needs to be struck hot sometimes. I saw some Pal World gameplay for the first time and it actually looked like Nintendo had a right to be mad. To some extent, yeah. A little bit. You want to join me, that's cool, but my server has other folks, so I can't invite the community. No problem. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. I'd never assumed that you were inviting everybody. You did just extend that invite to me. And I might take you up on that. And thank you so much. And you don't need to feel bad at all about doing your own thing and You can't. Yeah, that's okay. You're not expected to host a server for us, Sister Honey, but thank you. You're so kind, dude. Yeah, no problem at all. I'll figure out that if we're gonna do something. I'll figure it out myself. I just wasn't sure, so I wanted to ask you, like, if that was even a thing before I made my decision. Does that make sense? Like, because if the option was with you, then I would rather just do it with you. But I might end up hosting my own again. We'll see. I kind of want to put this fairy bottle on a rock. Yo, Dr. Peppy, we'll see it. I kind of want to put this fairy bottle on a rock here. I'm going to do that. Gotta go, getting hungry. Yo, Iron Phantom, thanks for popping in, dude. Hopefully we see you around for the next share or just in general. Thanks for supporting my stream, by the way. I appreciate that. We're doing a little bit of designing this morning while we yap. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the Monday Morning Show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities is the theme, the mantra of the broadcast. What opportunities are you going to snatch up out this week here? Sometimes you gotta force them. You gotta push it. You gotta push those opportunities out because they ain't gonna just show up. But I'd love to hear how your weekend was. Are y'all doing all right? Let's get a little check-in with the chat. Absolutely would love to hear how your weekend went, y'all. What did y'all get into? Mine was pretty chill. I played Magic with the boys, and I'm super happy that we got to play Magic together. I really love spending time with them. And I gamed like a tiny bit of gaming. I gamed a tiny bit. I went on a walk, hung out with my cat, recovered. Yesterday, unfortunately, was a recovery day because I didn't sleep because I was up late with the boys. So that was one of the reasons I took Sunday off, because I was tired. So I ended up waking up at 6 in the morning or 7, going back to bed at 11:30 or like real early. Ended up sleeping all the way till like 1 p.m. Like yesterday, brain fart. Yesterday just ended up turning into a sleep day for me. We went to IKEA. Yo, happy Monday, peeps. Yo, what's up, Nisi? Hearty welcomes in the chat. All right, let's do a lemon. Have a nice little bit of dark dirt here. Sounds like you needed it. Yeah, I just slept like all day. Then I got up. I did a little bit of gaming. I made myself some cornbread for like a little bit of meal prep for some soup stuff that I have planned this week. Some good old corny bread. And I did a no milk cornbread. So it was water, a little bit of oil, 2 eggs, and then I did a little bit of honey, and then I did cornmeal, flour, baking soda, salt. So no milk, no cream, nothing like that. And I used a can of creamed corn to make up for that, to kind of give it some moisture, because water won't do it, and the oil, I didn't want to overdo the oil, because oil will help with the moisture as well with cornbread. So because I didn't want to have too much oil in it, I used a can of creamed corn to kind of bring the moisture level back up. Unfortunately, it kind of turned a little cakey, and it's because the recipe I was following was like way more flour than cornmeal, and I guess that makes sense that I was it was gonna have to be a little cakey since there was no milk. And like, I don't mind a cakey cornbread. I don't know about y'all, but I do prefer my cornbread to be more of its own consistency. Like, cakey is not what I would describe a good cornbread. I think a good cornbread is a little bit more dense than that, because it's made to absorb stuff better, I think. So I don't know. I would argue that an overly cakey cornbread is not the goal that you're looking to pursue. Where are you at? Where? So yeah, it came out a little cakier than I wanted, but it was still good. Still gonna be some good eating. Still gonna be some good eating. I do two cups of white cornmeal with 1 cup of flour. Yeah, that's the problem, is the recipe I was following was more flour than cornmeal. And I knew that. So I even added a little bit more cornmeal to the mix, but I didn't want to mess with the recipe too much because baking is a science. So before I messed up the entire recipe by trying to doctor it, I did just follow the recipe and just kind of went with it, even though I knew in my heart that it was going to come out a little cakey. Because I'm starting to understand baking on that level where I can kind of identify what's going to happen. I just buy the box. Yeah, Jiffy. The Jiffy box is great. The Jiffy box is great for cornbread. There ain't no shame in that. Jiffy cornbread is top tier stuff, man. Yeah. I like cakey cornbread, but that if it's with chili, less moist is more. Right. See, I was making the chili to be the base of a soup. Because I'm going to be, well, not chili, but I'm going to be making a soup. And I wanted to have the cornbread be the bottom of the soup. And then I'm going to pour the soup over the cornbread. So I wanted it more dense. Exactly. Whereas if you're just eating cornbread, like just a slice of it on the side of something, I think cakey works. Right? Like, sure. I like dry cornbread. Yeah, I think cornbread is actually one of those things that is very per your taste and your choice, right? Like that's what I love about cornbread personally, is that it's very much like one of those things that can be made 1,000 different ways, and it all comes down to your preference on how you really enjoy it. It can be made 1,000 freaking different ways. Yo, enjoy your training and enjoy your smoke, homie. Appreciate you, Kate Nicholas. Love seeing how far this build has come. Things are finally coming together. We're in the detail phase, which means we're not too far from being done. Right? The detail phase is an important one. We're not terribly far from being done here. But we still have a couple more episodes for sure, because I'm very slow. I'm very, very, very slow with my designing. So we definitely still have a couple episodes to go here. It's going to be a lot of me just picking at it. The real problem is that I'm just not inspired right now. So this is like the best I can do, because I'm just not really that inspired to design in Animal Crossing specifically at the moment. My inspiration in this game comes and goes, you know? So anyways. I don't know. Anyways, I just saw it in my list of stuff that I recently played on stream, and I had to listen to it for just a second, just a little smidgen. All right. All right. Where's that album? Where's the album I'm looking for? Here we go. Some AC multiplayer soon. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'd like to get back to our hide and seek island again. I want to get the heart. Trying to upgrade your life total? Trying to upgrade your life total? Trying to upgrade that life total, dude? I don't blame you for that. Finish the underground storage in Pocopia. I'd like you to check it out the next time you play. The underground storage. How you been, Mandy Roots? Sounds like y'all had a decent weekend. What's everyone been watching recently? The buddies were talking about some shows and stuff. And let's see here. What was the one that they brought up? don't remember the name of it, but don't remember the name of it. Yeah, my one buddy was watching a new show. I was talking to the guys about how I don't really do a ton of watching nowadays, and we started talking about Dragon Ball Super because one of our friends had not seen Super yet, and how we're getting new Dragon Ball Z content here soon, which I'm so excited for. We're doing some yapping about DBZ. The God of War spinoff, Silo shrinking from maximum pleasure guaranteed. The Game of Thrones spinoff. Yeah. What's it called? Dragon something. We've been watching Amphibia. I like the finale of Hacks. Husband played a homebrew game of MTG where all players share 250 cards. Energy and lands and life doesn't matter. Dude, we were just talking about playing that like something similar to that because of the Marvel set. Started an online class to make me better at my job. I'm half dreading it and half excited. Sounds right. Right down the middle. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We got official Alola coming out alert to say, what? The streets? I thought I was the only one that still vibes to them. No. Official Alola. The streets are still alive in this stream. Yeah. Oi. Yes, dude. Yes. We were talking about it the other day and I played some on stream and it's still fresh in my Spotify like rotation. Geezers need excitement. If their lives don't provide it, they stay inside violence. Common sense. Simple common sense. The streets just brings me back to such a goofy era of my life. Let's push things forward. Yes, dude. So many good little lessons in that album, to be fair. Think we see a new AC game in 2027? I'm starting to think that the most that would happen with AC in 2027 is maybe they announce it for next year, but I think even that is pretty unlikely at this point because the year is pretty far along. So like maybe, like the best thing that could happen is like maybe they do an announcement and they say, okay, it's coming out like at 2028 or something, right? However, even that feels unlikely. I think at this point we're just waiting until 2028, and you guys can thank Pocopia for that, for better or for worse. You can thank Pocopia. I think Pocopia and its success put a nail in the coffin of us hearing anything about AC this year, because Pocopia is basically the same genre and the same concept of a game in a sense, right? Like, not concept, but the genre. It's the same like cozy, relaxing, decorating sim, and it's so similar to AC, even though it's not. We know that because we played it, but the people who are buying Pocopia are the people who buy Animal Crossing, and Nintendo knows that, so they're not going to release Animal Crossing too close to Pocopia. They're not gonna mess with Pocopia's sales. So you just need to wait. They're not gonna do that. So now that they've already announced DLC and stuff, you just gotta wait. I think Animal Crossing stuff happens next year after we finish up the 3 waves of Pocopia DLC. They're gonna let that game sit and rest a little bit, and then they're gonna start ramping up next year, and I think we see AC. That's my take. So I think that we need to wait until the end of spring next year before we see anything from AC, most likely. Pocopia just took the spot. It's just the way it is. That's kind of my take on it. So we wait, and we see what Nintendo decides to do, but we wait. Yeah, the next AC will be Switch 2 only. Yeah. If I had to guess, yeah. So you probably have until like the end of 2028 to pick up a Switch 2 before you feel like you have to because of Animal Crossing. So you probably have another year or two before you have to commit. But if the longer you wait, the more you might end up paying, which is unfortunate. So you are kind of getting hit right now with like, if you can pick up a Switch before September, before the price goes up, that would be ideal, a Switch 2. But if you can't pick one up before September, and it's going to go up for $50 in America, if you can't do that by September, then you're at least gonna want to pick up a Switch 2 before the end of next year, because all analysts say the price will go up again by the end of next year. So a better way to think about this is by this time next year, the Switch could be a total of $100 more expensive than it is now. $50 this September, another $50 next year as well. That's my prediction. So by this time next year, you're probably going to pay $100 more for a Switch 2. Probably, like roughly this time next year. So I will say that if you're somebody who's waiting for that game to be announced, now you're kind of battling time. Because if that $100 matters to you, you might want to buy it now for the future. Unfortunately, Nintendo's got you. They got you by the kahunas, and they're saying either buy it now, commit now, or they're saying you pay more later. Like, you have to make that decision now, unfortunately. Even if your budget doesn't like that, like, you have to kind of think about this as clearly as possible. Will that $100 be worse off, and should you invest now? Or can you deal with the $50 increase and give yourself some time to maybe pick it up next year? And you could maybe, just deal with the $50 increase, which isn't too bad, right? That's not terrible. So that's kind of what you guys are looking at. So if you're somebody waiting for that next Animal Crossing release, you might want to start considering what you're doing about your Switch and like how much you're willing to spend. And you remember, because it's not just the price of the console. You're looking at a $60 to $80 game. You're looking at a $100 Pro controller. You're looking at a $500 console, right? So that $50 to $100 starts to add up quick when you also include all the other stuff, right? The controllers and games. So not a fear monger, just a realistic conversation, but nothing to be too stressed out about. Watching the Lilith Fair documentary, doing laundry and loafing. Found out I'm going into PA in September. Lots of DDV. Got credits for Honeyglow. Dang, you got credits for Honeyglow? What did you think? Overall, what is your assessment of Honeyglow Woods? Yeah, the Steam controller looks pretty good. I agree with that. What's up, fancy mom? Think I want to keep my main house there. Silly question, do I need a Pro Controller for the Switch too if I have one for the Switch? No, the only limitation is you won't be able to turn your Switch on with the Pro Controller. So the only difference that's worth noting between the Switch 1 Pro Controller and the Switch 2 is that you can't activate your Switch with the Switch 1 Pro Controller. Like, it's stupid. Like, you can't press the home button and turn it on. That's the only difference. Everything else is pretty whatever. Yeah, like that's it. That's the only thing you won't be able to do. So your Switch 1 Pro Controller is fine, and I would continue using it personally. But if for some reason that annoys you, then you might have to pick up the new one. Yo, thank you for 17 months, Valicia. Good to see you in here. What, the camera for the Switch 2 has GameStop has the camera for $10, and I bought that mother for $50. I bought that for $50 and it's $10. Nintendo! Jerks. And here I thought I was buying a relic. I still feel that way. That I didn't just purchase the camera, I purchased a relic that I hope that in one day, 20 years from now, these bad boys are going to be on the market as a rare piece of Nintendo history. And everyone's going to go, you remember that one time that Nintendo built a camera for their console and then never used it for any games? And basically, you just got a camera for nothing because it's not even being used for any games. And it's possibly the worst gimmick that they've ever created because it's not even being used because nobody gives up about game chat or a camera for their Switch. Yeah, I remember when they did that. Ooh, yeah. Well, guess what? I own one. What? Say what? You own one of those? Yeah. And now it's worth $3 million. Whoa, crazy. So smart that you bought that for $50 way back in the day, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. If I'm lucky, it'll be worth like $100. If I'm lucky, it'll be like $100 at most, right? Like, whatever. Like, if I'm lucky, right? Cope, yeah. 50K unopened. Oh, too late. I opened mine. Rip the Switch 2 camera. 2025, 2026. Shut up. The console is a year old and we're already ripping its gimmick. Yeah, rip. Get this gimmick out of here. It's over. Rip. Nintendo seriously thought people were gonna game chat. I don't know, man. Does anybody know anybody who's ever game chatted ever? Does anybody game chat? Is game chat even a thing? Select friends to invite. Are these all my friends that are gaming right now? Are you guys all gaming right now? Exhaustion, are you gaming? Mio, are you gaming? Elude Fame, are you gaming? Duel, Pixie Rose? Y'all gaming right now? I use Discord still. 2026 is being generous. Yeah, true. I've used game chat a few times, played through a lot of co-op Age of Imprisonment. That's cool. That's cool. I was genuinely not, I wasn't asking like in a rude way. I was asking like in a genuine, like, has anybody used game chat? Because I don't know anybody myself who's ever used it outside of streamers trying to use it when the Switch 2 came out. But even then, streamers don't use it anymore either. We use Discord. I use it. Oh, Mistake uses it. It's weird when the only online functionality is through game chat. I never heard of it. I've used game chat a few times, but not the cam though, but the game chat itself. Yeah, I've never used it. Here, let's I wonder if like this is some people's kids. Like, isn't Duel Master at work right now? Why is he an option for me to call? Am I calling some of y'all out? I was thinking that maybe they are trying to cater to streamers without asking them what they would want. Yeah, maybe. I forget about it, except when I enable it by accident. I wonder if I can give somebody a surprise phone call and see what happens. But I'm worried because now I'm like, what if it's like somebody's kids using their account, right? I'm sure people do that, right? Like, I'm like, I think we called Starbow last time we did this, so it would be. Is this a run back? I think we called Starbow the last time we did this too. Is this a run back? Yo, what up, homie? I don't know if they joined. I can't tell. The bottom of the screen says, did they join or not? I don't know. What up? Yo, sup? Just hang up super fast like in the 90s. Watch it be a baby playing. Yeah. It's like a kid. They're like, oh, who's talking to me? I guess they have to pick up the phone. If they don't pick up the phone, it doesn't matter, right? That's what's happening. I think they're like, it's like a, do they pick up the phone thing? I don't know how that works. You know, I've only used this a couple times. Or it's just randomly talking in their living room. Yeah. Mom, Dad, settings. How does this work? Screen layout, invite Chens to the chat. All right, let's bring someone else in here. Let's invite Lewd Fame. Let's see. Yo, join our chat, dude. What's up? They're like, there's a ghost. Yo, we're trying a game, dude. Get in here. What are y'all doing? We're trying a game, dude. Answer the phone. Get in here. We're trying a game, dude. Why aren't y'all answering? Wake up. No one wants to answer. They're introverts. Hey, get up in here. You can invite more than 3 people. Don't call me. I'm at work. I just did. Does the app work? Oh, Lewd Flame. Somebody answered.
Hello.
Yo, Lewd Fame. This is Highly in Descent from Highly in Descent.
Highlands.
Oh, you know who I am. No, I'm just kidding.
Of course I know you.
Yo,
I
chat.
was literally watching YouTube and
Oh,
eating my pomegranate, and the message popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, I had to pick up.
nice. We got somebody. Well, Lewd, thank you so much for answering. We were getting lonely.
You're most welcome, most welcome. Guys, this is not staged, okay? We promise.
Yeah, and this is not staged. I'll give you that $20 later. Yeah, this is not staged. Not staged.
Okay, well, nice talking to you, Mr. Highlands.
Yeah, you too. Enjoy your breakfast. Thanks for letting me interrupt your day. I hope you have a good day, all right?
Don't be sorry. It's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. We got somebody on the line, dude. We got somebody on the line. I tried to join on the app. It wouldn't let me. It has to be on the Switch. Yeah. There we go. We got somebody on the line. Thank you, Lewd Fame. Lewd Fame's been with us for a while, so I was mostly joking about them. Like, this is Highly in Descent. Like, yeah, like obviously, I mean that's the name of my YouTube or my my Twitch account. You know what I mean? Like Highly in Des. But yeah, Lewd Fame's been around for a while. I think they've been watching us on YouTube as of late. This is Highly in Descent from Highly in Descent. You caught that, Brielle Basor? You want to know the energy I was going for? This is John from John Breaks Bad News. You guys know what I'm talking about? I'm on mine now, but you aren't friends with me. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, John. Is that his name? John? This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I was kind of going for that vibe, but I couldn't think fast enough. This is Highly in Descent from Highly in Descent brings good news. There's Lewd. There he is. Oh, Lewd. All right, we're giving you 30 days VIP for being such an awesome cat, dude. Thank you. This is Highly Sent from Blood is Broadcast. Yeah, there it is. I couldn't think of it. There it is. There it is. Take 30 on the house. Thank you for joining us, dude. Very, very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Oh, and Wavy with the gifted over to Lewd. Well, that was very kind of you, Wavester. Thank you. Bringing them in, badging them up. Oh my gosh, Doug Dibadome? Dude, I just made a reference to Doug Dibadome this morning. Get out of my brain. We just got home from the gym cooking broccoli cheddar soup. Ooh, wee. I haven't made a broccoli cheddar soup ever in my free time. I've never done that. It sounds delicious though. He was so kind about it. I loved hearing his voice. I know, isn't it so cool when you get to put a voice to the name and like kind of get to see a little bit further into someone's universe? It's just special, and you get to see how international our audience is, and it's just fun. It's just super neat. I don't know. I really like those types of interactions, especially when the person doesn't troll, you know, because like that's the scary part. Like I'm sure all the mods were biting their nails for like a second and they were like, what's about, what if somebody just jumps on the mic like, yo, what up? Like, like you do got to be careful. So like you're taking a risk when you just go out there and call somebody, especially someone named Lewd Fame. Like just saying, if anybody on my list was going to jump out there and start talking about peepees and wee-wees, I mean, your name alludes to you being the one, all right? So thank you for not doing that. I'm just saying, like, out of all the other people, there was like a Baxter Bunny, there was like a Mio Art, and then there was a Lewd Fame, you know? Answer it and yell daddy. Was the list the ones you actually have switched to on your friends list, or does it give you the list a different way? I actually don't know. I was assuming that the list was people who were actively online on their Switch 2 at that time. That was under the impression that was the case, but I think I'm wrong about that, because I think maybe instead it's just a list of people who have opted into game chat. That's what it is. So yeah, that's what it has to be, Duel Master. So you just helped me figure it out. Yeah, exactly, Leia. It's people who have verified their number and who have opted into game chat. That's what that list was. So all those people that didn't answer aren't even on their Switch 2 right now. Obviously, right? Like not even close. So Lewd just so happened to actually be on their Switch as well. And it all worked out. Yeah, I was under the impression that it was people who were active, but I think that's wrong. My Switch was off and I got a notification on my phone. Wow! What? The dedication, the Lewd Fame, the legend, dude. What a legend, dude. They let me interrupt their day that much. I would have saw that notification on my phone. I would have been like, who's this highly in dissent idiot? No, I'm just kidding. I would never say that to myself. Never. The app is so good. I didn't realize the app worked that way. So that's why Duel Master tried to answer from the app, because you got a notification maybe. I have the app here on my phone, but I don't have notifications turned on. But I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to turn notifications on so that the next time that if anybody ever tries to call me, I think that's kind of funny. All right, I give you all permission. You guys are allowed to call me on game chat if you guys ever want to, all right? Because I'm never going to give my phone number out to many people, this is a cool alternative. So you guys have my permission. You can call me anytime you want if you're on my friends list on game chat. I might not answer, but you have my permission. All right, just keep it in normal business hours. All right, just keep it normal business hours. The app's amazing for uploading photos. Yeah, the photos stuff is the best part of the app, besides for like the Tears of the Kingdom stuff. Duel Master at 3 a.m. Dude, I have a great idea. What's your friend code? My friend code is right here. Now, my friends list is full at the moment, so there's a little bit of trouble there, but I will do my best to try to clear up some space to get y'all added soon. So I can do that. I'll do my best to clear up some space for y'all. Yeah, honestly, during Mario Kart could be fun. It could be kind of fun to get like a quick phone call while we're playing Mario Kart or Mario Party, and you can tell me how you truly feel about eating my dust versus just telling me in chat, because I'm sure that my dust don't taste too good. It didn't ring. It was just a standard notification. Call me anytime is the most dangerous thing you could say. I always send myself screenshots and vids. Yeah. Yeah, that could be fun. That could be a real fun way to do some Mario Kart. That could be sick. Just don't call during a boss fight, chat. Oh my gosh. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming and chatting with us today. We did a little media share today. We've just been yapping. We've been telling stories. We've been talking about all sorts of different stuff this morning. And we're just kind of vibing here and relaxing with some Animal Crossing. But I hope y'all are feeling good here. Let's grab not Yes Dada. Where's awkward dance music? Here we go. I can't say I've ever tasted your dust. All right, fair. I might have eaten my share of yours though. And that's all right. One day I'll get you. One day I'll get you. I'm on mobile and I definitely did not hear dust. What's up, Panda Breb? How are you today? I don't want to know what's going on over there. I don't want to know what's going on over there. What's up, Panda? How you feeling, baby? Peter Griffin, how far away is the sun? Is that an actual skit? CY fact checkers say this is false. Story time. In high school, the cross country went to an invitational. Shirts they got has a number 1-800-EAT-DUST, and it was a sex line. Oh my god. Wait, what? That is crazy. Wait, what? That's crazy. Hold on. I need to look at the... Hold on a second. I was looking at the number pad to see where the letters all line up. I just wanted to see where all the letters line up, and I don't know. Hylian's new job. I'm not kidding. Oh my lord. That's a Family Guy scene. Hylian's about to call Rocco. Oh, you guys were referencing Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. Yes, dude. That is his job in that show. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. Bam, 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 ba-do-do-do, ba-do-do-do-do, ba-do-do-do-do-do-do. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life. The B-52s were so good. Was that the B-52s doing that intro? Is there any way I can get our interaction clipped? I want to share with my niece. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you totally could. Yeah, here, we can do it together. I don't mind. I'll help you out with that. Here, one sec. All right, let me go back to my VOD real quick. Go to channel. So that clip, so it would have to be in the back end. Hold on, I got you. Easy. Let me go to creator dashboard. It's probably been too long, right? Oh no, you can just go back and clip at any point, because now we have the chance, now we have the ability to scroll past in a live stream. Oh yes. Yeah, let's do it. Let's have some fun. Let's go through the process of clipping here. So we got to go back here. Let's see where we were here. We were probably around here. Yeah, we were showing off the camera. Okay, here we are. All right, here's me calling people like a degenerate. All right, and then Lewd Fame answers. All right, so right around here is where we want to start our clip. Oh no, we want to go past it because it's only going to be behind. It's going to be the behind. Lewd Fame's been with us for a while. All right, so let's click clip right here and see. Wow, it doesn't take you to a new tab now? Dude, I haven't tried to make a clip in a little while of like a stream I was watching. We got somebody on the line, dude. We got somebody on I didn't realize that they changed up how you make clips. Wow. I guess I haven't tried to make a clip while watching a live stream in like a year. I didn't realize that I'm like that out of touch. All right, perfect. So it can only be 60 seconds long. And here I am leaving the chat. It's literally the perfect minute. Look, don't even have to put any work in. Look at this. You can invite more than 3 people. Don't call me. I'm at work. I just did. All right, boom. It starts right around here. Does the app work? Oh, Lewd Flame. Somebody. I said flame because I can't speak English. Lewd Flame. Oh, Lewd Flame. Somebody. And look at the captions say loot. Oh, Lewd Flame. Somebody. Okay, that looks like it's gonna be perfect. Let's start this all the way back. Oh, Lewd Flame. All right, we can go like a hair forward. All right, let's try. Oh, Lewd Flame. Somebody answered. Hello. All right, there it is. And then what's the other end? So the other end is like me just leaving the chat. Perfect, right? So we could go even further on this end just to give you a little bit of extra room to work with, because maybe you want to like the conversation afterwards. So let's see what the conversation afterwards was like. Got somebody on the line, dude. We got somebody on. All right, so like that's good. That's a good way to end it. Who cares? Now I could like cut off the second we got somebody part so that it just ends perfectly if we want to get real weird about this. Oh, Lewd Flame. Let's see. Like we got somebody on the line, dude. All right, so perfect. Flame. So it ends pretty much with dude, and then we'll call this LOODE Fame Answers Game Chat. I don't know. I was gonna try to name it something silly, but my brain, I'm not creative right now. Lewd Fame gets famous by answering phone call. Lewd Fame enters fame by answering phone call. All right, so now I didn't know there was all these extra buttons here. All right, cool. And save clip. Oh, Lewd Flame, somebody answered. Hello. Yo, Lewd Fame, this is Highly in Descent from. At least I corrected myself after. Oh, you know who I am. This is Highly in Descent from Highly in Descent. Yo, chat. Yo, this is Highly in Descent from Highly in Descent. I can't believe I said that. Shut up. All right, here's the link, dude. Here's the link. Here you go. Yeah, from Highly in Descent, Twitch. Yeah. All right, there you go. And that's how you make a clip, everybody. You're welcome. That's how a clip is made. And that's how babies are born. I mean, clips are born. I feel like this is Highly in Descent from Highly in Descent should be a part of channel rewards. You think so? Should I make that a sound clip? We do. Wait, 2 people now? All right, I guess we need to do it. I guess this is Highly in Descent from Highly in Descent. Cubby's one of the deep cut viewers coming in here. Cub's been with me since day 1, dude. And when Cubs speaks, we listen. Welcome to the show today, Cubbies. I know I still gotta fix Goo. I gotta fix that sound command. I moved a bunch of files on my computer because I had to uninstall OneDrive, and then I lost a bunch of files, and I have to like find them again. They're lost in folders inside of folders inside of folders, because that's what OneDrive does to your computer. It puts folders inside of folders inside of folders inside of folders, and then all of a sudden you got stuff that's like nestled in, and it's all lost, and it's. The The same energy as Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. So this is a Wendy's. We used to do clip reviews. Yeah, we still do for the most part. Usually around my anniversary celebrations, I'll do like a clip watching session. At least like, let's say maybe 4 or 5 out of the 7 anniversaries, we've done something like that. I don't always sit and do it though. It just depends on my mood. Just depends on my mood. But we've done that stuff for sure. We could do it again. Please make it happen. How you doing, Cubbies? I hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, we've done a little bit of that kind of stuff. I used to have a top clip of the month, but I couldn't keep up with it. And it was during a transitional period in my show, and I moved away from it. But you might see something like top clip of the month or year come back for sure. It's a good way to encourage clipping also, which really helps because the more clips, the better in this business, right? Especially if I'm doing the right thing and using the clips for outside of Twitch content, then it really helps. So I don't have to go back and clip my own show. Which I don't mind doing that. It's just tough because I don't remember every good moment from the show. So they do offer me a tool where I can click a button and it leaves a marker in the VOD. So I can go back to that moment and like clip it. But it's just a lot of work. Going back and watching my VODs after every show is not something I always have the time to do, you know? Just the other day I was going back and watching clips. I mean, all of them, not just from here. Wink. I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, dude, I love some clips for sure. Just going through some Pokemon Go withdrawal. Went hard for Go Fest this past weekend. How are you? Dude, nice. I didn't know you were a Pokemon Go Fester. Also, thank you, Eradicate, for the gifted sub over to Cubbies. Thanks for taking care of one of my OGs. I was going through my clips over the years. Oh, your clips of the content you watch. That makes sense. Yeah, for some reason I was confused for a second. Thank you for clarifying. I was overthinking. My brain was like, what? What do you mean? Were you watching every clip on the platform? Like for some reason that's where my brain went. Wait, what? You were watching every single clip out there? Like, that's a lot of clips. What? That's a lot. Ain't no way. All right, we're going to turn this into a nice little circle. All right, we're putting the bones here. Creepy skeleton. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful creepy skeleton. Do 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 do. Actually, don't know if I want a ton of dirt down here. I want this path to feel very overgrown. And I want this path to feel like there hasn't been humans walking through here in a long time. Oh, I could fit a bush there. Yeah, I think I want this path feeling very overgrown and as if humans haven't taken this path in a long time. I think that could be cool. Nice. I always thank my clippers. You're definitely an agent of the clip chaos, Random 18. You know how to clip. You know, there's clippers and then there's clippers. Show me your clippers, you know. If that sentence didn't make any sense, that's okay, because yeah, it was like a weird reference to a movie and he's the clip master. The clip commander, if you will. And there we go. Now we're going into more references. What's up, Hollywood? Good to see you today, homie. Welcome back. The stream makes me want to get back into Animal Crossing instead of Moonlight Peaks today. Hey, dude, mixing it up with a little bit of AC ain't gonna hurt you. Ain't gonna hurt you. Had to throw a little bit of Jay and Silent Bob in there. Chef's kiss. He's Edward Scissorhands AF. Mm-mm. I love inspiring people to game. Get your AC on. Armazel. I want this to drop perfectly. Stop. Please. Will you put this perfectly in front of me? Thank you. I think the dirt in front of it as well. Add a little bit of dirt in here. Like it's been worn down with time. Actually, I have a better plan. Wait a second. I have the perfect three items, three patterns for this, but I don't know if it's going to be centered or not. Let's find out. Let's find out here. It's not gonna be centered. It's not gonna be centered. All right, so we could just skip the middle and do left and right. Maybe that'll work. Let's see what it looks like if it's just the left and right here. It might not look good. It might look okay. Let's see. I think it's acceptable. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Let's actually just extend it by 4. And then I think it'll still look good. Let's find out. Now I wonder if I want to run it back towards the pillars as well. I wonder if I want to run it behind these pillars and really... I don't know. I think I might hate it. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. No, I think this is actually going to look all right. And then it gives the Triforce something to sit on, which is going to feel a little bit more epic, if I'd had to say. You got me back with Grand Bazaar. Hey! I love that game, dude. Definitely some more night streams, more night caps this week with some more Grand Bazaar. We're definitely going to be night capping. We got community game night planned for Friday. By the way, we're going to be doing Mario Party, a Jamboree, Friday night. A little bit of a Jamboree, okay? Going to be jamming. They added Zelda stuff. They did eventually add Zelda stuff in here. That's right. And it's some pretty good stuff. It's pretty nice. Look at that. This looks so much better all of a sudden. Look, dude. It makes this area feel so official. Man, you love it when a plan works out. You love it when a plan just works out, dude. Yes. Yes, dude. This is nice. All right, I'm gonna pick this up and I'm gonna see if we can get some dirt coming out from under it. Like maybe we can like make this look like the grass has been dying under this guardian for like years. I just want little glimpses of dirt to pop out from under it. I don't even want the whole thing. I just want little glimpses of dirt to pop out here. Now, what I could do is I could round the edges and make it even more subtle, right? Let's see what the rounded edges look like. If you can still see a little bit of the dirt, then it's worth it. But if it goes away completely, then maybe it's not. My goal is to see very little dirt here, but still get the effect that this guardian has been here for a long time. All right, not too bad. Unfortunately, most of the dirt is unseen. So I think we might want to do a lemon shape instead and let some of the dirt poke out. So the lemon's one of my favorite design shapes anyways. I call it the old lemon. That's the Pac-Man you just witnessed. So what I'll do is we'll have 2 pokey ends and 2 rounded ends. This way, it kind of has a little bit of flavor. And now you see a little bit of that dirt, but you don't see too much of it. And there we go. That's the power of the lemons. Don't sleep on the lemon design. That's the power of the lemons. What do you guys think? Do you guys like the dirt showing, or do you think it's stupid? Do you like the little bit of dirt showing right here, or do you think it's too much? Opinions. I need opinions from the analyst in the chat. Do you guys like it? You guys like what I did back here? What do you guys think? I think I'm gonna put another little stump back here. I'm gonna put the heart pieces on stumps. That could be cute. Hold on. I have a single little stump design that I'm using somewhere else. I'm gonna do it again back here. See, just an old school Animal Crossing stump, kind of hidden. And then we're gonna put the heart container on top of it. Don't tell me there's no room when I know there is. Remove the lemon in the back and keep the front lemon. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about removing the back lemon. It crossed my mind. I was thinking about it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it for now, but I'm thinking about it. Or maybe even remove the front lemon and keep the back. Right? Maybe the opposite of what you said, Twitch Thomas, because maybe the front one is a little too gaudy, but the one in the back is kind of like decently hidden and it's like a little flavor. Maybe we remove the front lemon and then it kind of feels a little bit more purposeful. Yeah. I actually think I'm going to go with that. I think I'm going to remove the front lemon here. Because then I think that it feels more organic. It feels less like I want you to see the dirt and more that the dirt is just there and you don't have anything to say about it. Yeah, I think I like that a little bit more. Now it's a raindrop. Makes it look too even, right? And our goal is to not have anything that looks even when we're trying to make it look like nature. When we're trying to make it look like nature has taken over a place, we want it to look like nature's bounty. We don't want it to look purposeful. That's why I try to get like rigid corners like this and stuff out of my designs, because I hate nature. Rarely does a 90-degree angle, right? Like rarely are you going to get a 90-degree angle out of nature. So you should never really see that. And I try to avoid it where I can. I was also thinking both backsides lemon. This way of speaking is funny. I was really appreciating that you were, I was really appreciating that actually, that you kept calling the corners lemon. Got a housewarming gift from my brother, an air cooler. My cat took it over. I guess she needed cool air. She did. She actually called Minda about it last night. She was like, hey, yo, girl. Hey, girl. Yo, my human brought home an air cooler. Say what? Yeah, and he thinks he's going to be using it. No. And Minda was like, yeah, dude, my stupid human thought that he could forget to feed me. So I woke his ass up this morning and then I threw up on his towel just to prove to him, never do it again. Idiot. Oh, got him, sucker. You thought you were sleeping? Nah. Mine throws up on a sock usually. Cats calling each other like, what's up? Meow. Yo, my human brought home some tasty catnip. Say what? It was organically grown. I'm talking 30% catnip. Damn, 30%. You must have been crunk off of that. You meow your ass I was. You bet your meow I was. There we go. Dude, my cat likes getting stoned for sure, but I try to limit her stoniness. I don't want her to go too hard. I try to make sure that she's using responsibly. So only every once in a while she gets a little stony. Worse is when you hear it at 3 a.m. and you know you're gonna find it in the morning. Responsible cat sandwich. Your alkanip hole level is above legal limit. I like that. Yo, enjoy your lurk, Sith Angel. Oh my gosh. Worst thing is I totally see it happening. Or step in the dark, and when you get up in the morning, or step in it in the dark. I haven't had those experiences yet, but I have a mini story for y'all. So let's go ahead and go into the kit of stories with Hylian Descent today. Let's get our story music. Today we're gonna do Worlds of Warcraft in music. All right, let's get some tavern music up in this piece. Let's get some tavern music. All right, y'all, come around. Grab ye ale and come around. So when I turned 18, I got a job because my family was like, dude, I ended up actually getting, at the time I got kicked out of high school because I wasn't going. And I sat there from like when I turned 18 in January until that summer. And my mom and my brother sat me down and they were like, all right, listen, dude, you need to get a job because now you're 18 and you're not going to just sit here. And I was like, okay, fair. I spent 6 months just playing video games. Least I could do was go get a job. So I start working and I start getting my own cash. And what's the first thing I did when I decided to go get that job was move. Like, I'm talking, didn't warn anybody, didn't tell anybody. The summer's ending, right? So summer's ending, summer of my 18th year. And I get a phone call. Of course, at the end of summer, we could have planned this all logically, but it was the end of summer. I get a phone call from my buddy Doug from, Dimmadome. We already went through that. So Doug Dimmadome goes, yo, we found an apartment and we need a fourth. You in? I said, I'm in. He said, we'll be there next week to pick your stuff up. Done. And there I am all of a sudden moving out of my house and I don't have any savings, nothing. I'm making minimum wage and I'm like, I'm gone. If I can get out of this house, anything, please, I'll live on the street. So I'll never forget the day that all of a sudden my mom comes home from work and I'm taking my mattress out of the house. And she's like, wait, what's going on? And I'm like, Mom, I'm moving, bye. And she's like, wait, what? And I'm like, I'm gone, see ya, gotta go. And at this point, even my brother, who was 5 years older than me, had not moved yet. So you have to realize this was a big deal for my mom to come home and her 18-year-old child's like, bye, gotta go, peace. So I'm gone, right? And I'm dragging my mattress out of the house and my mom just doesn't even hear from me for a year. I literally did not talk to my family for a year. I was gone, all right? So anyways, so here I am. And I'm in my first apartment with the boys and one random chick. And we'll come back to the chick later. So we're there, we're living our life. We're doing the thing that you do, right? You're the house now. Now, out of all of our friends, we're the house that all of the cute girls that were like still 16 and 17 that we talk to pretty often, they're like a year younger than us, would come in and skip school. And we were now the house where people came and partied, and we were now the house where we all played Smash Brothers together and gamed and smoked. And you know how it is when you're the first group of friends that get a house is obviously the house. So here we are, we called it the Lewis house, and we just locked in. And I'm there for months, I'm there for a long time. And I'll never forget this one night. Listen. So, we had all been friends for a long time. when we decided to move together. It was me, it was Doug, it was Joey. It's my buddy Joey. But then there was one person that moved in that wasn't a part of this group. Oh, excuse me. It was my buddy Matt, my Dunny, my best friend, Matt. Matt, Doug, and me. And then our fourth was weird. Our fourth just so happened to be this girl. And this woman had ran through our crew. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. So at this point, she was already kind of a weird outlier here because she kind of ran through the crew. She had dated like 2 or 3 dudes from our crew, Balloon in the Twitch chat. And she was like kind of always around, but she wasn't quite around, like, because again, she was like, she would date somebody, they would break up, she wouldn't be around, she'd come back, she'd date somebody else, she'd break up, she'd come back. So she was like our friend, but like she wasn't. And her name was Carly. So Carly was weirdly our 4th person to move in with us. And now think about this. Why would 3 homies and then the homie Jumper, the homie Hopper, move in? And she never hopped with any of these homies. And I guess that's what made it okay. Because the 3 people, the 3 dudes, we were all like anti-Carly. We didn't really like her like that. But she had money. We wanted to move out, so we accepted her. And this is where we should have realized that we f***ed up. So some time goes forward, and one day, you know, we get a phone call from our electric company. We get some mail, and we look and we're like, turns out that our service was on the brink of being turned off for our gas and our electric. Well, can you all guess who was in charge of paying the electric and gas? Who opted to put it in their name kindly so that we would hand them cash and then they would pay those bills? Well, it was Carly. So one day we open up a letter and we find out that our bills haven't been paid, and we confront her, and she's panicky and she's sweaty and she's like, yep, I have not been paying your bills. I have been spending your money on other stuff. And at this point, we're just like, oh no. Oh no. I could tell you so many stories that came out of this though, because we spent like a whole year without electricity. We were like stealing electricity from the neighbor. They originally loaned it to us to help, but then we just kept the cord plugged in and they didn't find out for like a year. So we spent like a year without an electric bill, only a gas bill. It was insane. That's maybe a story for another day. Let's get back to where we're supposed to be. So Carly decides to not pay bills, and we decide to kick her out. We decide, okay, you cannot live here anymore. We're going to give you the opportunity to get on your feet or whatever and figure out a place to live, but you have to go. And we decide to invite our buddy Joey to live with us, to take her room and to take her place. And at the time, Joey was going to stay on our couch temporarily while we made this transition. And this is where this story is coming full circle. So, guess what? Carly had a little puppy. The cutest little white puppy you've ever met. And he was a little shit, but he was a cute puppy. But as a little shit, sometimes they take big shits. And if you don't take care of your dog properly, sometimes they might take one of those big old shits right in the middle of your living room. Now, despite having hardwood floors, it doesn't really matter. Usually it's just a quick cleanup and it moves on. We love this little dog. Well, by the end of this story, you'll realize that our buddy Joey didn't, because one night, a couple days before Carly was fully moved out of the establishment, Joey wakes up on the couch in the middle of the night and goes to get some water and steps barefoot in a massive pile of dog doo-doo. And let me tell you, I have never seen my boy Joey this mad in my life. All of a sudden, the house erupts, and all we hear is, "You gotta be kidding me." So everyone jumps out of bed, and we're like, "What's going on?" And I run downstairs. I probably wasn't even asleep, but maybe. I don't remember that. So I run downstairs, and I remember Joey standing still with his foot in a pile of dung. And he's like, "You don't even pay our bills? You let your dog do anything you want? And I'm stepping in your shit. This is yours. You're not stepping in it." And we're all dying. We're like, "Oh no, the dirty toe. Is it squishy? Is it going between your toes, dude?" And we're like making it worse, you know. We're making it worse. We're like, "Oh, ugh, grody, dude, nasty, dude." Ugh. And dude, I'm telling you, and homie had some big feet. And homie had such big feet. Here's the thing I didn't tell y'all though. It's one thing to step a little bit into some doo-doo, but there's a part of this story that I left out. The thing about Joey is Joey had the biggest feet in human history. Homie was walking around with some clown stompers, some like the homie needed size 18 shoes. And we used to call him like a waffle stomp. Homie used to walk around the house. You could hear him from 3 blocks down. Boom, 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 boom. Kerplunk, kerplunk. So when homie stepped in it, he didn't just step in it. He didn't just go, "Ew." Homie went kerplunk. And it was probably the funniest moment that I had in that house, man. It was good, dude. It was so good. I'll never forget the time that my buddy Joey stepped in a pile from a dog that wasn't even his, from a girl that wasn't even technically living there anymore. She wasn't even there. Oh, I didn't tell you that part. Carly wasn't home. She was out at her boyfriend's house at the time. And just her dog was left there. So to make the cherry on the cake, the woman who stole our rent, stole our electric bill, stole money directly from us, the woman that took advantage of us, she wasn't even there to deal with the situation. Joey had to clean it up and deal with it himself. Not his dog, a girl that betrayed us. And he's sitting there cleaning this up. Think about this for a second. Like, think about how brutal that is, right? Like that. And that was one of the many stories that I have to share from my years in Lewis house, turning 18 and moving out on my own. So let me tell you, we were talking about, you know, cats and stepping in it in the middle of the night. And listen, I've seen it firsthand how brutal it can really be. Like, it gets brutal out there. It gets brutal out there. All right. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Joey tossed the dog outside. Yeah, what I imagine is Jack Black. What I imagine is Jack Black. All right. In Jack Black in Anchorman. This is what I imagine.
Stop your goofy ass! If you want to throw down in fisticuffs, fine. I've got Jack Johnson and Tom O'Leary waiting for you, right here.
You destroyed the only thing I love. All right, there it is. What do you love?
I love poetry, and a glass of scotch, and of course, my friend Baxter here.
Well, guess what? Now this is happening.
Excuse me. Excuse me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. Let me tell he did not do this. All right, he did not do this. Joey was a good man, all right?
That's how I roll.
All right. Joey was a good man. All right. He did not do this. So he took it like a champ. He took it like a champ. All right. He took it like a champ, dude. All right. Holy heck, dude. Holy heck, dude. There you go. That's the story of when Joey stepped in it. Good guy. That scene cracks me up. The thing that cracks me up is the obvious like toy that they throw over the ledge when they switch scenes. Right? That's the thing that's funny about. That's what actually makes me laugh specifically, not the act of him kicking the dog. Obviously, only a sicko would laugh at that. But the funny part is when it switches to the scene of the from under the railing and you see this obvious toy like whee! It's like that's the part that's funny. That's what makes that scene worthy of laughing at. It's, you know, the actual act is like tragic. Obviously that's sick, right? But the rest of it's hilarious. Little ragdoll, yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. Jack Black, yep. If you guys never saw that scene, you got to go watch Anchorman. Also, the dog lives and saves the day. Oh yeah, you guys didn't see that part, but like the dog lives. Yeah, he's fine. I should have said that first. Next time I show a scene like that, I'll say, warning, dog's fine, by the way. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, dog lives and ends up being a hero, so don't worry, he's fine. Baxter, you know I don't speak Spanish. Thank you, I needed that update. Yeah. It's just a plot point in the movie. Yeah, it's goofy. It's an old movie. They don't make them like they used to. I don't even know if that would be something you would see in a movie in 2026, to be fair. I have a similar story, but the dog gets your dog pregnant and leaves with a litter of 20. Like Jay and Silent Bob punting the bear. It's chugging in milk in the heat that has me every time. I do love that. Milk was a bad choice. Milk was a bad choice. The battles they would get in over the AC. The story gave me flashbacks to living with roommates. Dude, I have so many good stories. One time we wanted to test if eating cereal for every meal was viable. So we went and bought 4 gallons of milk and like a tons of boxes of cereal and bags of cereal. And we ate cereal for like 2 weeks straight. Another time we had a tent set up and we would smoke the tent out. We set up a tent in our attic and then we would go into the tent in the attic and hotbox ourselves. Another time some guy, they threw a party without my permission that was so big for Halloween that somebody brought a gun. That wasn't cool. Another time I banned Smash Brothers Brawl from my house because they didn't announce Mega Man, but instead Solid Snake, and I got so mad that I wouldn't let my friends play Smash Brothers Brawl when it just came out, so they would have to hide and play it behind my back. Eventually I gave in and said, all right, I'll stop being a dickhead. You guys don't have to hide from me. But at one point they had to hide playing Smash Brothers because I banned it from my house because I was so pissed that there was no Mega Man. And here's the cool part about it. When I gave in, I walked in the house one day and I was like, oh, who said that y'all could be playing Smash? And my one buddy challenged me. He said, you're just mad because you're not good at it. And I said, this game sucks. And I guarantee you that I would beat you and I haven't touched the game in 6 months. So I bet him. And he was like, I bet you can't. So he was playing Metroid and I was playing DDD. And I said to him, this game is so easy and nowhere near as competitive that I could beat you and I haven't touched the game for 6 months and you've been playing every day. What happened? We sat down, we did a 1v1, 10 people in the room, all eyes on us. Guess who won that match? And guess what else? I made a bet with my buddy. And I told him that if I won, he would have to call me daddy for a year, or the boss. He would have to call me the boss or daddy for a year. And I won and he did it. He did it. For the rest of that year, he would be like, okay, boss. Yes, daddy. Yeah, don't quit me. Don't quit me with Smash Brothers. You're going to come here and you're going to try to challenge me. When I tell you I'll beat you. And I beat him, 2 stocks left. Nothing. had to call me Papa or whatever it was. I don't remember what the deal was. It was either Papa, Daddy, or like boss. I think it was boss. He had to call me a boss every chance for a year. Yeah, just laid down the law. And it was, and the best part was is that I mic dropped. I beat him. My mic dropped the controller, and I was just like, now get this out of my house. And like a couple days later, I was like, nah, we can play Smash, and we all started playing together. But yeah, I went hard, dude. I was not happy that day. I came home and everyone's playing Smash Brawl, and I'm like, didn't I ban this from my house? Obviously, I was being an absolute like jerk, trying to ban my friends from playing a game in my house, but it was my first apartment and it really went to my head. So some more stories is like, my first apartment really went to my head, y'all. Like, it was real bad. Like, at one point I went through an era of about 6 months where I only stood on furniture. I never sat on furniture because I was convinced that it's my house and I do what I want. Yeah, I also had my couches block doors. So if you wanted to get into my house, you had to do some sort of roll over the couch. So every doorway, like every room, besides for some of the bedrooms, had a couch blocking the door. And you always had to do like a judo flip over the couch to get into the room. And like, you would walk into my house and you would walk into my house and you would see me standing like a gargoyle on the corner of the couch playing video games. You'd walk in, I would be standing like a gargoyle in the corner of the room on top of the couch playing video games. People are like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm gaming. It all went to my head. Like, when I moved out on my own for the first time, it all just went to my head. And I became just this weird power monster for my home and for making sure that people followed my rules. And it was just like a weird era. It was just, yeah, it wasn't as bad as I'm making it sound probably, but it was pretty awkward. The most awkward it ever got was banning Brawl and this guy, Pearson. Listen, I've told the Pearson story a little teeny bit, and I'm not going to tell it to now, but just know that I didn't like this guy Pearson because I had a claim to fame that I brought hip hop to like my friends group and specifically Aesop Rock. And one day this guy Pearson, this is all it took. One day this guy Pearson was like, sorry, he was like, pretty sure I'm the one who brought Aesop Rock to the Lakewood community. I've been listening to him longer than you. I was like, what did you just say to me? And he was like, yeah, man, I'm pretty sure it was me. And I was so convinced that it wasn't him that I disowned that dude. And from that day forward, I gave that dude nothing but dirty looks and I never liked him. And he was like halfway a part of our crew. So one day he tried to show up for a party and I kicked him out. He showed up. He was like, hey, everybody. And I'm like, get out of my house. And everyone's like, oh, what are you doing? And I'm like, get him out. I'm like, Lee, you can't be here. I don't like this dude. I'm like, this is my house, my party, no Pearson. And I kicked him out. And then my crew snuck him back in the house through the back door when I went up to my attic to relax. So they had to sneak him in the house because they were like, sorry, man. Sorry. They probably had to apologize for me, which is, in hindsight, was such a chotch thing for me to do. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want your friends apologizing for you. And I imagine they were like, don't worry, he's fine. Like, he's just an emotional dude. You were a menace? Yeah. I just straight kicked him out in front of everyone because I didn't like him. I was like, get this clown out of here. Like an actual menace, dude. My 20s were a wild years, man. That was like, I was 18 and a half, 19 during these stories. Like, about 18 and a half. It was a wild couple of years, dude. I think it's iconic. Was this the Fedora era? No, that came after. That was after. So this was when I first moved out. And then when I was 20, we moved to what we dubbed the Broccoli House. And I lived there. And that's when I started becoming a human and like started like taking care of myself. And I finally got like a job after I was out of work for a little bit. And then that was when I started dating, and that's where you saw those pictures with the fedora, the HDES Giga Chads. The Giga Chad era was when I first started dating. I was 20 going into 21. That was Giga Chad era. The fedora, Cage the Beast. the Giga Chad era. No, dude, like, get out of my house so I can enjoy standing on my couch. That age group is just automatic. Yeah. Like I don't look back with any kind of shame because I was 18 years old. Obviously, we were just being dickheads to each other all the time. That's just how friends work. And I just took it to the next level because I was just an over-the-top kind of obnoxious guy. I still am, obviously. It's entertaining. And I just took it to the next level, you know? In hindsight, the Pearson thing was pretty rude, and I could have just, like, walked away. And in hindsight, banning Brawl from my house was, like, pretty rude. But I would say that's the only 2 offenses I really made that had any weight behind them. Otherwise, I was a pretty chill dude, and people like to be around me, so... You know, I guess what I'm trying to say is I wasn't as that much of a monster as I might seem. People like spending time with me. I had some really tight friends. I just so happened to have a little bit of a power trip in that house. Yeah, I just had a power trip, dude. I moved into my own home and I was like, this is it. Like, my rules are the highway. I also did some of that stuff to protect my homies, though. Like, I was the dude that was always anti-party. Because my dudes were trying to become party rats. And I was like, man, our home is not the party house. We have people disrespecting our house, man. We should have parties and invite people, but it should be in a way where people are respecting us. So I was also the very normal, very like grounded guy in the group. I was like, dude, I shouldn't be coming home to parties every night. Like, this is really unhealthy for us. This is probably not the best decision. Like, so I was also very the grounded, logical dude. You know, I had to come home and like save the party. Like, I literally was the party cleanup crew every time. I would get off of work at like midnight. I'd come home and there would be people passed out all over. I'd have to come home and be like, make sure people were safe. And the amount of times I had to turn people off of their back because they overdrank. The amount of lives I probably saved is at least 1 or 2, I swear to you. Like, full blown out, caught people like passing away and like nobody knew because they were like up in the attic in the bed by themselves. And I'm like, so I was always like the cleanup crew dude who'd come home and be like, okay, let me take care of everybody. It was just unfortunate. That was just like the position I was in because I get home sober for the most part. And, you know, so... Did you have a lot of rules at home growing up? No, not at all. I lived a super free life growing up, I'm not gonna lie. So the reason I had my power trip mostly just came out of thin air, because my house was pretty rule free. I grew up with a very loosey life. I tell this story every once in a while. My childhood is probably one of the loosest childhoods you'll ever interact with. I pretty much got to do whatever I want with very rare repercussions. So my life was a series of testing and effing around and finding out. And even into like 25, that stuck with me. It wasn't until about 25 that I stopped effing around and finding out. But I was pretty much raised to F around and find out, like my whole life. Whether it be skipping school, doing whatever I wanted, you know, just whatever. I just did absolutely whatever I wanted to do as a kid. I pretty much had ultimate freedom, and rarely can children say that. Like, I can comfortably say, like, I had ultimate freedom. My mom was too busy. She was lost in the sauce, and I just did whatever I wanted. And I have one way to tell you how bad it was. In 9th grade, I lived with my best friend. And if that doesn't tell you it all right there, like when I tell you, like literally in 9th grade, one time I went to my buddy's house and I faked that I slipped on ice. And I went back to his house and said, my leg hurts. Can I stay over the night? And this was on a school week. And this was the first time we were ever allowed to do this. So his mom said yes. And I slept the night. And I kid you not, I never left his house for the rest of that school year. It was like January. I stayed for the whole 6 months. And I lived at his house. And like, I could go through all the stories of like how I managed to pull it off, but that was just the life that I had presented to me. Like, my mother could not be a mom. She like tried, she couldn't wrap her head around it. And one day I was just like, yeah, I'm living here now. And my mom was just like, okay. Like, she wasn't happy about it, but at the same time, she like had no defense. It was weird. Like, I try to put my head into my mind into her mind sometimes. And I try to think about, like, if I was a parent, I would have slapped my kid in the back of the head and drugged them out of the house. But like, and there was even times where like my mom was in the driveway and she was like, come downstairs, we want you home. And I'd be like, nah, I'm good. And she would just leave. She would just sit in the driveway for like 10 minutes and I would just like weather the storm, like Sony weathering the physical digital nonsense, right? And I would just like weather the storm and she would just leave. And I did this for like a year, dude. I just lived there. I didn't go home. In 9th grade. So think about this. We're talking about what, 14 years old? I just went and moved to my buddy's house. I just lived there. I feel like that's the perfect example of just how free my life was. Yeah, I was just like, yep, I live here now. And they were like, oh, right? Like, that's not normal. I think that's the best example. I think most people in this chat room would they would be like, are you kidding me? How would you even get away? Yeah, I did it. I lived the dream of most high schoolers. I lived the dream. I just lived with my buddy. It was amazing. I stayed at my friend's so much because my stepmom would kick me out for leaving a scrunchie on the counter. My dad never knew why I was never home. That's rough. Yeah, that's super rough. Most of the time that people are out of the house as a child, it's because of stuff like that. For me, it was different. It wasn't like bad. My home life sucked. So that was the reason, but it was just like a decision. And like, I look back and I kind of laugh because I feel like my mom knew that the home sucked. That was the conclusion I came to when I was like 25. I was like, I think my mom just knew that she was providing like a super rough home and that she knew that this lady Phyllis would take good care of me. And she almost just like passed me off for like a little while. I don't think she would have did it with like any other mother. And I don't think she would have did it with any other family. I think she knew specifically how close I was to this family. I knew them since I was 3 years old. And she was like, all right, well, like if you're going to do anything, at least you're with the right people. Like she just like backed off. Like, I don't know. Again, I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it because I'm not a parent. I imagine if I was a parent, I would never let that happen. But like, I don't know. Right? Yeah, he's safe, fed, whatever. He's going to school. I guess it's fine. It was like kind of the energy, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I was just like, I'm out. I basically lived at my boyfriend's house in high school. His parents loved me. Yeah, she like trusted him. So I don't think it's like a big negative thing, but like I do sometimes think about like as a parent, like how could you make that happen, right? Like how that's tough. Like that's like your child and you're just like, see you later. But you know, every parent's different and circumstances are different. And you know, before you judge another parent, you have to realize that every parental journey is going to be very different. So you can never ever judge another parent because you don't know what they were going through. And like I'm not giving you guys every detail. I know what my mom was going through at the time. And she was dealing with like an abusive relationship and stuff. And I think she was just fed up with that stuff being in front of her kids. So I found it out and she let me have it. That's it. Like basically that's it. She was like, he found it out, good for him. Because she knew at that time she was providing a terrible home. And it was like it affected me still to this day. I've got all sorts of trauma because of it. So like I think there was just a moment of realization that I could in fact have been taken care of better somewhere else. Which if that isn't like the craziest thing, you know, for a mother to go through, like I don't know. That's like, well, you know, I don't know. Either way, it feels like she was just like, okay, I guess this works. You know, like she did punch out that babysitter, so she'll always have a W in my book. Yeah. My mom was cool for what she is. I'm not close to my family anymore to answer that question, so, but she was cool. except that my adoptive parents, for they raised me, it wasn't their fault. Yeah, right. Like, everyone just goes through a journey. You know, it takes until you're an adult, unfortunately, to realize what your parents go through. That's one of those things that are so true for every walk of life. It unfortunately takes you becoming an adult for you to step back and go, oh, wow, they were just dealing with the pressures of everyday life, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was. It's like, dude, I can barely handle the pressures of everyday life, and I don't have kids. I couldn't even begin to imagine. I can barely handle getting out of bed most days, and I'm like solo dolo. like I couldn't even begin, right? And it sadly takes getting older to realize that, right? And you finally come to terms like, oh wow, like they were doing everything they could, man. I think most parents are doing everything they can. And rarely is it just full on negligence. It can be, and it's important to identify that, but I think it's usually just they're doing their best. Yeah. Single motherhood is a boss rush mode. Yeah, and she was a single mom, exactly. Single mom of 3, dude. You don't become a single mom of 3 and deal with that easily. That's a lot. 3 kids by yourself. You know, like that's a lot, dude. That's crazy. And we were all like separate enough in years that we all had different needs. Like my brother was 5 years older than me and my sister was 6 years younger than me. So it wasn't like she had like 2 family members that would take care of each other. Like when you have siblings that are close in age, they can take care of each other. But you had an older brother who was dealing with his own struggles. Then you had me, and then you had my sister who was the youngest. So we all had our own very different struggles. So not only was she a single mom with 3 kids, she had 3 kids that were living completely different universes. Right? Like when my brother was dealing with high school and drugs, I was dealing with being bullied while my sister was a baby. Well, she's trying to raise a baby. And then when my sister got a little older and went into high school, I'm dealing with the end of high school while my brother's in his 20s trying to figure out life. It's like, yeah, it's a lot, dude. And boys are very different from girls. I love boss rush mode. That's probably the best comment. I love that. Boss rush mode. Yeah. Exactly, dude. I got 3 spaced out too. I feel that. Yeah. Like if they're real spaced out, man, it'll get you. It'll get you for sure. Yeah, that's my story, man. That's my journey. I'll share some more of my journey with y'all another day, but I'll move on for now. But yeah, ultimate freedom. I did whatever I wanted, man. I lived. I will say that I look at those years. I'm very grateful for those years because they built me who I am today. So I'm grateful for my years of freedom. I wish that I had a little bit of a better head start in life, but whatever. You know, I'm just a late bloomer, I guess. I'll be 45 and I'll still be figuring it out, you know, whatever. I've got 2 boys, 8 and 4, and they fight like WWE every day. Oh my gosh, I can only imagine, dude. This one right here is so lucky I let her live with us. That's funny. Ain't never gonna figure it out. I don't know about you, but the 90s were a different time. We barely have serial killers yet. Dude, the 90s were a completely different journey. Oh yeah. Just being a kid in the 90s is something to reflect on, but being a parent in the 90s had to be quite a treat too. Yeah, that had to be quite the treat, especially 2000s parents who had to watch kids adopt to the internet and try to wrap their head around it. While I was teaching my mom how to use email, I was like on Kazaa Lite plus downloading stuff and watching stuff that I definitely shouldn't have been. So while I was like ruining my own childhood, my mom could barely wrap her head around email. We're talking the true freedom era. Like, did whatever I wanted. You know what I mean? Like, I also grew up in the era where the internet was introduced, right? So I was on the Wild West internet, and it was just like, what a time, what an existence, dude. I mean, the only equivalent I think like before that would have been like the introduction of rock music, and you know, when all of a sudden your kids were coming home with tape players full of Devil's music, like. But I truly don't think there was an era before the internet inception that is equivalent to the internet. I'm sorry. Like, I don't think there's anything anybody older could say that is even remotely the equivalent of the internet existing. The closest thing would be like when MTV came out, right? Exactly. Like, there's not many things that come close. The internet just did it, right? Maybe like the introduction of the TV or the internet, the introduction of the telephone. Could you imagine what life was like before the telephone and after? And how that might have changed like parenting and like how you live? There's maybe a couple of those iconic moments throughout history, but living through the creation of the internet, I think is something that nobody can relate to except for the people who lived through it. I don't think there's anything like it. And some older people will try to fight you on that. Like, oh, every generation has their thing. It's like, no, you don't understand. Living through the introduction of the internet is so insane. Like, you don't get it. Like you being 10 years old and turning on the internet was so crazy. Like, and unless you lived in a household that knew how to like lock that stuff down and keep you out of stuff you shouldn't have been in, like you were just, it was a wild time, man. People don't get it, man. That's why I try not to be that guy who's like, my generation was the goofiest generation. It's like, no, it was. Like, no, for the first time in history, we can actually say as millennials that like our generation was the craziest generation to ever be raised through. Sorry to everyone else out there. Like, you don't understand. Like I'm so like, and I hate to be the guy to say it, but like, it's true this time. It's not just, you know, another old generation thinks they're special. Like, no, please. We actually are special. Like, no, you don't understand. We really are actually. Like, it's not just because we think we are. Like, what do you mean, dude? What's the cutoff age? That's hard to say. I imagine it was anybody who was like between 10 and 20 years old between 95 and like 2010. I think if you were between 10 and 20 years old between the years of 95 and 2010, you probably understand what I'm saying, but that's real hard to like pinpoint. Putting an age gap on it is tough. We were the guinea pigs with the internet. Yeah, we were. Yo, welcome in, Raiders. Hey. We're just yapping about millennials and how they're actually special. And even though older people will try to tell you differently, they don't understand because the internet was insane. I'm a 98 baby. I got to see it all.
Stay browse.
Yo, what up, Giggities? Thank you for the raid, man. Thank you for 52. We are, yeah, no, like it's true. It's we're not trying to like gas ourselves up. Like, no, we live through the most monumental time of like human history up to this point. And I'm sorry, like, I'm sure the introduction of the television might have been pretty epic. And I'm pretty sure the introduction of cars, as Twitch Thomas mentioned, was probably a pretty insane introduction to be raised through. But nothing will ever compare at this moment in time, at least, to being raised through the introduction of the internet. I'm like, you don't understand that what we were doing on the internet back in the 90s. Like, you don't, like, for a kid to be doing what I was doing on the internet at the age of 10 years old, that's not okay. Like that's not like it was the goofiest, craziest era we've ever existed as a human. Like, weird stuff, man. Gen X are here. Yeah, I think Gen X going up to the end of millennial are the people that kind of understand this. Yeah, for sure. Because I think if you were born in like 85, you still understand. Like I said, I think the best way to think about it is the age of 10 to 20 between 95 and 2010. Think about it. Because if you were 10 years old in 95, by the time the internet came around, you were 15. You get it. And if you were 10 years old in 2000, that's me, you get it. And even if you were 10 years old in 2005, you still get it. I think that's like the rough cutoff where you stop getting it once you get 10 years old in 2010. Like if you were born in 2000, you might not fully get what we're saying, because by the time you were 10 years old, it was already 2010 and the internet was already drastically different than it was when I grew up. It only took 5 years. Like from 2005 to 2010, the internet completely evolved. That's when Twitter came around. That's when Facebook blew up even more. And it was like, it was very different. So I, not to gatekeep, but I truly think the hot spot is 95 to 2010. If you were the age between 10 and 20, through any of those years, you understand just how goofy the internet really was back then. You get it, right? I think that's the cutoff. So I think you can be in the Gen X pretty healthily. You can be in the Gen X pretty healthily. Because like, think about it. Even if you were born in like 82, you weren't even an adult yet by the time the internet came around. You get it, right? So even like 82, like work. Even like 80 is like close, right? So I think Gen X is definitely in the list. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. What's up, dude? The 80s is millennial? Right, it is. I just want to make it clear. I don't know when Gen X starts, but I thought Gen X started around 81, like 80, 81. Yeah, right? Because like, if you're a Gen Xer, you're like 45 right now. That's like the youngest Gen Xer, like 45, right? Gen X is later than that? Yeah, I think millennials started in 81. Yeah, exactly, 80. Gen X would have been 80. 65 to 80 would have been Gen X. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. The way I look at Gen X is they were only 10 years older than me. And that's exactly what I was implying, right? Like, think about it. I'm 35, they're 45. Gen X was just about 10 years older than us. That's why, like, Gen X still fits into the... I still consider 80s babies as Gen X, because I'm thinking 81 to 82-ish, 80, 81, 82. But in all reality, they're more like cusp babies, because they're, you know, like you guys are saying, it's like 81 starts millennial, but I would argue that, does it really though? Because if you were born in 81, that means you were 10 years old in 91. All right. That means that you were 20 years old at the turn of the century. You're close. Like you're not like, you know what I mean? Like you're still like, you're like, right. Like that's close. 86 is turning 40 this year. Like, yeah, like you have an understanding of the 90s. Like you grew up through that millennial era of the 90s. But the thing that people forget about the millennial era, at least in my opinion, is like, it's not just about dates. It's about, so what I'm trying to express is that the 80s bleeds into the 90s, and the 70s bleeds into the 80s, and the 90s bleed into the 2000s, right? You always got to remember that. So you can put some cool little numbers that directly say, no, Gen X is 80 only. Shut up. Because at the end of the day, there's a hazy 2 or 3 year crossover for every generation. Like easy. Like the 70s were still going well into 90 or to 84. Easy. 86 in some cases. And the 90s, the 80s were well going into like 93. Dude, are you kidding me? 93 was still super 80s out. Like out of your mind, right? And then the same thing for 2000. 2000 didn't really turn into 2000s until like 2003, 2004. Then we started seeing like the next generational stuff. So in all reality, I feel like there's some wiggle room there. I think the vibe matters more than the dates. Yeah, I think the vibes matter more than the dates. And I think the vibes always lag behind the dates. You know what I mean? Like, you got to have some wiggle room. What's up, Lizzie J? I was born in 96. I got all sorts of mixed generationally. Tons of bleed going on. Or is it me, or just does 2020 have no vibe? It's hard to say because we're living in 2020. You can never really tell when you're living through it. I would have said the same thing about 2010. When I was living through 2010, I thought it was the most bland era imaginable. And now you look back, and 2010 was pretty spicy. The rough metric, if you're in the US, if you were old enough to remember 9/11, if so, you're at least a millennial. That's an interesting way to go about it. I guess, like, what age? I consider 10 to be the years where you start to really create thoughts for yourself and stuff. But like, what years would it be for you to remember something like that? Like, truly remember it. The where were you when this happened type conversation. And I'd agree with you, that's kind of a millennial thing. Yeah. Because I don't think you're remembering something like that when you're 5, not the way that we're talking about. Right? Like, we're talking about, like, you remember your thoughts and like what was going on. Like, I had just walked into health class in 7th grade, I'm pretty sure. And it was on the TV. That's the kind of memory we're talking about. I remember back to when I was 3 as well, but those 3-year-old memories are kind of hazy. But yeah, I do remember back to when I was 3 as well. I have some hazy memories of my first video games from being 3. I think our era right now is a little too spicy as well. Yeah, it's hard to say what's going on with the 2020 era. Unfortunately, though, I think we all know what 2020 is going to be dominated by when it comes to the memories that we look back on in the past. So I wonder how that's going to feel in 10, 20 years. Like, when we look back in 2020, are we going to be like, so there was the 2000s and we had emo music and we had whatever. Then we had the 2010s. We're like, okay, all right, whatever. And then we had the 2020. We don't talk about that. Then we go to 2030. Like, I wonder, like, we're going to go back in time in the future. We're going to look back and be like, 2020. Yeah, let's just skip that one. Like, yeah, whatever. I do remember that, Brittany. Yeah. I remember seeing San Francisco earthquake in '89 on the TV, wondering why people were on the beach in winter, because I lived in NJ at the time. That's crazy. I was born that year. That's crazy. The way gens are counted has specifically to do with the North American and European technology. So how do you count the same age for underdeveloped countries? And if they didn't have the technologies your age count shows? Yeah, I don't actually know where any of that comes from. I've never done any research on how generational gaps are listed off. I don't actually know how any of that works. So yeah, that's interesting. That's why I've always looked at it as a vibe. For me, it's always been like, it's a vibe thing. Like, I almost don't even consider the stuff that people will tell you, generation stuff. I don't even consider that. In my brain, I have my stuff going on right here. Right? I'll tell you guys my own little theories on it, right? Like, my theories almost break it up by decade, but more specifically, I would say like I like to break it up by like decade. I think that's the cleanest way to break it up. You got the 80s babies, the 90s babies, the 2000s babies, the 2010s babies. I think, in my opinion, I think it's foolish that we do anything else. Instead of there being a Gen X and a Gen Y and a Gen Z, why aren't we just saying 90 baby, 2000 baby? Because that, I feel like, truly encompasses what people went through in that era. Right? You know exactly what I mean when I say a 90s baby, do you not? You know exactly what I mean when I say an 80s baby, do you not? You know exactly what I'm saying when I say a 2000s baby, do you not? Like, so why are we always trying to do all these weird semantics and everything anyways? Oh, well, technically the Gen Z is this era and then the millennials. It's like, what up, dude? Just 90s baby. I'm a late 80s, 90s baby. That's it. Done. Conversation over. You know exactly what's happening. Late 80s, 90s baby. Done. Don't even need to have a conversation about it. Right? That's it. I was a baby in the 90s, but I only remember the 80s. I was a baby in the 80s, but I only remember the 90s. Well, that's what I'm talking about. When somebody says they're a 90s baby, that means that they were more alive in the 2000s. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's why I think this is better. You know what I mean? Like, so if you say you're an 80s baby, we're not saying instantly that you were born in 80 or 81, and we're not saying that you were, 80s means from 80 to 89, and that's a big gap. But what we're really saying is, at what point were you becoming an adult, and were you becoming a real brain that can think for themselves? So if you're an 80s baby, you likely lived through the 90s. You're a 90s kid. Isn't that easy? That's so easy to understand. If you were a 70s baby, you lived through the 80s. So you're an 80s kid. It's that simple. If you were a 90s baby, you lived through the 2000s. You're a 2000s kid. It's that simple. Like, all you do is you just transfer up one decade. Right? Like, you just transfer one decade. You're born in 70s, you're an 80s kid, right? Because that's when you eventually become a formidable person who can think their own thoughts and interact with their own universe. I know I had my own personality when I was 7. I was born in the 80s, so I'm an 80s baby. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think that's the best way to go about it. It doesn't work perfectly. It's just my own little thing. It doesn't work perfectly with like every setup, but I feel like it's better than trying to figure out the exact perfect gaps, like of all the other generational stuff. Alive and living is a big difference. Yeah. Like, I always had an adult mind. I can't think of a time when I had true kid thoughts. I always looked around and wondered, why am I in this family? That's funny. So it's like I can tell people I'm an 80s baby, but I'm a 90s kid. And like, that's the difference. Gotta claim it so those youths respect their elders. He loves to say he was 80s to the bone. Like, sure, you barely lived through it. Yeah. Like as somebody who was born in 89, I never ever tell people I'm an 80s baby. Because in my mind, it's like, no, I'm not. I was born right at the end. So like, if anything, I'm a 90s baby or a 90s kid. And that's why I like that terminology a little bit more, I never once sit down and be like, oh yeah, I'm an 80s kid. Like, the most I know about 80s is like Seinfeld. And I didn't start watching that until I was like an adult. Seinfeld is pretty 80s, early 90s. That show is like a time stamp in history, I feel. Because it just perfectly embodies like late 80s, early 90s transition. I love that media because of that. Yeah, Seinfeld is 90s, but the show took place in like 92. Like, there's actually a time for the show. Like, the setting for Seinfeld is like 92. That's like the setting for Seinfeld. So they do this really good job capturing the essence of what the world was like from the transition from the 80s to the 90s, because the setting of the show was like 92 or 93 or something. So that's why I bring up Seinfeld, because the show itself as like art was designed to capture that exact energy of the transition, right? And I think it does a really good job. I was born 2 weeks before 91. Technically born in 90. I'm a 90s kid. But what would I be able to say about the 90s specifically? Exactly. It's like you didn't really become a human until 2000s. So therefore, even though you were born in 90, you were a 2000s kid. Like, it is what it is. You weren't old enough to remember enough about the 90s. Like, sure, just like Aelith said, some of y'all maybe were a little bit wiser behind your ears than others. Right? But like, what would I have to say about 90s specifically? Well, obviously nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely a 2000s kid, even though I was born in 98. All right, hold on. I'm just trying to look something up really quick. Oh, is this it? Today 7/12. Boom, found it. 1:23:24. That's exactly when it was. Windows update agent causing my stream to lag. You son of a B word. Freaking Windows update. Looks like I'm gonna have to let an update through or something. Looks like I'm gonna have to let an update through. They got me. They got me, partner. Moon shoes. That's the 90s vibe. We strapped trampolines to our feet. It updated my PC while I was using it. Dude, jerks. What confuses me more is the 20th century isn't the year 2000 up. It would technically be 1990 to 1999. Just like the first century would be 1 to 100. That always throws me off. That is weird. That is an interesting thought. So what kickstarted this conversation is we were talking about the generations that truly lived through the introduction of the internet, but in a way where it affected their childhood and not just as a 20-year-old. Because even though it would affect a teenager, the internet was going to affect kids, teenagers, adults, young adults. It's going to affect every generation different. So even if you were 20, it affected you, sure. But those who were raised through it, it affected us more because we were little kids with the world at our fingertips, right? Like nothing was more insane than playing Neopets for the first time. You know what I mean? Like the same way that, like, I'm sure bringing a Super Nintendo home in the early 90s for your 10-year-old kid was probably insane. It was like, what? Super Nintendo? What? Like that was for us, but it was the internet. It was like, I could play Neopets, I could play RuneScape, I can play online games with other people, I can talk to strangers in Ventrilo on video games. Like, think about that. Like, think about being around, think about being 15 years old for the release of World of Warcraft. Listen to this. Think about being 15 years old and World of Warcraft just released. Think about being 16 and it blows up in popularity. Like, think about it. Like, nobody can say that they experienced that unless you are my age. Seeing World of Warcraft, for me, it was the first time that I ever truly accepted and understood what an MMO was. Before then, I had played MMOs. I played RuneScape. I saw other people in the game. But World of Warcraft was like the first time that I sat down and was like, I'm in an open universe with other players. I could see them. It's 3D. They're walking next to me. I'm talking to them. I'm hanging out with them in Discord servers. I was playing Animal Crossing online with 35-year-old people. I was literally on animalcrossingcommunity.com playing Animal Crossing with people that were 40 years old. This was an era that, like, you just don't understand unless you live through it. Like, I was in guilds with, like, grown men, grown women, kids, babies. I remember when I was 15 in Ventrilo talking to my guild, and the one person named Sammy had a baby that was always in the microphone, and we were always making fun of her. And there I am, wet behind the ears, 15 years old, hanging out with grown adults and families and moms and dads. I don't think people fully understand. Nowadays that stuff's like regular, right? It's like, oh sure, whatever, it's the internet. It's like, yeah, but like, I don't know, like just could you imagine? Like, I don't know, man. It's like nuts, dude. Yeah, Conquer Online, Lineage, Guild Wars were your first MMOs. My first were Tibia and RuneScape, and then World of Warcrafts. It was new in the Wild West. Yeah, it's just like you can't understand it fully unless you live through it. And that isn't trying to gatekeep. That's just me trying to even more so reiterate how crazy it was conceptually at that time. It was like, dude, sitting in AOL chat rooms, talking to people who you thought were girls. Like, think about this. Like, think about being the first generation of people who could go into a chat room and type the letters ASL and find somebody else, and then go into a private chat and talk to somebody who was supposedly a 20-year-old girl from Florida, and to start having a conversation with them. That was my generation. We started that. Like, that started when I was 10. Imagine before that. How did you talk to girls before that? You went to ice skating, right? You went to the school dance, right? You guys remember? Like, is this the people before how did you talk to girls in high school before? I don't know. Want to know why? Because I didn't get raised in that era. That's the thing I'm trying to express to you. I grew up with the millennials. We don't even know what it's like to try to talk to girls at school. Like, sure, some of us do, because like we did both up until the age of 10, 15, you know, and then from there, everything changed. But I promise you right now, I was flirting with more girls digitally than physically ever by the age of 15. By the age of 15, no longer were we walking up to girls and saying, hey, it's nice to meet you. We were hitting you up on AOL and talking to you via screen names. Like, if that's not enough to understand the truly dynamic difference between growing up before my generation and after. We stopped passing notes in class. We started getting screen names and talking to each other on the internet, right? Like this, it was such a different era to get raised. And like, so our parents didn't know what to do because they had never seen this, right? And we were just in the foundation, like everything was changing around us. My sister had a grown man show up at her high school because of AOL. See, that's one noticeable difference in my country. That wasn't a big thing until I was an adult, right? I was 14 years old trying to flirt with girls on the internet. Like, it was just like very, very, very different, right? Like, it was such a different universe and we got thrown into it. Dude, one of my biggest a girl that I had a huge crush. I met this girl, Linda. So I can tell you guys firsthand how special it was, because I was an awkward lover and I always wanted romance. But even at 10 years old, I read poetry and I wanted romance, right? And I couldn't get it because I was awkward and couldn't talk to girls. And I met this girl named Linda from New York, and we fell in love with each other. And we exchanged phone numbers. We would talk to each other on the phone. She wrote me a letter. I wrote her a letter. She sent me another letter with her picture in it. Like full on internet digital love at 14 with a girl named Linda from New York who was also like 16. Or she was like my exact age, actually. Like she was my exact age. We were both like 13 years old, 14. And both of our parents let it happen because it was honest and gentle and real. And then just two kids that wanted to talk on the phone with each other. So our parents like let it happen, and they were like, all right, that's fine. Like you can talk, but we'll help you mail the letter and stuff, and we'll help. And they let us go forward with this little like digital relationship for years. And then one day, the tragic ending to a mini story here, she wrote me a letter that her parents had to sell her computer because they were having a down time in life. And we stopped talking. I never mailed her back because I was a kid who was too busy playing video games. Like, you know, the fact that I wrote one letter was a joke, let alone two. So I never wrote her back. I just like it just dissolved. It just dissolved. But you know what I mean? Like that's how many kids can say, like, you know, pen pals were a thing. Sure, pen pals were totally a thing before the internet. So like, it's not too far from a pen pal, but I don't know, man. Like it was different. I don't know. I feel like that's a millennial experience right there. Like that's a millennial experience, right? Between pen pal and like digital era, like it was right in the middle. We were still on the phone, but we were AOLing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what a weird era to be alive. Linda, where are you? Legally, you're still dating. I had one of those, but I was grown and I had never met the person, even though he was a good friend and never tried anything. Yeah, I have a lot of friends that I met over video games over the years. Yeah, same. My 4th and 5th grade class had us writing pen pals. Yeah, I had a pen pal in that age as well, right? I was a teenager with an online boyfriend, some dude from Texas, but he moved around a lot. When I was 25, I found out through an online article he was arrested and charged for really gross stuff. Yikes. Yeah. That's like the Wild West of the internet back then, you know? Like, nobody knew who you were talking. It was all just crazy, man. The amount of stuff that we were getting into at that age. Like, I'll never forget this person named Winter Frizz that I met that was supposedly from Europe. I met them through Diablo 2, and I looked forward every single day to logging into Diablo 2 so I could talk to Winter Frizz, my European woman friend who was, I think, like 35, and she would tell me stories about the winter in Europe because I love winter. So she would tell me these beautiful stories about the winter in London. Winter Frizz. And like, I don't know, was it even a human? Like, nowadays you have to worry that it's even a human. They were definitely a human, but like, it could have been like a man in his underwear, like, and this is the winter of June. Now give me those items, nerd. Like, like this is the winter in London. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just like, who knows what we were getting into, you know? Like, crazy to think that I was interacting with these people as a kid. Like, what, dude? Like, there's women in my guild literally paid for my WoW subscription for a couple months and for realm transfers when our guild migrated. Yeah. Yes, dude. Oh, for sure, man. I had people in my guild buy me one time when I was a kid. A pizza showed up at my front door, and my mom comes home from work and she's like, "Where the heck did you get pizza from?" And I'm like, "Somebody bought it from me from my guild and RF Online." I was 16 at the time, and she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I said I was hungry and there was no food in my house, and my guild leader bought me a pizza and sent it to my house." And my mom was just like flabbergasted. She's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know, some dude that lives in like India or something, he bought me a pizza." And she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I was hungry." And like, for me, it was just like, pizza time. Why would I not do that? Why would I not accept this? You know, like, this is awesome. But to her, it was like, what is happening? You just gave our address out to some person on the internet and you talked them into buying you pizza. What are you doing? She's like panicking, and I'm just like, pizza. I'm like, goo goo gaga, pizza. You know what I mean? Like what do you mean? What's wrong with that? You know? Eileen picks up the box and walks away. Yeah, but pizza, you know, like it for sure, man. It was a different era to be alive, dude. A different era to be alive. Yo, can we get some love in the chat? Thank you again for the raid coming in from Taco the Legend, and Giggity's gifted a sub to L Rob, and also to Buffy Soprano, and also hooked themselves sub, and then Taco hooked it up a gifted sub to Bonobo as well. And I thank you all sincerely for a gorgeous raid coming in here today. Taco Existential. I'm going to go ahead and give him a shout out. If y'all haven't checked out Taco before, I know y'all have been here for about 20-30 minutes now, but if you haven't checked him out, give him a like at the top of the chat. Taco gets down on all sorts of different styles of content. However, I like to think, let Taco speak for himself. So the only thing I'll say is check him out. Give him some love. I think you'll enjoy their show. And yeah, Don't be shy. You could discover your new favorite streamer. They could be right around the corner. Check them out. Take a risk. Hit that follow button. Hit that like. But I'll let them speak for themselves. I don't always like to give the spiels for the streamers that come in. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I think this time around, I'll let their content speak for themselves. Found you through my girlfriend. I'm still kind of new. How old are you? You remind me of my older brother. I think I'm 37, but I don't remember. So L Rob just said that 86 babies will be turning 40. So if I'm an 89 baby, then I think that means I'm 37. Yeah, think so. yeah, I think so. I think that's how math works. What's up, Princess Reese's? To be fair, this woman trusted me probably too much, and I used her credit cards for it. I felt so bad because she was trauma dumping on me and her divorce. Aw, well, that's why she was she just needed someone to talk to, man. Sometimes the power of having a friendly ear will bring the most trust out of somebody, for sure, So I've been there. I'm turning 36 soon. I'll never remember after this. Early WoW guilds were a magical thing. Yeah, they really were, man. I miss those days as well. They were very, very special. There's still a little bit of that stuff in the online community, but it's just a little bit farther and in between, but it's still out there. I interact with enough online spaces that I still see some beautiful stuff and some pretty cool stuff happening all the time in MMOs and those spaces. It just, maybe not as common as it once was. Anybody remember Habbo Hotel? Yeah, I remember it. The one thing I felt bad is that she definitely thought I was over 18 at the time. Yeah. And as a kid, you're not going to reveal. Like, you just ride it out. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you the truth, You just ride it out like, yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're trying to seem so mature. Yeah, I've been there, man. It's cool. I have one friend that I still consider a friend from, even though we haven't talked in a while, from the Philippines. His name is John, and we've talked on and off for 20 years, and over 20 years now. And then I had an old friend that I no longer talk to. Welcome in, Raiders. And her name was Sri, or Kat, and we actually ended up meeting up. So like, I was in a really down era of my life around 24, 25. And she eventually was like, why don't you come and visit me in DC and spend some time with me and I'll help you get on your feet. And I went and I spent a week with her, and it was the first time we ever met. And at that time, we had known each other for over a decade. And I went and I met with her in person. I stayed at her house, and she treated me to a bunch of good food and took me out and helped me kind of like just get my confidence back and like, get myself back on my feet again. And then I went back home and I instantly locked into life, and it was cool. And unfortunately, we had a falling out, but I still think of her fondly. She was a good friend. She got mad at me because, I don't know, this is like almost too much information, but y'all like some tea. She got mad at me because the last time we talked, I had just started streaming, and I started ignoring everybody in my life, including her. And then one day after my stream started being established and I was going full time, I called her and I was like, hey, I'm so sorry I haven't talked to you in a couple months, but like, I've been busy with this, and I'm so excited to talk to her about my stream. And she was mad. I'm like, why are you mad at me? And she's like, all these years you've always ghosted. Because like I would ghost. She was an online friend, so I would disappear for like years at a time. Then we would get back together and talk. This time around, she took it personal. And it turns out because she was like, she wanted more from our friendship. So I call her and she's like, I was used to you ghosting me throughout my life. And she's like, and my mom said I was foolish for thinking you would change. But she's like, but I always hoped that you would grow up and you would change and you would like start looking at me as more than just your friend. And I realized that that's just not going to happen. And like, I'm heartbroken that you keep ghosting me, and I just can't do this anymore. And at the time I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, wait, what? I didn't, dude, talk about whoosh. I was just like, huh? I was like, I didn't know that you felt this way. Like, I had no idea you felt this way. You know, I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm just a guy who's doing his thing. You know, I'm out here grinding. And she didn't want anything to do with me. Yeah, she was like, I think I'm done. And I tried calling her one more time after that and was like, tried to reconnect with her because I felt like I had missed something special. So I tried calling her one more time after that. This was only like 6 years ago. And I called her and I was like, hey, like, I just wanted to reconnect with you. And she was still mad. She was still mad. That's how you know it was bad. Like, I called her and she was like, I was like, hey, you know, I'm trying to reconnect. I know I messed up in the past. What do you think? And she was just like, nah, I'm good. She was like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to do this. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm sorry. And that was unfortunately the last time we talked. She didn't even want the friend anymore. She didn't even want the friendship anymore. It was rough. I was like, oh man, because I did like her. I honestly love the girl. It's just straight up. I've always loved her. She's always been a super close friend of mine. So yeah, unfortunate. Got to be straight up with guys. Yeah, I wish she would have told me. I wish I would have known. You know, I didn't catch the clues. I didn't understand how important my time was to her. And I didn't learn that until I was 30 years old. Unfortunately, I'm a late bloomer, dude. I didn't realize how important giving time to your friends and family was until I was 30. I didn't understand. And my goofy brain, you know, we talked about this earlier today with like imposter syndrome and stuff. I couldn't even imagine people wanted to spend time with me. So the worst part is that I wasn't ignoring them. I was convinced that nobody really cared. You know, like when you're kind of sick in that mental space, unfortunately, you ruin relationships on accident. And like I was totally like in that unhealthy mental space, you know? So for me, I couldn't even imagine a universe where somebody would get upset to not be able to talk to me. That was not even something I could fathom until I was 30 years old. That somebody liked my time and energy so much that they would be upset if I didn't give them a phone call. That was a hard thing for me to even wrap my head around going through my 20s. I didn't even believe that was a real thing. So, you know, once you start getting phone calls from people that they're mad that you're not a good friend, it's like, oh, wait a second. All of these people loved me just as much as I love them. And I just like didn't realize that like relationships are a two-way street. You know what it's just like, oh, I have to actually follow through, you know, like, yeah, like it took me a while to like hit a wall, and I was just like, oh man, I need to put way more effort into my friendships and the people I care about, and people want to actually spend time with me, and like my presence actually matters to certain people on planet Earth. And you know, of course, now I'm a 7-year deep streamer, and there's people telling me all the time that they like spending time with me, you know, so it's like now it's almost like silly that it took me 30 years to figure it out. But now I'm like 7 years into streaming, and it's like people tell me all the time they love spending time with me. And it's like, you know, it's a great thing to hear, but I guess it took streaming to really pull it out of me, you know? Yeah, hindsight is 2020. Yeah. It took me a long time to get past that. I'm not the type of person type of person who will not initiate doing things, like invited to a sporting event or playing games or whatever. Yeah, it's tough. That's tough. Yeah, hopefully you can grow past that one day, but I'm not here to give advice or tell anybody how to live. Yo, Squirrel Songs over in YouTube chat jumps into the conversation, and they said, it's important to make time to connect with your friends every so often. I make a point of doing things I'm not so interested in just for the sake of quality time together. That's what you gotta do, yeah. Waiting around and pining is how you end up being the backup girl. Oh, YouTube chat smashed it, dude. Waiting around and pining is how you end up as the backup girl. Oof. Yikes. My friend who's a woman asked me why guys are always like, they have their heads up their butts, and I tell them we can't read your mind. If you want us to, you know you like us, you got to tell us, or we very well may not pick up on it. Yeah. It just depends on the type of guy you are. Here's the unfortunate reality about men, and I'm going to break it down to y'all right now. Most men are either so full of themselves that they think every single person out there wants them, or they're so unfull of themselves that they will miss every single clue aside from you just saying the words completely. That's it. You are either going to get a man who's just so clueless that you have to spell it out for him, or you're going to get a man that is so clueless that he's just convinced you want him even if you don't. And that is men, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Monday Morning Show. Of course, obviously, there's always the middle ground. There's always the balanced man. They exist. But whew, boy, you ain't going to run into them often. All right, like that's it. Like that's men. Welcome to the show. Like it's either one or the other. So if a man doesn't make it clear that he's into you and you want them, you have to make it clear to them. Like that's it. If a man doesn't make it clear to you that he's into you, but you want him, then you need to be the one to step up and make it clear to him. That's what I'm trying to say. You have to, because you only get one. You either get the dude who's going to let you know right away, or you get the dude that's waiting for you to say something, or they're just clueless. They're just bopping around life, not even, a care in the world. Yeah. Like that's it. Like you have two options here, okay? Yeah. Let me go text him right now and shoot my shot. There it is. Because unfortunately, that's just the way it is. It's weird, right? This could go into a whole separate conversation about men versus women, but the truth is that a lot of times what I've noticed in my years is that when a woman reaches out to you, it feels good as a man, but when a man reaches out to a woman, it doesn't always feel good as a woman. Let me rephrase. When a man makes it clear that he's into a girl, sometimes it can almost feel like getting called into work. I just heard that recently and I loved it. What do I mean by that? Think about it. When you're a girl and you kind of know a guy for a little while and you're kind of not sure about him, and then they step up and they go, "Hey babe, I'm into you." At that point, two things are going to happen. You're either going to feel like you just got called into work on your day off, and you're going to be like, "Oh no, this is not what I wanted." Or you're going to be, "Oh yeah, I'm into you too, and I'm going to reciprocate that." The problem is that a lot of times when a man approaches a woman, the woman is put in a position that maybe is more likely uncomfortable than not. But when a woman approaches a man, it always feels good most of the time. Both sides can have both sides. To be clear, I didn't make that clear, but to be clear, sometimes a woman can have a great response to a man approaching them. Right? Sure, that can totally happen. And sometimes a man can have an adverse response to a woman be approaching him. He could be like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and feel like he's clocking into work or something, as that cool little metaphor. But the point I'm trying to make is that the odds are that if a man approaches a woman, there's a good chance that that woman's going to be put off. It's unfortunate because women are always getting approached, right? And women have to deal with a lot of being approached. So unfortunately, women are going to feel a little uncomfortable being approached majority of the time because they're always dealing with dudes being weirdos. Whereas women don't approach men as often as you would think. So I'm telling you right now, if a woman walks up to you as a man and says, "Hey, I'm interested in you and I think would you like to go on a date?" That man's going to feel like a king. That man is going to feel like he's walking on planet Mars. He's going to be like, "Ooh-wee, no way, some girl's into me." Yeah. Like, we're going to feel like the best thing ever because that doesn't ever happen in this culture. We're going to feel wanted. We're going to feel good. We're going to be like, "Wow, man, no way, sweet." But for women, it's usually the opposite. It's usually like, "Oh no, what do I do? Am I into him? I'm not sure. This is like the 5th dude to walk up to me this week. Can't these dudes leave me alone? Kind of uncomfortable. I'm not even sure. Is he a serial killer? I don't know. He could be. This sucks." And you go through like 18,000 emotions before you even realize if it's like a thing for you. Yeah, I see you women, right? Like, yeah. Yeah. Whereas like for men, it's like we are never unhappy about being approached. We are always like, "Woo, woo, 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 wow, woo, woo, woo." Even if we don't end up saying yes to you, even if we don't end up, right? Like maybe we don't like you. Maybe we truly do think that you're just a friend. That's going to happen. we're still happy that you approached us. We still feel good about ourselves after you approach us. That's the difference. I don't think women always feel good about being approached by men. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that from my experience, most women would rather be left alone. And the last thing they want to do is like deal with somebody walking up to them. Right? Like, yeah, it's just like, I don't know about this, right? Like, I take it from a guy who's walked up to a lot of girls to ask him out over his years. It's like, you can bring up all the variables, like it depends on how they do it, or it depends on what they're like. Like, yeah, obviously, if Brad Pitt walked up to 99% of women, they would be like, hey, like they would be the happiest thing ever. But take all the variables out. Generally speaking, men like to be approached more than women. And that's all I'm trying to say. Done. Just generally speaking, men are totally okay to be approached at any point for the most part. Whereas women always feel like that's not the play. You got to be very tactical about when you approach a woman. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be very tactical. You have to be careful about when you do it, how you do it, where you go, when you do it. Like, there's so many rules of engagement. There's way less rules of engagement for a man. For men, it's like you could walk up to us, call us a fathead, tell us you like us, and you want to go on a date, and we would say where, when, and how. And we would just ignore the fact that you called us a fathead anyways. Yeah, like we don't care. Like, men don't have the same amount of rules in place. Like, we're just like, okay, sick. like we're like, okay, sick. You know, like, even if we don't end up liking you. Y'all think it's better to keep contact after a denial? I've always thought like, oh, this isn't going to work, and I don't want to be awkward with leftover feelings. Yeah, I don't think so. I think most people don't want contact, but that just depends on if you had a connection before you asked. Yo, and we got another raid, dude. Holy heck, the Rosie Poo and the things Nat says. Holy heck, thank you, raiders. I just did a shout out, so I couldn't shout out Rosie Poo yet. Now I'm backed up for 2 shout outs. So let's do Nat first, and then we'll go back to Rosie Poo. Nat, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the show today. You were playing some Repo. If you haven't checked out Nat before, welcome to the show. So things Nat says, is this your ASMR account? Or is the ASMR account the other one? I can't remember. This is your gaming account. ASMR's Floral Ember. Okay, that's what I thought. Cool. Yeah. Check out Nat on their gaming account. They do a little bit of content in the gaming space, and they do a little bit of content in the ASMR space, and they've been with us for a while here, part of Hyrule Gaming Group. Check them out. Give them some love. I was in the pool at Harrison NJ, and a guy I didn't know picked me up to hug me. I was wearing a bodycon dress, and I fell out of my dress, and everyone saw my underwear. So I don't like being approached by men. Yikes. Yeah. So to go back to the question from Rizzy, I think it depends on if you had a connection beforehand. Yeah, I think so. I think if you had a connection beforehand, you maybe try to salvage it, but it's on you, man. Here's what I say. If you are friends with somebody and then you are the one to break the ice that you like them, then it's on you to not be awkward about it, because the other person is likely not going to be too awkward about it. They're going to feel bad for you because they feel bad that they're not into you. So when it comes to like revealing your feelings to somebody, as long as you're not awkward about it, they'll be okay in most cases. They usually just feel bad for you. They're just like, oh man, like that's what I meant by the joke about clocking into work. Think about it. So when I actually heard this quote, it was about a friend. It was a TikTok, and it was, why does it feel like getting called into work on your day off when your friend reveals that they like you? And I was like, why is that the best analogy ever? Think about it. That feeling of getting called into work on your day off as a girl, right, as a woman, or even as a man. I guess gender has no problem here at all. right? It doesn't matter. That feeling of getting called into work on your day off is equivalent to like one of your friends revealing that they're into you. It's like, wait, dang it. Like I wasn't supposed to work today. It's like, and I was like, wow, that's so perfect. Like that's like the perfect example. Like, anyways. Yeah. The awkwardness will go, I think, if the person you asked, as long as you're not awkward. That's the only advice I'd ever have there. I think men should be okay with rejection more and just take the shot. I think men need to be okay with rejection. I can tell you from my own personal example that it's not just rejection that stops a man from approaching a woman. It's usually because it's a social faux pas and it's really awkward to get past making a mistake. I can tell you right now that if I were still dating, the scariest thing about approaching a woman is not the rejection, because that's scary, and embarrassment, that's scary. The scariest part, from my perspective as a traditional, just like cis, I guess they say, male, is the chance that the person has a reaction that you're not expecting because society's weird now. Like, here's another way to word it. I feel like that most men are so worried about saying something wrong and ruining your day that they would rather just not say something to you at all, and they'd rather just sit there and pine. Because like, there's such a high risk that you're gonna make that person's day worse that you just don't even want to bother. There's such a high risk that you don't want to bother. Like, that's what happens to me. Like, anytime in the past I've ever liked a person, I've never wanted to bother them. It's like, they're at work, I don't want to bother them. We're out in public, I don't want to bother them. They got their headphones in, I don't want to bother them. We're at some kind of meeting, I don't want to bother them. And that's not necessarily just our fault as men. Like, I just want to throw that out there. Like, that's a full blown out societal, social kind of engagement that has unfortunately been kind of like damaged, like eroded. Like women unfortunately have dealt with too much. So now it's like hard to approach from a man. Again, gender stuff's weird. I know somebody mentioned being queer in the chat. Like, yeah. I know we're talking like just traditional, because that's my only experience, but a lot of this applies, obviously, no matter the gender. I think if you were somebody who was queer, you would be thinking about this as being, isn't there usually like a lead a lot of times that what I've learned about like queer relationships and stuff is you'll still have a dynamic of like somebody who's taking the lead versus somebody who's not, kind of, right? So I think it's no different. I think that if you're somebody who's going to be summoning up the courage to approach somebody, there's still going to be an interaction between the two people that is similar to the normal, traditional, whatever, the old school, male talking to a female or a female talking to a male. I think you can still apply a lot of these thoughts to every interaction, to be clear. I just wanted to talk about that. Yeah, I don't want to be bothered in public. Right. So it's like, yeah, it's just the way our society has gone, man. I remember my brother had this friend he was crushing on, Squirrel Song says, and she turned out to like him too, but she didn't want to risk their friendship if it didn't work out, so she never reciprocated his hints. Us girls are usually conditioned to be socially, emotionally aware of others, but guys don't usually get that upbringing. Yeah, true. Yeah, being an emotionally intact man is tough nowadays. I can appreciate what it takes for a guy to put himself out there and compliment me or spark a convo. Yeah, it's tough. Like, you guys hear about this kind of stuff all the time, but talking about it in a room full of regular humans and not a bunch of, poo flingers, you can really garner some real knowledge here in this room right now. And everyone's sharing their thoughts. Like, a good way to think about it is, and I say this like bluntly, but I'm trying to use like an example here. I can barely get away with smiling at a girl on the street. You guys think I'm going to go talk to one? Like I can barely get away. Like, if I like see you walking on the street and I look over and just give you a smile as a cheerful neighbor that usually results in, and then they're hiding and they go into their phone, and then so it's like, like, do you really you really have to understand how bad it is trying to approach another person out in public right now. And like, don't undervalue how bad it is. Like, it's real bad. It's like, you can't even smile, let alone say hi, let alone spark a conversation up. Like, what do you want me to do? Right? So that's why all that stuff, generally speaking, has to be kind of taken care of in like settings. Like nowadays, the answer is settings where people are looking to date. No longer are we in an era where you can just talk to someone on the street. And in fact, I wonder if you guys agree. I don't think that that's even the healthy thing to do anymore. I think that's some boomer-ish, not gonna lie. That era is dead, man. I think that if you want to find someone to date, you need to put yourself out there in other ways. You want to know how? Like, you want to go to meet and greets. This stuff is all over the place. I see meet and greets all the time. There's like little mixers and you know, first time, you know, singles looking for singles out at like a bar or something. Like, you, unfortunately, like, that's the only way that you can talk to someone in public, and you know that the other person is like looking potentially for a mate as well. That's it for me. That's like where I live in Ohio. That is the only way you are going to meet someone outside of work and maybe the gym. It's like work, the gym, and it's like some sort of meeting. Like, you would have to go to like a group event where everyone there is under the impression that everyone else there is going to maybe come and spark a conversation with you. Then it's real comfortable and it's real nice, right? That's where it's really dope, because then, you know, you go up to that and you're like, hey, like, how you doing today? And then everyone is all under the same impression that you're here to talk to other people, you know, and then it's like less awkward and less weird. You know what I mean? Best way to be in places that foster social interaction and hopefully something you enjoy. Bookstores, game shops, etc. Yeah, I agree with that. There's no upgrade option. I know. I'm gonna have to buy the whole game again. Isn't that terrible? I'm so mad. I normally like keeping to myself in public. I can be friendly. What I don't like is when I'm just trying to be friendly and someone takes it as flirting. Yeah, I blame. And again, we're talking gender stuff. Just know that I identify that this goes beyond gender. It's just easier to talk about. Thank you for your patience on that. As a guy, we ruined that for ourselves. That's the one part of the conversation that a lot of dudes don't like want to hear. They always want to try to blame the other side of the conversation. It's like, nah, man, dudes ruin this for themselves. It sucks because not every dude should be put into the same box as every other dude, but dudes just ruin it for themselves. Like, that's just, dudes just suck. Like, I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not some kind of feminist or something. Like, dudes just suck and they ruined it, dude. like they just absolutely made everything suck over like 20 years. And like, now I'm an adult and I saw it happening for 20 years. And I'm just like, yeah, of course women don't want to talk to dudes on the street because dudes are stupid. They absolutely suck. They're all a bunch of chodes, and they have no emotional intelligence or understanding of their surroundings. They don't know how to read a room, and they're absolutely obnoxious. Like, of course, this is the direction that things went. Like, of course, like I look at it and I'm like, yeah, duh. Like, of course, I saw this coming 10 years ago. Like, oh, well, I better get used to AOL Messenger. Like I saw this happening and I was just like, whatever, dude. Like, what are you gonna do, man? Yeah, back to AOL. You got mail. Yeah, that's unfortunately, they do take it too far, you know? Like, specifically the idea of being in Ohio and it being hard to smile to somebody on the street. That is 100% a factor of lonely dudes taking a smile way too far. Yeah, I've seen it happen. I've watched it happen where like somebody's walking past each other on the street and then it's like a smile and a wave, and then all of a sudden the dude turns around and he's like, oh, hey, wait a second, what's your name? And it's like, oh no, what have I done? All I did was be friendly and now the dude's talking to me. Like, You know, like it's like when enough of that happens, you're just like, okay, I'm not gonna talk to these dudes anymore. Like, my waitress smiled at me. She must be DTF. Nah, bro, she's working. Yeah, like, yeah, it's like, oh Lord, you know, it's like you guys are so there's just dogs. I had that happen here in London. Oh my Lord, dude. One thing I struggled with talking to my friends and random guys. I don't know how some people don't have emotional maturity to recognize. I don't know if it's an education or a chemical thing, probably a little bit of both. You know what I mean? It's a little bit of everything. The human condition, we all share the human condition to some extent. We all do. Don't forget that. Doesn't matter. We all share the human condition, so we can all understand. So that's why I don't give dudes the grace. I don't just say like, oh, well, it's just a part of being a dude. No, because we all have the capability of understanding. Yeah, like we all have I think all humans have the capability to some extent, you know. And I know there's nowadays that's like a little less of a rigid comment, because like a rigid truth, because now, you know, neurodivergence is being very investigated, and nowadays you look back in time and you realize some of those dudes were just neurodivergent and just had no idea how to be social. You know, like that's like back in the 90s and 2000s, like nobody understood that stuff. So it was just like, guys will be guys. But nowadays, like you can really start to see the truth for the pudding. It's like, no, probably 50% of these dudes are just probably on the spectrum and just have zero social intelligence at all, and just absolutely cannot muster up a regular social interaction. And you know, that's the difference. Some people are really good at that and some people aren't, you know. And like, so I think that whole guys will be guys comment is really something that was just used to cover up the fact that we didn't know enough about the brain, and like we didn't understand that like not everybody is as social as the next person, right? You know, like not everyone can understand that stuff. So yeah, you are going to have some awkward dudes out in the wild who are going to be like socially inept, and they're going to make a mistake, and they're trying really hard to like put themselves forward, and they just have no idea what they're doing, you know? And it's like, oh, well, to an extent you can like feel bad for them. Yeah, tater tot soup, of course. Yeah, of course. I mean, a cultural norm that's been in place for hundreds of years without change. Yeah, of course. You're just talking about that societal dynamic. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the grand history of human, sometimes I think about this. Anybody else ever think about this? Sometimes I will be like, I'll sit down and I'll think about the fact that it's only been about 100 years that human existence has made like any sense at all. Have you guys really thought about that? Like, think about this. It was barely 100 years ago that we started like properly bathing ourselves. Go do the history. It's only about 100 years ago now that humans started properly bathing themselves. Soap became a real thing just like roughly 100 years ago. And like, it goes deeper than that. Like, society itself has only been established for like a year or like 100 years. Like anything before 100 years ago, while it was still society and stuff, it was way different, like so different that like we're not really that deep. Like, so the point I'm trying to make is now compare that time, compare the past 100 years where we've started figuring out human existence to the hundreds, I think it's hundreds of years where like society, like before that, we're talking like a fraction of the time that compared to how society was beforehand. It was only like 50 years ago that we even made any progress when it came to like racism and society and that side of things. Literally like 50 years ago, right? Like when you really stop and think about it, humans are like very, very much still like in a infantile state of like figuring out how to be like humans, like stuff like we are talking about, like this dynamic of men versus women or approaching people, like that stuff is still not even figured out. And now we have the internet throwing a wrench in everything we thought we knew, 20 years ago. And then you have like everything from bathing to how we eat, to how we function, to how we talk, to how we communicate. All of that has drastically changed in just like the past 20, 30 years. And before that, it was like barely anything. Like in the 1900s, we were like just figuring out like vehicles and like that, like lead wasn't like we had lead gasoline. There was lead floating in the air, poisoning people 20 years ago. Literally 20 years ago, we had leaded gas fumigating our societies, poisoning people. Just like 50 years ago, we had lead paint. People were painting their houses with lead. Like, think about like we have no idea what we're doing. So sometimes it's fun to like sit back and like think about society and how like, dude, when it comes to the grand scheme of like human history, we are in like this small little fragment of some of the most radical changes that humans have really gone through. And not to say that there weren't radical changes between 1700s and 1800s. Sure, there probably was. But it's just fun to look back and be like, dude, just 100 years ago, people were eating like dirt cookies during the Dust Bowl. Like 100 years ago, people were like, we just discovered like making soap officially, and people could get running water in their house. Like, that wasn't that too long ago. Like, really, it was not that long ago that like people had running water in their house for the first time. I always say I'm glad that this is the 100 years you're in. Why do we think Hollywood always has the question on if we'll survive, or having outside sources, aliens, telling us we won't? Dude, the whole conversation of Hollywood and aliens is real funny because Hollywood has shaped our perception of aliens over the past like 100 years, or 50, I guess, years. And it's such a fun and thought. Like, if you really think about it, this is a whole separate conversation, but Hollywood has single-handedly shaped what everyone thinks that an alien interaction is going to be like over 50 years. And obviously none of us have any clue, but it's so funny that Hollywood has weirdly prepared us with all of these scenarios that could occur, and zero of them are probably accurate. You know what I mean? It's so interesting. It's like, dude, like Hollywood has given us this idea, like from the little green men to the little gray dudes to the big heads to the small heads to the Marvin the Martians, when in all reality, like none of that's real, but it feels so real, doesn't it? Doesn't it like feel real? Like when we think of aliens, we think of what Hollywood told us aliens would be, and it's just weird. It's fun. What's wild is that we've known since the Romans that lead isn't good for you, but it's cheap. Yeah, dude, I actually did a bunch of research in that whole lead thing, and that was 100% humans just being gross. For the record, they knew even back then. They knew right away. They knew what they were doing. They knew that lead in gas was bad. They knew it was cheap, and it was classic American corporations cheated and got it approved anyways. Dude, it's the same thing that's happening now. The corporations lobbied that it was good, and they put out a fake test. They put out fake experiments that they paid for, and they were like, see, lead's not bad, see, lead's not bad, see. And then like a couple years go by, and like this one specific scientist is like, no, dude, it's terrible. And it took like people getting sick and like huge lobbying and like to fight the corporations for them to finally get lead out of the gas. It's the same thing that's happening in 2020. Like, it's these corporations who just made fake experiments and stuff to prove that that lead was okay, and then it was believed because they paid for it, and it's just a nightmare, dude. Yeah, it's like literally the same thing, dude. Like, it's crazy. Like, whatever, man. Whatever, dude. Yeah, exactly. Tater tot soup. It's like, so it's funny that you say that because, like, while even the Romans knew, we just tossed all that knowledge to the side and we were just like, whatever. I hope aliens never come. So you guys want to hear something really positive about the alien side? So, did you guys know that we're not the most intelligent creatures on the earth? It's actually whales. And then the dolphins, or whatever their proper name is. And then, like, us. We're like 3rd or 4th place, right? So, but what people try to argue is that if you go based off of the mass of our brain versus the mass of our body, we technically are the top. So this is how scientists have tried to wiggle humans into being the most important creatures. So we lie and we say that, well, our brain compared to the mass of our body makes us the smartest because our brains are as big comparatively to our body, whereas like a whale's brain compared to its body is smaller. And that logic doesn't even fly because technically there are birds out there that have brains that are bigger than humans' brains when it comes to the mass of our body. So even if you try to science our way into the smartest group of creatures, it's wrong. And that actually magpies and some other birds actually have better brain sizes compared to their bodies. So now that all being said, so basically what I'm trying to say is like humans are actually not the smartest creatures. So let me give you guys this fun conversation. So if aliens did show up here and they scanned the world for the smartest creatures, who's to tell you that they would come and talk to us first? Aren't you so bold to think that humans are the ones that are going to be approached first? That's a bold statement for you to think, oh, you think humans are the ones that are going to be approached first? Why would the aliens not go to the smartest creatures on the planet, the whales, and talk to them and ask them their opinions and how they feel about everything that's been going on? Why would they talk to us? We're not even first. We're not even second. We're not even third, I don't think. Why would they come talk to us? They're going to go and talk to someone else first. They're going to talk to the whales first. They're going to show up and be like, who are these humans that are plaguing the planet? We better go talk to somebody that's sensible. Right? So if that makes you feel any better, I think that if aliens did show up, there's a good chance that they would just walk right past humans and go talk to the creatures that show real intelligence and that aren't destroying the planet. Right? They would be like, hey, like, what's going on here, orcas? Like, what's been going on here, dude? Oh, wow, the humans are doing this? Oh, we probably shouldn't talk to them? We should probably leave. All right, see you later, right? You know, like the dolphins in Hitchhiker's Guide were the smartest, so it makes sense. Yeah, so, yeah, you know, it's just like funny. It's like, we have no idea of what what an alien race would even do with our society, like what they would even think about us specifically compared to, you know, these other creatures. And, you know, would they even bother with us? Are we even on their level? Like, you don't know. We don't know. Like, I don't know. It's just fun to think about how the Hollywood alien is not quite a real alien, and we don't know what they would do, right? The biggest reason for humans being approached first would be because of our use of technology. We'll likely detect the emissions from our tech usage and follow it right back to us. Yeah, and then talk to the whales. What if they talk to our dogs, though? They might end up loving us. True. No, so that was actually a conversation that Neil deGrasse Tyson had on an interview I watched, because he was getting asked questions like, are there aliens out there and would they ever approach us? And he was just sharing some super cool astrophysicist thoughts on how, like, the point is that we don't know what aliens are going to be like or how they're going to approach anything. So instead of worrying about that stuff, instead just think about how cool it would be to be approached by another intelligent life, you know? You know, one that could actually communicate and that would be able to travel through space, because all of that stuff is impossible and improbable in a lot of ways. So if they had everything it took to approach us, and if they had everything it took to come here and talk to us, you know, what would that really be like? It would be such an interesting journey, you know? Also, the idea that what if there is life out there that. So first off, the chance that there's actually life out there that's not intelligent is huge. And there's likely some moss growing on a rock out there that's truly alive, like a tree is on a random planet. So aliens do exist. It just might not be smart, intelligent aliens. It might just be like some moss or like some fungus. Did you guys hear about the fungus that's like layered under the whole planet or something? Fungus layered under. So like they recently discovered that there's a massive subterranean circulatory system of microscopic fungal threads known as the mycorrhizal networks, and spanning the whole like Earth, like all of Earth. And this all just got discovered. Let me read this article to y'all really quick. A hidden web of fungus inside Earth could reach the sun 1 billion times. The ground beneath your feet is not quiescent. It zings and pulses with frenzied activity, much of it driven by a partnership between plants and fungus that it dates back 450 million years. This is the mycorrhizal network, a vast system of fungal filaments locked in a mutual exchange with the plant life that carpets our planet, transporting nutrients from the soil and receiving in return the carbon produced by the plant. It's large and it's vital. Around 70% of all plant species on this planet rely on mycorrhizal symbiosis, this process I just explained. So now for the first time, scientists have compiled a global map of this hidden infrastructure, revealing an underground network of this massive fungi net that stretches an estimated 110 quadrillion kilometers through the Earth's soil. That's long enough to travel 150 million kilometers distance from the Earth to the sun, blah, 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 blah. So essentially what you guys need to take away from this is here's like a quick map of like what it kind of looks like. Everything that's lit up is this fungus. So what we are learning is we're finding out that this actually might have been the biggest reason why plants even began on Earth. We're starting to realize that the reason that plants have been able to take over planet Earth back in, thousands of years ago was probably because of this fungus. So what this fungus does is it sits under the soil and it helps the roots of the plant be more efficient. And it takes in turn the carbon that the plant produces. So it takes the carbon and it feeds it nutrients and it helps it better digest and eat everything, right? So essentially, this fungus could be one of the building blocks of like life itself on planet Earth. It's hard to overstate the importance and the enormity of these fungi. There could be up to 10 meters of this network just in 1 teaspoon of soil. The network consists of underground threads called hyphae that run below the surface of the ground in forest and in other plant communities, and they're often critical for helping these communities thrive. They transport nutrients such as phosphorus and as well as water that is usually beyond reach of plant roots in exchange for carbon. What makes it the Wood Wide Web an integral part of the planet's carbon cycle, but it's difficult to quantify the scope of the role it plays if we don't know how big the network is. And that's where we recently just discovered how big the network is. It's bigger than we could have ever imagined. And to give you guys a little bit more knowledge that I don't know if they're going to talk about on here, is they said that they noticed that places in the world that don't have big forests and stuff have less of this fungal network. And they're starting to realize that there's like a 1-to-1 correlation to lush green and this fungus. And if places you don't see the fungus, you see way less grass, way less forest, way less plants. So this is the key that you want to pull away from it. So rather than clustering most strongly in tropical rainforest, the highest densities were found in places like grasslands, prairies, and steppes, and in wetlands. So for example, Florida has one of the biggest concentrations of this on planet Earth, because all the swamps and stuff in Florida are massive, right, with this. And it says an estimated 40% of the world's total fungus biomass is concentrated in these locations. The researchers believe this is because herbaceous plants such as grass channel more carbon. The more worrying finding is that the fungal network density was on average 47% lower in cultivated croplands. So the worry is that all of these places that we're turning into farmland and we're poisoning with tons of pesticides and stuff are actually, we're finding out that those areas don't have this fungus that seems to be a key to the building blocks of life. So all of a sudden, now we're realizing that by cultivating the land the way that we are, we're killing the fungus off. And there's not a lot that we know, but we're realizing that this is really bad and that this could be long-term consequences, could be really bad for the amount of grass and lush green and plants that we have around the globe. Right? Large parts of the world remain poorly sampled, including deserts, tropical forest, and tundra. In addition, most measurements come from the uppermost soil, which means there are deeper layers that we understand little about. All this makes it difficult to know exactly how much of the underground network has yet to be accounted for, and it's worth noting that there's much we don't understand about it yet. So still, this effort represents the most complete map to date, shining a light on the hidden activity in the darkness beneath our feet, showing us how much more we have to learn. It goes to show you, and the reason I brought this up was because we were talking about like intelligence life off of planet Earth. This is what I'm saying. How many of y'all realize, like, if we were to find life out in space, you realize that for the most part, it would be literally that. Like, we're gonna go find life, and it's gonna be like fungus, like in the ground. And like this life we're gonna find is gonna be like moss and like fungus. Like the chance that we actually run into intelligent, being able to communicate the way we do, what we consider intelligence, that chance is like really brutally low. Most likely we're gonna run into some moss or some fungus, and that's gonna be the life that we find, you know, in the universe, you know. Because it's super powerful, like fungus. Did y'all see that somebody built a computer using fungus? Computer ran by mushrooms. Somebody built a whole computer based off of mushrooms. Yeah, a living PC powered by mushrooms. Look at this. So they've been testing this, so they found out that mushrooms can like pass like electrical currents and stuff, and that they're actually really intelligent and they store data better than like anything we ever realized. They have the ability, the capacity to like store data in a way that we've never understood. And now we're starting to realize that we could very well mushrooms are so smart. They like, there could be like a relationship in the future where like we use mushrooms as like a way to help our technology, right? Like, so this video right here from 2 years ago talks about it the most, but about how like the way mushrooms work and like the connection of mushrooms and like how they actually, I was hoping that he would show a picture of the real, it's the same picture we just saw. Yeah, here it is. So like, yeah, this guy's growing a fungal computer in the unconventional computing lab at University of the West of England. Yeah, homie got a computer running just off of fungus. Like, there's no power plugged into this. All right, isn't that neat? I don't know a lot. I can't talk a lot about this. My knowledge is limited, but like, isn't that interesting? Mushrooms are like way cooler, and fungus is like way cooler than we realize, and it's like way more alive. It really does start making you think about The Last of Us and scary stuff like, are they going to just take over? Like, are the mushrooms just going to decide that we can't figure it out? And are they going to just take over? You know? My GF won't eat them because they can communicate with each other. Yeah, they can. Right. Mushrooms can, they literally are talking to each other. Right. That's like The Last of Us. Yeah, they're coming for us, man. I did a research project on magical mushies in high school. The things that they do to your nervous system is insane. Oh, I did a research project on magical mushies in high school as well. Yeah. And you know, the fun part is the teacher didn't even have to ask me. I was just willing to take them and give it a try. I did that too in high school. Yeah. It was a research project. All right, y'all. I'm going to get out of here today. Thanks for coming out. We are off tomorrow. Yo, great chats. Very chat heavy today, but in a good way. Great, beautiful chats. We just let ourselves yap off the cuff today. Talked about everything, told stories, shared some heart-wrenching moments, shared our beautiful pets with each other, and even shared some memories of some past pets, which is like the best thing ever. Thank you for sharing with me. I'll be back here on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure if I'm coming back Wednesday. I'm for sure coming back Thursday. We have a night stream this week. Friday, we're going to be doing Mario Party Jamboree, so make sure y'all come on by for that Friday night. Again, I'm taking tomorrow off. I'll probably be here another day after that, but I did schedule 2 days off just in case I need it. All right, so again, I'll be back no later than Thursday. I'll probably be back Wednesday for a little like day off vibe or something. I don't know. I'm thinking about starting a World of Warcraft character and playing with y'all on stream for the first time ever. From level 1 hardcore. How long can I survive? I was thinking about it. I might do it as like a day off vibe, and just like I have the character already made. It's a Tauren Druid, and we would go through the Tauren Druid journey together. I might show up with that. I'm thinking about it. Thanks for the stream. No, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here today. I really appreciate you. I hope you all enjoyed the yaps and the chats. Not as much gameplay, and you know. Today, I feel like the past couple chat sessions I've had have been maybe on that like middling territory of seriousness. And that's not always my vibe. I like to keep stuff pretty lighthearted. But I will say it's been nice to have some kind of middling conversations where maybe it's a little bit too much for some people who are looking for an escape. And if you stuck around and maybe you thought that, thank you for sticking around. I do try to keep stuff a little bit on the lighthearted side, but sometimes it's nice to just have some real talks about stuff, and whether we're talking, you know, how men approach women or dating, or I don't know, that stuff can be kind of fun. It's not normally my chatting prowess, but it can be fun. It can be fun. You know, it was good chats today. So I just want to say thank you everyone for joining in the chats. Thank you for supporting my stream. Thanks for joining the conversations and fun. Yay. I know it's not for everybody. So usually my Monday morning chats are a little lighter hearted, but the way I see it is there's 3 tiers of conversation: lighthearted, middle-hearted, heavy. We avoid the heavy. We stick to the light, but sometimes it's nice to get in the middle. On that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here later this week, Wednesday or Thursday, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We're out of here. No raid. We're gonna fade. It's the day off fade. I like to do the day off fade. Thanks everyone for chatting with me. Yeah, it was chill. Even the aliens know you got to keep gaming on. That's right. All right. We'll be back in a couple days. I'll be in the Discord. I'm gonna try to catch up on all the stuff I'm behind. Maybe we can get some Power Worlded in the Discord this next couple days. Thank you everyone for supporting me, from the bits, subs, donations, YouTube members, Discord members. All that stuff is great, but the chatters and those of you keeping me company here, thank you. You're the real ones as well. And don't forget that. On that note though, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace, y'all. And hit them cat jams. Peace.